Telugu News magazine partner, Vikatan, Tamil GEC partner, Pudiyogam, online news partner, medianewsforyou.com, event partner, Benchmark Events, and our sincere thanks to the Fourth Dimension Media for conceptualizing and executing the event. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming over here and making this event a grand success with your presence. And now I would request you all to kindly raise up for the national anthem. Jai Hind. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I am Chanchal Sharma. I'll be the host for the day. And now I would take an honor to introduce our dignitaries on the stage. I would request Mrs. Amala Akkineni Garu, an actress, social entrepreneur, educator, director of Annapurna College for Films and Media. Amala Akkineni Garu has done more than 58 films in 5 Indian languages, and to her recognition as a woman professional, acts as a leader in her field. Please put your hands together for Ms. Amala Akkineni on stage. I would also request Mr. Dushyant Sridhar Garu, a Vedic speaker, writer, actor, director, and entrepreneur, to kindly join us on the stage. Please put your hands together for Mr. Dushyant Sridhar Garu on stage. And requesting Dr. G. Vivekanand Ji, the chairman for Visakha Industries, to kindly join us on stage. Requesting Mr. Mohit Joshi, CEO, HyBiz Media Network India, to kindly join us on stage. Requesting Dr. Rajmani, the CEO, New Generation Media and the New Era Media, to kindly join us on stage. And now I would request our chief guest, our Honorable Governor, to kindly start this event with a blissful start by lighting the lamp. I would request our Honorable Governor and the dignitaries on the stage to join for a picture. Thank you so much. I would now request Mr. Akshat Saraf, from Radha TMT, to kindly join us on stage and present the memento to the dignitaries. I would request Mr. Akshat to kindly present the memento. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much to the dignitaries on the stage. I would request you to kindly take your seats. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would now request our Honorable Governor of Telangana and Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Union Territory Pondicherry, Dr. Srimati Tamilsai Soundarajan Garu, to kindly address the gathering.
A special good morning to each and everyone here. I am really very happy to be present in the South India Media Conclave at the Marriott Conventional Center. My respects to Ms. Amala Akineni, the Annapurna College of Film and Media Director, Dr. G. Vivekanand, Chairman, Visakha Industries, Mr. Dushyant Sridhar, Vedic Speaker, Director, Abhinava E. Padasala, Mr. Mohit Joshi, CEO, Havas Media Network India, Dr. Kailash, Founder and Managing Director, Quick Heal Technologies, Mr. Shankar and Mr. Bharat and Mr. Rajamani, and all the other dignitaries, Dr. Rajamani, CEO, New Generation Media, New Era Media Channel, Pudiya Thalaimurai News, and Pudu Yugam, members of the press and all the esteemed dignitaries gathered here today. And it is a great pleasure to be with the media personnels. I am a media-friendly person always, and during my political tenure, there was no a single day without meeting the media. And in spite of their twisting and tricky questions, I will be very easy in answering them. So I'm really very happy to attend this program. And I always feel, because media influences, impresses the public. So you're the bridge between the social personnels, whether it is politicians, social leaders, NGOs, or health professionals. And you act as a catalyst, and you can influence the people easily. And I always tell a story how a journalist can influence even a common man. A farmer wanted to sell his land. He was suffering from poverty, and he thought without selling the land, he cannot survive. So he called an advertising journalist and asked to write an advertisement. This advertising journalist, you all know, they are very talented in writing the advertisement. So he wrote an advertisement. He's a piece of land here, and a potable water well is there, and 2 to 3 mango trees with very delicious mangoes which yield very delicious mangoes, and it is nearer the railway station. Nearer means it will be 60 kilometers from the railway station. That is the advertisement. Nearer the railway station, and a market is nearby, and everything he wrote and gave that to the farmer and asked him, please give the charges, fees for this advertisement. The farmer reading after that, then he told, I am not going to sell this land. The advertising journalist got angry Just few minutes back you told you are going to sell this land. I wrote an advertisement. After seeing the advertisement, reading the advertisement, you are telling you are not going to sell the land. He told, I myself did not know. So many good things are there in my farm. So after learning, studying your, reading your advertisement, I found out so many good things are in my farm. Then why should I sell it? I can have it and I can earn from the farm. So this is the influence which the journalist can influence the people, even the common man. And apart from that, I always feel South India journalists, here we are all representing the South India Journalists Association. I always feel, because as a politician previously and as a governor now, South Indian representations, whether it is projected in a pan-India platform, it is highly questionable. For example, in my life itself, in my experience itself, I will narrate an experience. We went for a governor's conference to UP. That was a pre-conference discussion. Some 4 to 5 governors were divided into 4 groups, and some of us went to UP and some of us went to Gujarat. And at that time, when I landed there, my ADC wanted to go to the washroom and he went away and I was standing there. Another 5 governors were standing there. So that we had a reception. They were receiving. So all the governors, they gave a bouquet and the IAS officer just skipped me. Then I was just relaxed. I didn't mind it. Then immediately my ADC came and asked, so you didn't receive my governor? No, I received all the governors. Then she told, she is our governor. Then, oh, she's a governor. I didn't know that. So even the South India, who is representing 3 states almost, but they are not aware, even an IAS officer is not, but so I felt, because it is not a complaint, but most of the time from the down south politicians and social people from down south, whether we have pan-India representation, whether we have pan-India recognition, it is really questionable, and I'm really happy the South India Media Summit is conducted here, and it is need of the hour, and I am very proud of this program, because I myself have felt the bitterness of the, sometimes, I'm not telling always, because it is, I always narrate another incidents also. When I became the governor, why I am telling IAS officer and a child is almost the same. When I became the governor of Telangana, I was standing in the queue in the airport, and everyone was wishing me. Then one child of 8 years asked her mother, Amma, why everyone is wishing her? Then she told, she is our governor. That child told, Amma, don't bluff. Really, she is our governor. No, ma, only old man can be governor. She cannot be a governor. That was a message from the child. Then when I told, no, you come here and I will tell, I am the governor. Then immediately she wanted a photograph with me. And she told, then her mother asked, why you are a very shy child and now you are asking a photograph with the governor. Then she told, when she can become the governor, I also can become the governor. So that is the seed, that encouragement we sowed in the children's mind. So this is the influence, the society. And media plays a very important role. Now there is no politics or no any social service or nothing without media. But now the media influence is little more and strategy is little more. It is like artificial intelligence, like artificial influence has emerged. Some of the young leaders I have, because we are not instantly, sometimes we do certain things. When we go in the car, suddenly if we see a person, instantly we get out of the car. And when a young leader I met, he was telling, today I will tailor a program so that I will go in the car, suddenly I will get out, I will call the media, and then it will be as a virus, it will go as a viral in the social media and media. So nowadays we have, the challenge is more. The challenge is more, as I said, artificial intelligence, technology, and as a person from a political family, I have seen the evolution of the media. From my father's days, my father was a disciple of Kamaraj, and during that time, the reporters will come and write and they'll read and tell the phrases are correct. I always request the media personnel, be careful in the phrases. Once I told in a media, If the people would have supported us, because I was a busy politician, if the people would have supported us, we would have been a people representative. But identifying the talents of us, our Honorable Prime Minister and President and Home Minister gave us this responsibility. This we would have identified. That is a different phrase. Next day, the print media carried it. The people ignored me. So I was made as a governor. So this clearly there is a difference between, so I am very careful in using my phrases. So my request is, please be very careful in the phrases. And another thing, if you tell something, the head is cut, tail is cut, and sometimes body is projected in a very controversial way. So I always feel this sanctity should be maintained. And apart from that, today, even though we are talking about all our commitment towards media, I want to highlight how the media influences the people, how the media is taking a very important role in the political field, particularly media challenges. There's a different phases. Media during the ordinary time, media during the challenging times, particularly during emergency. I am a person who directly got the blow of emergency. I was a school-going child. My father was an old Congress person and he was arrested, and my mother was pregnant. I got the painful, I know the painful, and I felt the painful days of emergency, and at the same time, media freedom was curtailed. In the post-freedom period, media freedom was curtailed. And another challenging period media faces during the election period. So there will be political pressure, social pressure. So there should not be any twist of the news. At the same time, news should be projected. And all these challenges media is facing. And I always think that it is in media challenges and out of media challenges. I always respect the reporters because they are in the field, and I always feel bad about, not feel bad, concerned about the reporters of in the villages. When I travel, when I was a politician, I used to give some media interaction with the city people, and these poor fellows will be standing with the camera in a remote area. So they will be requesting some politician because very rarely they see the politicians. So we used to go and tell some words to them. So these are the challenges which they are facing. And apart from that, now the taking over of the social media. That is very important because our Honorable Prime Minister, during one of the media conference, he told Golden Jubilee celebration of the World Press Freedom Day, he told, World Press Freedom Day is a day to reiterate our unwavering support towards a free and vibrant press, which is vital in a democracy. In today's day and age, social media has emerged as an active medium of engagement and has added more vigor to press freedom. This social media, nowadays, whether we are seeing face-to-face, we are only seeing the Facebooks. In a lighter sense, I read one article, one person was telling, two of the friends were meeting. So two persons met. And one person asked, you look very familiar to me. And are you in Facebook or Twitter or Instagram? Then he told, no, I am not in Facebook, Twitter or Instagram. I am residing in the upstairs for 4 years. So that is the problem. Now we are not in direct contact. Only gadgets rule us. And when I went for a convocation, one child got gold medal. I asked her, you want to submit this gold medal to dedicate this whole gold medal to whom? Your father, your mother, or your teacher? She told, I want to dedicate this to Google. So now the gadgets and the technology is taking over. So that challenge was not in the previous years. So not only the social persons, politicians, and also the media personnel have succumbed to that, and they have to be very careful. Because if they report, now social media reveals other things, and when such things are revealed, and then that credibility should be maintained. And apart from that, the pressure, as I tell you, it's not only social pressure, the bringing out the issues. In a lighter sense, I was reading in a paper how the editors are in pressure. 3 of them went to outing. one editor and one reporter and one photographer of the magazine. So God suddenly appeared. Then what do you want? He called the photographer and he told, I want a luxurious house. It should be in an island. So I want everything. So he created a house in the island and he gave immediately. He or she, God. And then he called the reporter. What do you want? I want a very luxurious house in Kashmir and I want to be very cool and I want some more money also. So he created immediately a house and then immediately. Then he called the editor. Now it is your time. What do you want? No, I want both of them back because within 10 hours I have to finish my issue. So my pressure is, I cannot celebrate your generosity. So I want both of them immediately. So this is the request from the God. So that I can actually pulse the pressure, how the issues are brought out. And not only that, each and every page matters. And we have to have good reporters and good workers. Because it is not only the media, the people, the intelligence, and their ability to catch the news and to deliver. So these are all the problems which you are facing. Because I can say that it is press freedom and how the press are acting as a catalyst. But day to day, what is the problem? The reporters and all the media personnel and even female reporters. I always felt I was concerned about them, and when they come, I always ask whether you have any resting room, any restroom. So these are all the concerns, because it's not media means not only talking superficially about it. What all the problems they face, and what all the problems the society face because of them. Why I am telling, sometimes twisting of news are there. Sometimes this another concern is paid news. I am very much concerned about that also. So as media personnel, there should be some truth in the reporting, and there should be some generosity, genuinity in the reporting. And because our development is interlinked, and we believe each other to help the people. It is not for ourselves, to help the people. And I always feel that media, sometimes the politicians avoid media. Why? Means they are very much afraid of media. They say if they deliver something and if it is projected in a different way, our intention is altered, tarnished. So my request is, there should be a good interrelationship between the leaders, the social personnel, and the media. There should be a conscious recognition between both of them. And southern part of media, and we all know that in Tamil Nadu, I have faced the media, and sometimes even some of the leaders face some problems because of the altered news. That also we have to be very careful. That is one of my requests. So please be very careful in the phrases and the intention of the interview, and the pride of the person who is giving the interview. And nowadays, when we give something, the social media criticism just flies. It's now Twitter has flied. The sparrow has flown away, but in spite of that, immediately one phrase will be projected by one. For example, Pudhiya Thalamure put a card. Then immediately our friends from, okay, we are doing this, that, like that, they immediately they criticize us. So we must be very careful, and it should be exchangeable. Our policies and our pride and our nature and everything should be, we have to be very careful about that. And the media industry in South India has not only reflected this extraordinary diversity, but has also played a pivotal role in shaping its commendable compound annual growth rate, that is of 15%, propelling its size to an impressive 75,000 crores, is a testament to the spirit of innovation and advancement that characterizes the region. South India Media Summit, which is visionary concept of acknowledging and glorifying the indispensable role of South India in the media landscape emerges as a beacon of progress and catalyst for the future growth. Now let us march forward and transform this edition of South India Media Summit into an unforgettable chapter in the annals of media history. On this momentous occasion, I extend special appreciation to the organizers of this remarkable event, Fourth Dimension Media Solutions Private Limited, led by the duo of Mr. Shankar Balasubramaniam and Mr. Bharat Vishwanathan for their unwavering dedication in transforming such a grand conclave into a tangible reality in the heart of iconic city of Hyderabad. It is well known that Fourth Dimension Media Solutions has carved a distinguished niche for itself in the realm of media outsourcing with resounding presence across every facet of media in the country. I once again a warm welcome to all those present at this summit. May you relish your time in Hyderabad and let us work together to make South India Media Summit 2023 an event we can all cherish. I wanted to convey the message of our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji once he said, we walk together, we move together, we think together, we resolve together, and together we take this country forward. And I'm really very happy to participate in this program. And my appeal is, let us all be friendly and let us all be true to each other. And I request you all, be very friendly. And I always feel the press personnel are very friendly personnel. And there is a saying that I should be awarded for not talking, which I could talk so much there to talk, but not talking. So I should be awarded. So there is a famous saying like that. So we should not feel like that. We must openly talk, and the media should take the essence of it, the honey of it, and to give it to the people in a right way. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was a simple, knowledgeable, yet thought-provoking address for our gathering present over here. It's really an honor to have your presence over here. Now I would request Mr. Shankar Bala from Fourth Dimension Media and Mr. Bharat Vishwanathan from Fourth Dimension Media to kindly join us on stage and present the memento to our Honorable Governor, Dr. Srimati Tamilisai Soundararajan. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. I would request Mr. Shankar Garu and Mr. Bharat Garu to kindly stay back on the stage, and requesting Mrs. Amla Akineni Garu to kindly once again join us on the stage, Mr. Dushyant Sridhar Garu to kindly join us on stage, Dr. G. Vivekanand Ji to kindly join us on stage, Mr. Mohit Joshi to kindly join us on stage, Dr. Kailash Katkar Garu, the founder and managing director, Quick Hill Technologies Limited, to kindly join us on stage, Dr. Rajmani Garu, the CEO, New Generation Media and New Era Media, to kindly join us on stage. I would request our dignitaries to kindly join for the picture. Thank you. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries present on the stage. I would request you all to kindly take your seats back again. Right after a very thought-provoking and knowledgeful session by our Honorable Governor, I would now once again request you all to kindly raise for the national anthem. Jai Hind. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us for the day. It was indeed a great honor with your presence for this media summit. Thank you so much. I would now once again request you all to please put your hands together for Dr. Srimati Tamilsai Soundarajan for her presence. Thank you so much, ma'am, once again for your presence. I would request you all to kindly take your seats back again as we proceed for the next session. I would request all our guests to kindly take your seats. And now, ladies and gentlemen, taking the privilege of once again introducing our guest of honor, Mrs. Amala Kineni, actress, South social entrepreneur, educator, director of Annapurna College for Films and Media, and talking about her film career, Amala Kineni Garu have done over and above 58 films in 5 Indian languages. And to her recognition as a woman professional, acts as the leader in her field. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mrs. Amala Akineni once again on the stage to address the gathering.
Thank you. A very good morning. After that very entertaining and soulful speech, I hope I don't disappoint. Firstly, congratulations to the organizers for putting together such a interesting and timely summit or conclave. I'm honored to be here as a media entertainment professional and an educator. If I can share with you some thoughts, since you're going to have very important discussions for the day, and I'm sure you have your agenda and your minds filled with what you are working on. A few thoughts that as we go into a very uncertain and challenging future, due to so many changes that are happening, transformations that are happening around us, be it disruptive technologies, be it AI, be it climate change, be it a changing Indian democracy. Silently, we have become 71% literate. Our average population is 27 years old. These can be strengths and they can be failures if we don't be present to what we need to do now. I would say there are 4 words that I hold of great value. Education, but education without mentorship and internship, without job opportunities is a challenge, and therefore as media, as entertainment, we must give our younger generation a lot more opportunity, mentorship and internships so that we can prepare them to hold responsibility. The other is collaboration, innovation, because without collaboration and innovation, we will not be able to face these changing times. These are the 4 words that are extremely important to me, and I hope they will hold value to you. I look forward to collaborating with you, to working on innovations, to creating internships and mentorships for our future generations. I hope this conclave will raise your spirits and make you successful in whatever you choose. And as the media, the one who influences the media controls the mind. I hope we will all hold that responsibility very ethically and keep the values of our wonderful culture, the purpose of our entire Indian cultural ethos, the integration, the diversity, the magic that entertainment and media creates. I hope we will keep that alive in a very sacred place. As an actor, I'm half Bengali, half Irish, but I was most known for my films in the South. I have worked in 5 Indian languages, 4 of which are South Indian languages. I speak them. I was embraced in every culture, in every state of the South. I'm considered a native to that state, and I hold that so dear. That is the essence of media and entertainment. Well, I wish you all the best and thank you for having me, and congratulations again to the organizers.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would request you to kindly stay back, and I would request Mr. Shankar from 4th Dimension Media to kindly join us on stage and felicitate Mrs. Amala Kineni. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Please put your hands together. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us here. And yes, so I know you might be awaiting, as we have already got the session details. We are going to have lots of panelists joining us on the stage. And we have an amazing moderator joining us for the next session. So ladies and gentlemen, I would now request Mr. Mohit Joshi, CEO, HyBiz Media Network India, onto the stage to conduct the next session. Talking about him, I find this really interesting when he have written this on his LinkedIn profile, a passionate individual who believes in the trinity of Purusharth, Daiva and Kal. Please put your hands together for Mr. Mohit Joshi on stage.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks a lot, Shankar, Bharat, and the entire team, 4D. Let's give them a big hand. I think because of them, we are all here. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been here. And I'm here to conduct the first session. And with this, let me invite the dignitaries, the panelists, the fellow panelists who are going to be there with me today. So, can I please call Ms. Amrita Nair, who's the head entertainment, ads, sales and strategy Disney star, to join me on stage. Mr. Gautam Gupta, who's the MD and CEO, Paradise Biryani. Mr. Praveen Chaudhary, Director, Nexon Paints. We need a louder round of applause, please. And Mr. Karthikeya, who's the founder and chief investment officer, Richmond Ventures Family Office, and single largest promoter shareholder, Bambino Agri Industries Limited. Please. We are missing, please, I think we should. Who are we missing? Yes. So welcome everybody. It's early morning and we had a very, I would say, energizing session by the Honorable Governor Ma'am. And I think many things that she said about media were very relevant, and I think some of them will be discussing in this session as well. Before I start, let me, once again say thanks to Shankar, because I'm very attached to South India, and every time this session happens, he allows me to go back to 25, 30 years back when I used to be in South India, and that's always a very good feeling to be here. Now coming to our panel, we'll call our panel Meaningful Brands, Building Meaningful Brands Using Meaningful Media. So while these are certain terms, we'll discuss these in more detail as we go forward, and see what you think about all this, and how this fits in your scheme of things, because each one of you are brand custodians in your own way, and brands are being built every day, as Madam Governor also said, that it's essentially all about brands. So when I started my career in advertising many years back, and you can maybe see the gray hair that I have and guess my age, but I was very fortunate to have worked in brands which were very strong in South India. So I started my career in Delhi, but the first brand that I got to work on was Horlicks. And Horlicks had, the entire South as its main market. So I was one of those, I would say, very few people who started planning South media first and then national media. And I still believe that South media is very different from the rest of the markets. And the way the South India Summit has been moving from one city to the other clearly shows us that there is a huge possibilities and huge capabilities in the South markets. The Southern brands have become big and become national over a period of time. And that's something that has been inspiring to all of us. I'll come to the meaningfulness part of the discussion that I just had, and this comes from a philosophy as well as a research that we do at HYBIZ, where over the last 10 years, we've been researching and asking consumers, what do you think about brands? Would you switch to another brand if this brand disappeared? And a surprising 80%, 85% first, and then 80% over a period of time said they would not care and they would shift to another brand. And that made us think. Why? What is it that makes consumers connect with the brands? There are three aspects: the functional aspect of the brand, whether it's doing what it is doing; the personal aspect of a brand, whether it's giving me happiness; and also the collective aspect of the brand, whether it is doing positive things to the society or not. So, that's our philosophy. But before I start, I would want to ask you, what are your most meaningful brands in whichever way you think meaningfulness for yourself? So, may I start with you, sir?
Yeah. So I think Apple is a brand which has been a part of us.
Have it a little closer to you. Yes. Yes.
So yeah, Apple has been predominantly a brand which has been a part of our lives for a very long time. Even from the childhood, we've been coming using iPods and then iPads and MacBooks and iPhones now. So I think Apple is a brand which has been a part of our lives and will be for a longer time.
Great. Amrita, what is your take on?
It's a very tough question, actually. I have several products rather than brands. But if I were to think of a brand, it will be Amazon Kindle. I don't have a replacement for this, and it's another brand. But how it has sort of changed my life, the way I read, I can carry my library with me. So I would give Amazon Kindle as the brand, which I can't do without.
I think the two brands that I wanted to talk about, my co-panelists already mentioned.
I request you to keep it a little closer to you.
So the two brands that I wanted to talk about, my co-panelists already mentioned that. But I also look up to Amazon in a way because it's both B2B and B2C. So I think that's something which really stands out and I relate to.
Pratham, you?
Yeah, so I think one meaningful brand is LinkedIn, because it helps individuals to build their own brand. I think that was the first platform. We build brands, but we don't build our own brands, right? So that's one. And I can't help mentioning an Indian brand, Go Colors. Very targeted audience, affordable products. I think more than 1,000, 1,500, very silently. Any corner you go to, south or north, based on simplicity of product and value for money, which is so important for that. And the other brand is Skechers, because I think most of us wear Skechers, and it's just the quality of the product and the fact that now every other brand, whether it is Bata or Nike, is trying to introduce those foam-based products. So these are the meaningful brands for me.
Great, thanks a lot. And now let me tell you what our research suggests. Of course, it does not capture 100% of the brands in India, but every year we keep on increasing the base. So the most meaningful brand is Google, as per the research that we have. And I'm sure you'll agree with it, because if Google disappears tomorrow, we would not know what to do. And so much of our work is done by Google. The second is Amazon. I think you mentioned Amazon, because Amazon over the last 3 years has become even more meaningful given the COVID and the access that it has provided us. YouTube, entertainment is very important, and WhatsApp, and finally Flipkart. I'm talking about the top 5. There are many over here. So great. I think that was an interesting set of discussions with you. Now, how do we build meaningful brands? The whole philosophy that we have is that a lot of media or communication or content that we have in the environment, the consumers are not connecting with it, right? And we realize that consumers connect with meaningful media. Every consumer has a media which is meaningful to him or her, and that's their media. That's the media that they care about. and we have to ensure that we place our communication in those areas so that we build meaningful brands. So my next question is to you, Amrita. And essentially, research today is showing that 88% of India watches TV with someone else sitting alongside them. How do you view the relevance of shared experiences about brands and their stories happening as a result of mass collective TV viewing? What should be TV's innovation agenda to make itself more relevant to the brands and lives of people? Can I please request people at the back to be a little silent, please? I think it's disturbing the panelists over here. Thank you.
Thanks, Mohit. So there are two questions here.
That's
one
right.
is about.
Should I repeat?
No. One is about the shared experience of television viewing, and the other is about the innovation part of it, right? So let me take the first question, which is about the shared experience of television viewing. Television is like a glue. It brings the family together. It has long replaced the dining table experience that we have had, wherein the family come together and for a meal. So television is the glue. And in India, it is majority of the households are single TV households. And what television does is, it allows people to come and consume TV on a daily basis to watch the content with intent. So they're aware what to expect out of TV. Let's say at 8 p.m. or 8:30 p.m. when they decide to watch something, it's appointment viewing. And most importantly, this content is brand safe. I'm bringing that differentiation because today there is a lot of proliferation of content across all mediums. But not all of it is brand safe. So what television does is, it brings trusted content. It brings audiences, for appointment viewing. It brings the family together. And what does it do for the brand? It elevates brand conversations. So like, for example, an advertiser who is actually looking at an age group of 15 to 40 and wanting to deliver the brand communication only for that age group, television is actually delivering that brand communication to everybody in the family, all 2+. But what happens is, it can trigger a conversation around the brand, and it would help to build that brand. So that is what it would do for brands, when they come on television. The second part of the question is essentially on innovation. Like everybody, spoke about innovation. Even Amala ma'am spoke about innovation and what the future, holds for us. Technological disruption, AI, all of that. But let's just simplify it. What television in South India has actually done is, 25 years ago, it started geo-targeting. And what do I mean by that? TV, the pioneers in broadcast industry, identified that each of these states in South India speak a different language, and they acknowledge the cultural nuances of these states, just like movie industry, and made content curated for each of these states, keeping those cultural nuances in mind. TV particularly, if you were to look at South India, the 4 or 5 states that we have over here, I'm considering Telugu as a region, AP and Telangana put together. All of these states have, the consumers have a better purchasing power. And these markets are very, very relevant for brands for just this one reason. And in this market particularly, for advertisers, television is that one medium that can reach or bring scale, because TV in South India has a penetration of 90 to 95%, right? And most cost efficient too. It will always remain that way. Now, to talk about further innovation in the future, I think, TV requires to give an opportunity for advertisers to reach out to, let's say, affluent audiences particularly. We are in conversation with some of the DTH operators to make sure that we have a select cohort of, let's say, DTH consumers that advertisers can reach out to. perceived to be the affluent audiences. Let's say if you want to advertise for only consumers in Hyderabad, let's take Tata Play for instance. We could, sooner than later, maybe in a couple of months' time, we will be launching this, and you can advertise for only consumers in Hyderabad, let's say in a high definition platform. It will continue to innovate that way. And the second thing is, while it is not innovation by virtue of it, but by virtue of it is innovation is, television is also about the influencers. And all the characters that we have today have huge consumer following. And television's power is also today linear and beyond. If you look at social media, most of the influencers that you see, they are TV characters. And they have they provide content, they reach the consumer's home every single day. And that gives them that popularity, both in the consumer's hearts and on social media. And this would be the next leg of, how innovation would happen for advertisers through television's content and characters, I would say linear and beyond. Thank you.
That's a great answer, and I believe you said it very well when you said that, the southern states started geographical targeting many years back, and that's absolutely right. So you're all in for television, and completely aligned with you the way CTV is growing, but finally it's a part of television, and that's the larger ecosystem how it's going to be going. Now let me come to you, Praveen. You manage, the brand and obviously brand building, and you'd be using a lot of what Amrita just said in terms of content on television. And that's what my next question to you is. That southern markets or states have always witnessed a history of brands associating with marquee non-fiction events, right? On linear TV, and now, of course, on CTV as well as things are moving, such as Big Boss, such as Super Singer, and they have generated disproportionate amount of consumer engagements and viewership. So how do you see this trend going forward?
I feel this trend this trend holds more weightage as of now. It has been coming for the last couple of years. Big Boss, shows like Big Boss, the singing shows and all, they hold more weightage for advertisers, and I see this trend will continue for a good long time, given the transition which is happening over the digital, the OTT platforms coming up. But I feel in South India, the kind of OTT platforms like AHA, which is Hyderabad based, I feel these are more upcoming platforms. But given in the next couple of years also, the TV will hold more weightage. It is still being transitioned towards digital, but TV is going to be there for a good long time.
Okay, and you feel that these shows will always continue to garner the kind of viewership that they have, and you'll always be spending in these shows with your brand?
The spending is been increasing day by day. The brands which are being associated, the shows will continue on the TV, I'm sure.
Absolutely. In fact, I remember when I used to do planning, Chitti was one serial which used to run, I don't know how many years it ran on Sun TV, and a rating of 30, 35 TVRs in those days, Those were the days. Today you don't even get 5 ratings. But South has always been a very unique country, I would say, when it comes to television viewing. I would come to you, Mr. Karthikeyan, and you also are building a brand, and you have built a phenomenal brand over the years. I want to ask you about your learnings on what elements are essential in building a great brand. I spoke about meaningful brands and the 3 tenets, but that's basis our research. I would want you to share with us your learnings, because you have built a brand from scratch over the years, and what kind of smart financial investment is that important, or is there a pre-existing model that you follow which is important, or do you do high media impact buying? How have you built the brand? So if I could understand from you your learnings on the way you have built a brand.
Right. I think brand building, it has to got to do more with fundamentals, and having your back end in place, or having a distribution in place, having the product in place, and then going for a marketing campaign, and putting that in place would translate into numbers. So I think fundamentals is the most important thing in building a brand. And of course, going for media campaigns, I mean, it changes from time to time. And, looking at what's relevant at that point of time with the consumers is important.
Great, great. Coming to you, Gautam, and wish we had your biryani here today, but I was told we will not be allowed because the hotel will not allow the brand to be inside, but we'll definitely go out and have it together. As we near the festive season, we'll see a lot of regional focused marketing campaigns as well, right? That's something that always happens, and before that also in Reckitt and all, we always had those spikes during the festive season. What is your take on companies, brands who are being more inclined towards regional festivals as key events for their marketing endeavors and across platforms? So how do you see, the regional versus national playing in this whole scheme of things?
Yeah, so national starts with regional, right? I mean, we are 26 countries and counting, as they say. I think food is very intrinsic to our culture. I want to use the example of food to give a context. I think anytime we celebrate a festival, first thing we do is something with food, right? So, food brands like us have an intrinsic connection with culture and festivals, right? I'll give you an example of a Ramzan festival which comes every year. We have a product called Halim, and not only us, I think the entire Hyderabad sells Halim. And this is from various brands. For those 2 months, it is completely occupied our restaurants, our takeaways, our delivery. More than 20-25% of our business comes from one product. And this is how cultural it is. And while Ramzan is a Muslim festival, the food is not limited to one part of the society. I mean, everybody enjoys Halim. Halim has a role to play in the religion, but at the end of the day, it is also a delicious product. So I think food and topical relevance of festival has always been very, very high. What our learning is that today, from a media point of view, I think attention spans are very short. Attentions are fragmented, right? So when we look at these kind of topical interventions, festival interventions, we have a 360-degree approach to media. So we look at ambient media, we look at digital, not only performance campaigns, but we also look at influencers. In our food business, genuine influencers play a role. Madam talked about media influencing, but there is this whole, section of people, youngsters, middle-aged people, older people, who want to influence and, build their own brand also. I think that's in the food industry plays a big role for us, right? We, of course, do the media on TV and radio and so on and so forth. But I think topicality of festivals for food will always be very, very, important. At the same time, I think our approach and our learning has been doing 360-degree. Now, to the point on national versus regional brands, I think a brand like us, we have most of our presence, while we are present in 20 cities across South India, most of our presence is in our home markets of AP Telangana. We have worked on TV campaigns which are very isolatable. The ROIs which you get are very high because you don't have spills. For example, if I'm a brand based in North India, I would have to do campaign to reach terrestrial, channels and all that. But in South, even on a mass media like TV, we are able to get good ROIs because it's very isolatable. It is very focused, as you mentioned some time back. So, and I think we hope that, regional brands like us, food brands like us would be able to go national. We are nowhere close to it. But since biryani is the #1 selling product in India, it's the comfort food of India, we hope that we'll be able to take the Hyderabad legacy forward across various cities. So yeah, that's the way we look at it. Thanks.
Thanks. I think national starts with regional is a great takeaway from that discussion. I completely agree. And, I tell my global guys, the way we plan in India is the way you plan in Europe. So, if you're planning a pan-Europe communication, you'll have to take care of the sensibilities of so many different, countries, their dialects and all. That's what happens in India. So, which is the truth. And I think that's the reason why we are so strong here. So, Amrita, I'll come back to you now, and this is more around digital. We spoke about TV earlier, and now, how do you see digital is being perceived by consumers? Because there is no two ways about the fact that digital is there. You know, we realized in 2022 that it has overtaken television in terms of AdX, in terms of spending, right? And the CTV story is very strong. It's, you know, no matter what naysayers might say, CTV is something which is coming very, very strongly and will become a part of the mainline advertising very, very soon. So with tradition, but at the same time, you also have small cities, right, where still the CTV would not have penetrated. So how do you manage that with non-traditional modes of content consumption being growing substantially in the smaller towns and in the larger towns, and the conventional communication or conventional way of television growing in the smaller towns? So how do you manage that, and what is your perspective on that, and how do you see it growing?
Thanks, Mohit. So in fact, you know, before I get into the answer of this question, I just want to set the context right about few things. First thing, I believe that if digital AdX is overtaken television, I think the fraternity is to be blamed for it.
The fraternity needs to be?
The advertiser fraternity or the media agency fraternity needs to be blamed for it. Think about it. 900 million MAU for TV. And the largest digital platform on television, digital platform, video platform, has about 450 million. Why did we allow? I mean, I know it is not, digital video AdX is not overtaken television video AdX. But despite the numbers being so high for television, we have allowed digital AdX to overtake television, right? And I am not complaining, but it's just, that's what has happened. In hindsight, that's how it has happened. Now, coming to the point that he made about connected TV, look, anything new will have a great narrative, you know, anything new. But if you look at connected TV, the numbers are so small today. It's just that, you know, people sitting over here may be consuming a lot of connected TV. That is not a true representation of this country. It is not a true representation of any of these southern states. It is not a true representation of any other part of this country either. If you look at TRAI's reported wired broadband connection, that number is about 31 million connections, mind you, 31 million connections. It does not say 31 million is household. All of us work, we go to work, we have Wi-Fi connection in our workspace. So nobody has a clue about how many households contribute to that 31 million wired connections. It's anybody's guess. But that guess also has some merit. Let's say roughly about 15 million households has a wired broadband connection. So the universe for connected TV, the max limit is 15 million. But we see a lot of reports talking about, you know, higher numbers for connected TV every other day. So it is important that we believe the right information, we believe the right data, and before we actually evangelize something that I won't say that doesn't exist, of course it exists, that's not as big today. Now coming to the question, Mohit asked about digital's proliferation and how it is being pursued by consumers in the smaller towns. Of course, digital is growing, right? But like I told you, remember 900 million MAU for television versus a 450 for a digital video platform. It clearly has double the consumers coming and watching TV, double the consumers. And one can safely assume that that 450 million could easily be a subset of this 900 million of TV universe. Yeah? So, what does it mean? Ultimately, that 450 million incremental that is coming on television is essentially coming from some pockets of the country, right? And that's where the relevance of the question that Mohit is asking. So, just a little snippet of information for you all. Even in the US, considered to be the most developed market for media consumption, long format content on digital has not overtaken television time spent even today. For this forum, this audience sitting out here, it may be a data point that you won't believe, but this is the truth. Long format content, even in the United States, digital long format has not overtaken television even today. Now coming to southern India and the pockets of these markets. Remember, this is a market with 90 to 95% of television penetration and broadcasters who are also digital publishers. Remember, linear is just not linear anymore. My network or any other network for that matter, all of us have an OTT platform. So what matters is content. You know, you have the old adage says that content is king or queen. You know, I refuse to say it is king, but it is content that matters. And on television today, it is professionally generated content. It is not the user-generated content that you can't really trust to run an ad. Even today, most of the advertisers, when they advertise on digital, they would insist, I want professionally made content. I don't want user-generated content. But to what extent the digital platforms today have professionally made content is a question. They really don't have as much content that TV would have. So back to, you know, how we see it. Of course, you know, digital is growing and it will continue to grow. There is no doubt about it. And it will continue, connected TV will continue to grow, digital penetration will continue to grow, video consumption will continue to grow, social media consumption will continue to grow. All of that will continue to grow. But the fact is, what we must not forget is, television is already at scale with 95% of penetration in South India. At scale. And it is the most cost efficient, especially in South India. So it is a judicious decision for an advertiser to take how they want to spend their money and how they want to reach the consumer. Whether they want to have personalized messaging, they want it to be reached out to the entire family, which will lift conversations like I earlier spoke about. And that is what is going to change an advertiser's decision and even the consumer's decision. When you are free, when you have nothing to do, I do. I mean, I keep, you know, going through content on whether it is social or news or anything that comes to me, right? That's how time spent will grow. So these two will coexist. Yeah.
Thanks. And very important. So I don't want to get into a TV versus digital debate over here. That's not this session. And but a very important thing that you said, and which is what I want to, and this is a new question for all of you. It's all about content, as you rightly said. And that's where I spoke about meaningful media. You know, what is meaningful to you? What is it that is connecting with you? That's essentially what you would be consuming. So if, you know, if I could ask each one of you, what is your most meaningful media? So it could, and I'm not saying TV, print, radio, but I'm saying any specific thing that you get connected to, which you spend a lot of time, that you can, you know, that you have highest attention given to. So may I start with you, sir?
I think digital has been the medium for me. I mean, personally, digital has been the medium for me. I don't remember it's been the longest time I've recharged my Tata Sky. It's always been digital for the last few years. So I think for me, digital plays an important role for me. Though the television for advertisers and the kind of target audience you want to target, I think television is important too. But for me personally, I think digital...
Are you happy with Twitter bird getting executed? I'm not, absolutely not.
I think that's something all of us are wondering what's happening with it.
Anybody over here who's happy with the execution of the Twitter bird? I'm sure nobody. You are? Sure. Rohan, you are? Okay. We'll meet after this. That's for the evening. Well, Amrita, what is your most meaningful media? You know, what is it that you love watching? As you said, you watch a lot of content. What is it that is closest to your heart that you would want to spend a lot of time
So it's not an occupational hazard. I would like to, if me as a person, right, not representative of the industry.
Yeah, absolutely. You as a person, not
as
as
a person, I'll
representative.
tell you, I'm not on social media, so I honestly I don't know how it works because I've been always a private person, so I don't understand, you know, why people would enjoy somebody posting pictures and then reading about it and like the voyeuristic pleasure, I don't get it. But my day starts with Times of India and Economics Times. And if you consider it as, I'm an old-fashioned
Oh, no,
person, I
absolutely.
have to read. And the second thing that...
So is that the old format or the new format? The physical newspaper?
No, it is the physical one, but I also have a subscription of, that's where it is. I also have a subscription for the digital. I don't know why I have both, but the fact is, I have both and I read both. And Mint is the other one, and Ken is the other one. From a content point of view, I consume a lot of movies. And let me tell you, and it's not because I am from Kerala, I love Malayalam movies. So if there is something that it's my go-to content is predominantly, if there is a new Malayalam movie, that's what I would consume. And besides all the Hollywood content that...
Before I come to you, sir, let me give you an example. You know, there's a very interesting thing about old format versus new format print. And very recently, we were on a flight to Kochi from Delhi, you know, and during the flight, I had gone to the washroom and I was coming back, and I was surprised to see at least 15 people had physical newspaper in their hands. I'm not joking. I didn't take a picture. Normally I do, but I didn't have my phone with me. But I was surprised and positively surprised by seeing so many people actually reading the newspaper. Because if you see a Delhi, Bombay, or any other sector, it's everybody's on their either iPhones, pads, or whatever it is. But in that flight, there were close to 10 or 12 people who were religiously reading the newspaper. So yes, I completely agree with you on that. Mr. Karthikeya, what do you do when you've had a bad day, you want to just relax and have some good content that you want to watch or be associated with? What would that be?
I think Netflix.
Netflix.
Yeah. I think that's the most relaxing thing ever. But yeah, I mean.
Good. Gautam, what about you? Don't say, she's already said Times of India, Economic Times.
I will not name the brands, but I'll talk the concept of having a peaceful Zen morning with a cup of tea, smell of newspaper, and whatever you read. I think that's something which will never go away from my personal life, I can tell you that. I think I do, like her, I mean, a lot of other people subscribe to the digital version, but somehow the Zen feeling of flipping through a newspaper and having a sip of tea or coffee at 6 o'clock in the morning, there is no substitute for that. It may sound old school, but that's what it is, right? The other part, since you mentioned the dinner day part also, and we all live in day parts, I think consuming sports, especially cricket, recent Ashes series, 2 hours in the evening was Zen for me, absolutely. Outstanding commentary, outstanding cricket. Of course, it doesn't happen every day, but then you have to wait for those golden instances. So that's the one what I do personally.
Interesting. For me, it is Twitter. So that's the reason why I'm absolutely irritated with the Twitter bird getting executed. And how much time do we have? I don't have a clock or a. 10 minutes? Okay. Okay. So now I'm coming to the next question. Brands, media, finally, brands are built by meaningful media, right? But brands are built by people. And brands are built by people in the organization. And people is always an issue. I've personally seen huge amount of attrition. People are not sticking to I have been 16 and a half years with Havas, but you know, those are rare situations where people stay so long. People are, especially the new generation, who's very important and who's running the, you know, at least the, you know, the lower, most important operational aspects of your organization are new gen. So what is the first question to each one of you is, what is the situation in your view, and how do you motivate them to continue staying with the organization? So, you know, when I talk about meaningfulness is not just for brands, it's also for people. How can an organization be meaningful to a person, to an employee in the organization? So my organization is meaningful to me. That's the reason why I've stayed for 16 years. So some light on that as per whatever you have experienced in your careers. So starting with you, Praveen.
So I feel the talent in South India is pretty good. You see people from South India leading global companies. But for an upcoming brand like ours, I think the kind of workforce which we attract is not, how do I say, it's not, I mean, I agree with you when you said the kind of people you look at attitude. It's one of my professors also who told me at the B school. So I have taken that point.
I've had the same professor.
I hope. So I think when we look at recruiting, attitude is something definitely we look at. It doesn't necessarily have to be someone from a very good institution or something. It can be a person who is from a regular college or a good institute coming from anywhere in South India. I think that kind of holds more weightage for us. It doesn't have to be someone from IIT or anyone. And the activities we do to maintain and keep these guys along with us. So we've had people who've been working with us for last 15 years also. So we keep engaging them in multiple activities. Also, we identified a few managerial level people in the organization and put them under the assessment programs which have been going for a couple of years now. So these are some activities which will have a personal touch with them and retain the team. I mean, for us, being an upcoming brand, the attrition rate is also pretty high because everybody wants to today work for bigger organizations. So I feel to attract the right crowd is you have to identify the right kind of person you're looking for and give them a better role clarity on what you're giving them a role.
Thanks. Amrita, what has your experience been? I'm sure similar, but...
Yeah, so Mohit, in fact, you know, ours is just like any FMCG company, right, wherein we have presence across all markets. We have offices in, you know, a business run from Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Hyderabad, Karnataka, and so on and so forth, right? You know, one thing I can tell you, the way in my mind, how I would simplify this is talent and intent, right? You can find a lot of people with talent, but intent is what is more critical. That intent would get you reliability. You can just, literally blindly trust. And like you rightly pointed out, it is just not one individual that is building a brand. It's a collective of people that is building brands, or businesses for that matter. But one thing that particularly is concerning me in the southern part of India, contrary to what we otherwise believe about this region, is the gender diversity. And it would be something that most of you would not be able to relate with. But I know for a fact that I find it very difficult to get, enough applicants for a role among female candidates. Very, very difficult to find them to start with, and then, sustain that also. And that's something that I haven't been able to, personally, I try my best to look for enough women candidates before we make the recruitment decision, and then do whatever it takes to make sure that they continue in the workforce. So for all the audiences out over here, one simple message that I want to give you is, I am somebody who started out in South India, born and brought up here, spent most of my life working in the southern, cities. And this industry has been fantastic for me. So it's not a recruitment call, but at the same time, just to give you the confidence that this industry has given a lot to me and many other women colleagues that I have. So it would be a perfect destination for you or anybody that you would know to build a career.
Thanks. Yes, absolutely. It's a very, very important topic. And yes, I'll take another 2 minutes. So, Mr. Karthikeya, what has your experience been with talent in your organization, and how do you keep them motivated?
Sure. As most, I'm running my family office, so I'll talk about that. So I think investment-wise, investment professionals, I think, of course, there's a huge supply-demand gap, and I think it's over the years it's going to evolve, and let's see how that goes.
Gautam, your points on it?
Yeah, quick two ones. I think I'm giving the organizational perspective. It's tough to get talent. I think organizations which define the sense of purpose, people join organizations not for salary but for a purpose. That's my fundamental belief, number one. How do you retain them? We need to have a very strong culture in the organization. It's an oft-used word, but in our case, it's a very simple thing. What business are we in? We are in the business of serving authentic biryani. Who will serve authentic biryani? An authentic organization will serve authentic biryani. Who will make an authentic organization? Authentic people will make. So stay on this culture of authenticity. And people today, in the world of fake news, I think authenticity comes at a premium. So that's what we try. But it's difficult.
Perfect. So I'll just replace authenticity with meaningfulness, because that's what we believe in. So, meaningful brands are made by people who have the right intent, and meaningful brands are made by using meaningful media. And I think that was the crux of this entire session. Do we have time for a few questions from the audiences, or do we? Okay, so thank you very much, everybody. I think everybody here is there in the hall. So if you want to have specific questions, you can ask all of us during the course of the day. Thank you very much.
I guess we have one question that we can quickly take.
Okay.
As we have the time permit. Yeah. Can we quickly have a mic there, please? One question, and then we'll proceed for the next session, taking the crime constraint into consideration.
Yeah, morning. My name is Raghav Anand. My question is to Ms. Amrita Nair. You are saying that long format content is still, consumed on television rather than OTT and social media. Is it not that people go to channel, platforms and revisit them on a large scale? And that is not happening, is what my question. Is that clear? In the sense, previous episodes of serials are watched again by housewives on the next day or the later. So I see that television is suffering because of that.
No, I won't say television is suffering. Like I said, it's all perspectives, right? So has television's 900 million grown? No, it hasn't grown. So you can look at it as TV suffering, and I would say, oh man, 900 million, right? It's perspectives. Now, you were talking about catch-up content, correct? Catch-up content is our own content. So you don't have to differentiate as television screen, which is linear, or the OTT screen. So for example, my organization we have Disney Plus Hotstar. It doesn't matter if Kartika Deepam in Telugu is watched on Star Ma or on Disney Plus Hotstar. It is the content that matters, correct?
Yeah, I'm largely dependent on TV instead of the rest of the platform. So I hope I'll continue to succeed to get the required results.
All the best. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohit Joshi for
Thank
this wonderful moderation. And thank you so much to all the panelists who have joined us over here. I would request you to join for the picture, and I would now request, quickly can you join for the picture? And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I request Mr. VKC Razak, the MD for VKC Group, to kindly join us on stage and present the memento to this panelist. Thank you so much. I would request Mr. VKC Razak ji to kindly present the memento. To Mr. Gautam Gupta. To Mr. Karthikeya. Mr. Praveen Chaudhary. And Ms. Amrita Nair. Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause for this amazing session? I would request Mr. Mohit Joshi to kindly stay back on the stage as we have a quick session coming up, a quick fire chat between Mr. Mohit Joshi, the CEO of HyBiz Media Network India, and Mr. Suresh Balakrishnan, the Chief Revenue Officer, the Hindu Group. Please put your hands together for Mr. Mohit Joshi and Mr. Suresh Balakrishnan on stage. And this session would end around 12:15, so I would request our panelists to take that into consideration. Yes, right before 5 minutes, we'll give you a ring. Thank you so much, sir. And request, before we start the session, I would request everybody to kindly pay attention and have the silence in the hall, because that's quite distracting for everybody of us here. So I would request you all to kindly please maintain silence. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. Lovely to be in Hyderabad. And thank you for Dimension for making the mistake of inviting me this year also. Shankar, wherever you are, so far whatever little I've seen, the governor and the kind of speakers you have lined up today, another fabulous seminar I'm sure that we are going to have. So I've got the pleasure of chatting with Mohit Joshi, Mojo. I'm going to refer to him as Mojo because that's what he is called in the industry. I've called him Mojo for, I think, 25 years now. So no, I'm not going to change that. And one of the first things I remember about us was that about 20 years ago, both of us hosted a GK quiz somewhere in Delhi. In Delhi, both of us were the hosts. And today morning, I see that he's again sitting and asking questions to a panel of people. So I thought it was about time we turned the tables. He loves asking questions, so let us ask him some questions and make it a little more, difficult for Mojo. So that's the whole idea. As uncomfortable as we can make Mojo in the next 20 minutes is going to be the attempt. About Mojo, most of you all from the industry have heard about him. He is, of course, and I'm not going to tell you the obvious stuff, which is that he is a HYBIZ loyalist. I think he's been, for the last 150 years, working for HYBIZ. I think he is, he's come up the ranks, now the CEO, very respected in the industry, extremely hardworking, known for being a very good strategist, a good planner, a great relationship guy. Clients love him, right? They want Mojo in the meeting, if it's an important meeting. So all these things you probably know if you're in the industry or even in the periphery of the industry. Let me tell you a few things you might not know. Right from the time he was in school or college, he was a very diligent student, first bencher, sitting in the first bench, making notes, actually going home and studying, those types. He's a very good singer. If you have seen his Instagram handle, etc., he loves singing. That's what he does. Apparently, sometimes in the middle of a presentation also, he breaks into a song, is what I've heard. Yeah. He loves to travel, travels across India, loves to travel, loves his veg food. He's a vegetarian, loves his food. every night he goes to sleep saying, I'll get up in the morning and exercise, has never done it one day in his life. And he does not play any sport. He hates cricket. But one of the positive things, or his salvation, comes from the fact that he's married to a lovely lady who was in our industry, and he's got a lovely 16-year-old daughter. So let me start the questioning with a rhetoric question, which will bring me to, your daughter is 16. Does she read a newspaper? Does she watch appointment television? Or is she a screen baby?
First of all, thank you very much for your kind words. I don't deserve most of it, but, yes, she's completely a screen baby. So, that's the fortunate, unfortunate part of the reality, but she's a complete screen baby.
So does this kind of an audience, and this is, it's a rhetoric question, we knew the answer before you gave it, right? So this kind of audience, how has it changed the planning landscape for us? Because, we are similar vintage. From the time we came up to television and print, digital somehow seems to have just changed the whole conversation, the grammar, the way we plan. So how has this digital transformation affected planning?
I think, digital has always been, over the last 7-8 years, we were attempting, or rather 10 years, we were attempting to put digital in the media plan. Now it's like, the plan starts with digital and the other mediums start coming into the plan. It's become an obvious choice today. Now, coming to my, to my daughter or people of that age, if you have to sell them a brand, they are not going to watch television, they are not going to watch, even read print. You have to be there in their meaningful media, which is either Instagram or it is Reels or it is, whatever threads, God knows where they are and what kind of content they are doing. So, and which is why influencers as entities become very important. And that was something that even, Amrita talked about, that influencers are becoming important. And for them, more than ads, it is the content and the influencers who are building the brands indirectly, which become very important. As far as digital is concerned, today the whole planning has changed completely. When we started our careers, it was TV, then it used to be print, and then radio, out of home. Now it's video. Now video can be TV, can be OTT, can be YouTube, can be, even a digital out-of-home screen, can be anything, wherever the video is playing. And then you have static, which is, static ads on digital, print, and all that, and then audio. Audio is also, you have a digital audio, a very big digital audio segment that's coming in, and the conventional radio FM. So the way the planning has changed is instead of TV, print, radio, it's become audio, video, audio, and static. So that's the big change that has happened over the years.
So tell me, for this change to happen, you can either groom your own planners to walk the talk and therefore adapt the change, or you can acquire, or people who are good at this. For example, what Havas seems to be doing is going the acquisition route. I'm talking about your latest acquisition, Pivot Roots, right? Very respected, very, very respected, lovely. I quite like the kind of work they do on the digital landscape. So was that the thought behind that? Let's bring in the experts, because up to a point we can go through this journey, but we need experts to take it to the next level.
Absolutely. We at Havas had our own very strong digital team, and we have been doing digital for the last decade plus. But when you look at a disruptive growth, and unfortunately we are given targets like 40% growth year on year, which we are unfortunately achieving also. So we need people who can take us to the next level. And I think Pivot Roots was one such complementary agency which complemented everything that we had. They have a huge 400 plus strong team, and they are largely based out of Bombay. Bombay is where we needed more, I would say, from a media perspective, we needed more strength. So, and they have fabulous clients. So, and most importantly, Global has started realizing that India is where the growth is. And I think this is something that has happened over the last 4-5 years, where practically all other economies are facing huge problems in India in spite of all the problems that we have still is growing. And they have realized that right acquisitions in this market will help Havas, or for that matter, not just Havas, any other organization. You are seeing acquisitions happening across industry, will take it to the next level. So, you know, complementing your existing capabilities by getting absolute specialists is very important. So one more thing on the specialization. Last 3 years has seen one more super specialization within digital. You know, 3 years back, if there was a digital plan, marketplace used to be just one line item on that. You know, you would have Amazon, Flipkart, or whatever. Today, you have a full agency at Havas as well as in other environments, which is talking about marketplace. We have Havas Market, which has people who only specialize on optimizing in the marketplaces. And that's become very important. It's a super specialization on digital. So,
agency, and therefore agencies are always walking the tightrope between, you know, whether to be profitable or whether to be damn good at what you do. How do you handle that?
absolutely. That's why we are here, you know, to get more clients, you know. I'll be very honest. This is a reality. It's a double-edged sword. On one hand, there is a lot of, you know, focus on India and investment happening in India, which was not happening when I started my career in Havas 16 years back. India was just a small dot, essentially just a presence in the larger scheme of things. Today, it's an important market from where we are working for the rest of the world. So, you know, we have center of excellences in India which are working or giving their services to the rest of the world, because in other countries the cost is much higher, and hence we are able to do it much more better from India. So it's a double-edged sword, but unfortunately we don't have an option. Once once you have shown 40% growth, you'll always be asked for a 40% growth in future. So the only thing that we do is we keep working hard, getting the right people, because that's the team that you see over there, and the larger extended team is what has delivered. And my boss Rana, who was supposed to be sitting here today, in whose place I am sitting today, and he would have been talking about the group in a much larger sense. They are responsible. So everybody is responsible. Last 3 years has been a phenomenal, last 5 years has been a phenomenal growth for us, you know, ever since the Rana took over the reins of the organization. So it's the entire team working together without any politics, with the same objective of building the organization, that allows you to grow at 43%. And that's what we'll continue or aspire to continue in future as well.
You know, a few years ago, when a large agency used to win a business, a lot of media people used to call and congratulate that agency. Nowadays, nobody congratulates the agency, from media at least, because they know one fallout of a media agency winning a large business means reduction in your rates, right? Part of the 43% growth, I'm sure, strategy. Part of it. I'm not saying that's the only one. Part of it. So, you know, point number one, is it necessary, therefore, to commit that I will drop the rates from the earlier agency? Is that a mandate now? Agencies don't have a choice. They have to, if you want to win a business, say this. There is no other way out of it. And therefore, the backlash comes out on media, obviously, because if you're going to drop rates, you're going to go back to the media. Is there no way out of this?
It's a very, very sensitive question, and in fact, it's being discussed in 3 years of I. Yeah, you know, I can't share more than that right now, but it's affecting everybody. It's affecting everybody, not just the rates, even the commissions. So every time you renew a contract, you are expected to reduce the rates, you are expected to reduce the commission. And finally, when we started our careers, you remember we had 15% commission, nobody questioned it ever. And all that we were thinking was building brands. Today, you know, we all know where the commissions are and the rates are. And we are all worried about what's going to happen tomorrow, how will we ensure that we reach our numbers. In an idealistic situation, as an agency body, as 3ASFI, we are thinking, talking, and trying to attempt something, you know, but it'll take some time. And it's a very, very sensitive situation, because there are many agencies which are not a part of 3ASFI. And while if all the 3ASFI agencies decide then also there's a possibility that there could be an agency which is not a part of 3SFI would go and you know, disrupt the situation. So ideally we would want to come out of it because that's not the best situation.
Absolutely.
You can't keep you know taking the rates below a particular threshold. We all know that, and quality versus quantity is the benchmark that we all need to follow. If you reduce the rates, the quality will come down somewhere. So, you know, I am a believer of meaningful media, and meaningful media has no component of rate. It has a component of attention. You know, is the attention being given to the program that you have, and are we paying for the attention? So, cost per attention point is what is more important than cost per rating point.
One question I had. Interestingly, we are meeting today, and I was reading the papers today, and it says, I still read papers, that the data privacy bill is going to be tabled in Parliament today. And advertising is a very important component of the data privacy bill. Your thoughts on that? You think the data privacy bill, which incidentally one of the things is that you need consent for doing anything, even for serving, advertising, everything, they're going to bring it as a law into the country if it passes. How do you think it will affect the digital landscape or advertising?
So if it is passed, I think digital planning will become very complex, right? The way it has happened in the West, GDPR happening, right? So, but I personally feel it is still going to take some time before that bill is passed, because there are many nuances in it which probably are not aligned with everybody in the industry at this point in time. So it will take time. So it has to, you know, privacy is important. But at the same time, all of us want to be on Facebook. All of us want to be on Instagram. So it's a dichotomy, right? We say we want our privacy, but at the same time, we are ready to share everything on social media. So I think it will still take some time before the privacy, you know, the data privacy bill gets completely agreed upon. And if it gets agreed upon, there will be serious implications on the way we plan.
Absolutely. You started your career in Madurai, if I'm not mistaken, right? And you said while you were talking to the panel, when you started, your opening remarks were that you're very close to South India and you're well connected to this part. So, and now that we are in Hyderabad, let me ask you, how is planning for this part of the country? And I'm talking about South, that's Tamil Nadu, Hyderabad, Andhra, Telangana, Karnataka. How is it different from planning for the rest of the country? What are the challenges for a planner when you're looking at this part of the country?
See, you know, I don't think there's any challenge to that extent, because these are more media-friendly markets, as you know, as the last panel said. You know, South was what gave the geographical isolatability to many years back to us. In my view, what is important is local creative work. You know, the content has to be specific. It's not the media. Media is easy. Media has a lot of opportunities. But what I see is brands using the same communication that they have at a national level, even in the southern markets, which doesn't work. So southern markets needs very, very specific, nuanced communication. And a communication which works in Hyderabad might not work in Madurai, might not work in Kerala. So in my view, the larger challenge is the communication or the creative nuances than the media. Media is still sorted because these markets are isolatable, and we have specific media channels and publications. If I was to go the earlier route, and even digital, of course, you can very clearly target them geographically. So it's not the media that has an issue. It is more the communication that has an issue. Because I remember those days of when I used to work on Horlicks, and we used to take day branding of days, you know, New Year, Tamil New Year Day, day branding on Sun TV. You would have the communication happening every Pongal day branding. So those are big ticket items that I don't see happening, or maybe they are happening today as well. But the communication had to be very specific, because getting numbers, getting reach, getting GRPs has never been a problem for the South Indian states. You've always got that. But what is important is the communication connecting with the audiences there, and are you able to find the right balance?
So one more thing about media networks, which I'd like to ask you is that going far beyond the definition of a media network, I'm referring to your own network. You have now got HYBIZ People, which is global brand into India, and that, if whatever I remember, what I read is about intra-organization communication. They help you in intra-organization communication. They help you in positioning your organization to your own employees, communicating with your employees and potential employees, etc. So that's a very different then you've got HYBIZ Play, of course, which is in sports and not necessarily sports advertising. I mean, I presume my dear friend Venkat, who's a sportsman himself, is running that piece. So it's about representing sports people, etc., doing deals on live matches, not to do with media. So all these pieces, is it just an endeavor to try and get revenue from wherever, or is it you believe that these all have a role to play and are all allied businesses and therefore fit in? And what are the role of these?
So essentially, it's all about, you have a base business which is advertising, right? Now, advertising is not going to grow at 40%. We all know that. We have not yet come back to the pre-COVID level spends for most of the clients, because last 3 years clients have been having challenges, bottom lines have been very, very critical. So how do we give more value to the client? It's not just getting revenue, but it's also value to the client. Now, content is becoming important, and that's where HYBIZ Play comes into existence. Now, content can be on cricket, can be on other sports, can be on entertainment environment. So HYBIZ Play is not just sports, it's sports, content and entertainment. So everything that's happening, and I'll give you a very great example of magazines. I was in one of the magazine congress sessions, and I gave examples of how we've used magazines very effectively as content for one of our clients, Hyundai. And there are challenges with dailies, but magazines are facing even larger challenges. And they were asking me, how have you been able to do that? I said, it's because we didn't sell them as magazines. We sold them as a content piece, which was integrating with their larger content ecosystem. So all these, whether it is HYBIZ Market, which is a specialist in marketplace optimization, whether it's HYBIZ Play, which is doing sports, content and entertainment, they are all ways of giving a larger opportunity to the client to connect with the audiences. So the monies are limited, right? And we know the monies are also going into digital, while people are always skeptical, and there is a lot of debate that happens over there. All these capabilities allow you to create the right meaningful content for the consumer. So whether it's through marketplaces and being there on Amazon and Flipkart in the right way, or it's being on the right sports environment, or a content platform, or an IP that we are creating. There are many IPs also that we are creating these days around the content.
Yeah. So if I were to try and summarize this conversation, what I just had with Mojo, I think all media networks, while they are in a good place in India, because India is becoming so prominent and getting a lot of attention from the global head offices, whether they're based in New York or France or London. There is also a lot of pressure on Indian agencies, therefore, to deliver more to the parent companies. And 2-3 ways of doing it is you keep upping the quality, and you also keep upping the kind of services you provide to a client, and therefore either acquiring agencies that can provide that service or building that internally and therefore expanding the network.
I just want to add one more thing. Today, clients are again going back to an integrated model, or at least we are doing that. At HYBIZ, we've been doing that for the last many years, and other agencies are doing it, because what happened was there was an integrated model, 15%, then it got disintegrated, and then every client had 10 agencies. Now the clients are realizing, no, we want all solutions within an organization, which is the concept of village, which is why we say that we have everything, right from communication planning to UI UX under one roof. And that's what the client wants today. So it's all about giving a full communication solution to a client. Whatever you want, we have it with us. And this is not just for Havas, but this is something that even WPP is doing. WPP also is attempting an integrated model. Other agencies are always doing that, also doing that. We've been pioneers, I would say, in doing that across India and across the world. So that's very important.
When we began this conversation, I promised I would make Mojo uncomfortable. I managed it a little bit during the conversation, but let's give him a tough time now for the next 1 minute. So this is my favorite section. It's called the rapid fire section. This has got nothing to do with Havas. I'm giving a disclaimer here. It's Mojo's personal views only. So Mojo, the question is your personal preferences and your personal likes and dislikes. Nothing to do with Havas. So I'm, quickly, Rana, if you're listening, yeah, all right, okay. So, which is your preference or what do you like more? Beach or mountain?
Mountains. I'm from Nainital.
Fantastic. Virat or Dhoni?
Dhoni, any day.
Dhoni. Medu vada or batata vada? You're in South India.
Medu vada.
Good answer.
No, even otherwise I would have said that.
Okay. Rafi versus Kishore.
Kishore.
Okay. Madison versus Lodestar.
Havas.
No, you can't say Havas. I'm giving you a choice.
No, that will be that. I don't want to get into that question. Both I respect both of them equally. Though I have not worked on either one of them, but I respect both of them. So I wouldn't be able to give you one answer on that.
He's a smart guy. He's a smart guy. I think both Vikram and Shashi are somewhere around here, right? Lurking somewhere. Are there? Okay. Amazon or Flipkart? Which do you prefer? Shopping. Amazon. Hindu or TOI? No, your own personal preference.
Neither. I don't read newspapers. I'll be very honest with you. My source of news is Twitter and everything that's happening on social media, and not just today, but for the last many years. But if you were to talk about content, definitely Hindu. Not because you are here.
This guy is going to last a long time in politics, I promise you, if he decides to take that up after his career. Thanks a lot, Mojo. It's a pleasure.
You forgot one thing, What I love is sunsets as well. So your Mojo chasing sunsets is something that I do on Twitter, and a lot of people follow me over there and help me.
Lovely.
Thanks.
Thanks so much, Mojo. Pleasure talking to you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much for that knowledgeful and yet quick laughter session. Thank you so much. Can we once again please put our hands together for Mr. Mohit and Mr. Suresh. Thank you so much. And now I would request Mr. Bharat Vishwanathan from Fourth Dimension Media to kindly join us on stage and present the Memento. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once again? Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, moving towards our next session. I guess this day is going to sound really interesting because the names that I have right now in my hands are pretty much interesting too. So ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to introduce our next speaker coming up on stage. He's a religious speaker on Sanskrit and Tamil scripture, speaks in 4 languages, rendered over 1,000 discourses worldwide in 30 cities and 5 countries. Regular speaker in 4 leading TV channels, released 12 albums with 6 leading labels, contributor of articles to the Spiritual magazine. I know by this you have already guessed who am I calling up next. So ladies and gentlemen, the product manager with a market research experience of over 5.5 years, visiting faculty for the management and English tutor with over 3.5 years of experience, student intern experience of 1.5 years, Aramis of BITS Pilani with BE Honours Chemicals and MSc Honours Chemistry. Please put your hands together for Mr. Dushyant Sridhar, Vedic speaker, writer, actor, director, entrepreneur, Abhinava E. Patashala.
उपयुक्तेषु वैषद्यं त्रिवर्गनिरपेक्षता करणत्रयसारूप्यम् इति सौख्यरसायनम्. A very good day to the gathering here. I'm extremely fortunate to be a part of these summits and blessed that the topic given to me is by body, mind and the soul. And the verse that I cited talks about the oneness, the equilibrium with which the three of them should function. And the summit in itself exemplifies the oneness of so many things coming together. What can talk more about oneness and unity where you see Republic and the Hindu on the same banner? And I was preceded with a conversation with Mohit Joshi, who was referred to as Mojo. And I'm sure Barkha will be extremely happy. But the good part about Mojo is, unlike most other words with start with J and O, should not be pronounced as Joe, it's Ho, it's San Jose. But Mohit Joshi has made Indians proud by making us pronounce the way it is, it's Mojo. So thank you for that. In this beautiful Bhagya Nagaram, which otherwise is famously, historically called as Hyderabad and Secunderabad, the land with the twin cities, separated by the waters. I am quite reminded of this patram called Hanuman, who features as an icon of valor, prowess, and intellect. How does the topic come together with this patram? Hanuman is referred to as Vanara. Apparently, most of us have this habit of translating every word and calling Vanara as a monkey. But a set of research scholars have opined that Hanuman need not be the monkey that we presumably see in most of the zoos today, and some loitering outside as well. So it could be referring to a species which is not found now, which were very close to humans, so they were referred to as Vanara. In whichever case, he was too qualified to be a Vanara. He was called the Navavyakarana Pandita, a person who was adept in the 9 forms of grammar. He is given a task. He comes with a resolve to assist a person who is an acquaintance of a few days. Rama, who lived in Maharashtra and then ventured into Karnataka Pradesham. The inscriptions call it Karnata and not Karnataka. Karneshu Atati iti Karnatam. That region which is filled with such great valorous people, and when their valor reaches your ears, it seems your ears start nodding. So it's Karneshu Atati. So ears start relishing and nodding. So it's called Karnata. Of course, there is a Kakaram, which is a suffix which is added, Karnataka. So as Rama ventures into Karnataka Pradesham, he has an acquaintance with this overqualified, well-spoken Vanara called Hanuman. And Hanuman comes with a resolve to strike a good friendship with this person. So there is mind which is playing a role here. Of course, the next step
is when Hanuman reasons out the melancholy that Rama had because of his wife being abducted. So he says, I will assist in the process, and bodily he levitates himself to go to Lanka Pradesham, meets up with Sita. Now, there are two things that come across very strikingly when we see Hanuman as a patram. One, Rama did not give any profile picture to Hanuman stating this is Sita. So it would be worthwhile for any person to take this up as an assignment. That too, it was an on-site assignment. He is going abroad. Hope he was not paid in the Sri Lankan currency, which is not that valued. So when he went to Lanka Pradesham, he didn't have an idea about how Sita will look. And the icing on the cake was, he had graduated from a school from which he was the only student. So co-education was never there as a part of his curriculum. So moving with women, understanding their sensitivities, and then understanding or seeing the person whom he is going in search for were not a part of his requirements sheet. Yet he ventured. Once he goes to Lanka, he has got a very limited time to go in search of Sita. So he goes during the evening hours when the sun was about to set, and he has to return to Bharatadesham before the sun rises. So time is limited. The person whom he is going in search of is not known to him. He has not seen or moved with that gender to which the person belongs to. Yet he makes a firm resolve in his mind that bodily I have come here. I am sure I can make use of mine because I have one, to see where this lady is. Of course, there is a mismatch that he makes. That he first thinks Ravana's Patni Mandodari to be Sita. He gets extremely excited. Aspotayamasa chuchumba pucham nananda chikrida jagau jagama stambhana roham nipapata bhumau nidarshayam swam prakritim kapinam. He exhibited the nature of a monkey, says Valmiki, when he started kissing his tail as a mark of seeing Sita, but whom he did not know that it was Mandodari. Later he course corrects himself, gets into Ravana's kitchen, finds various dishes, doesn't find either Sita in a full form or in the cooked form. Then he goes back to the Vatika called Ashoka Vanika Sita. Then he sits atop the Shimshupa Vriksham and then looks down. Now he wanted to be doubly sure if the woman who was sitting there in a certain posture was Sita. That is when Valmiki uses this line, Tarkayamasa Siteti. Through logical reasoning, he concluded this is Sita. Tarkayamasa Siteti. How? When Sita left Ayodhya, she was dressed and draped in silk clothes. She wore gold jewelry. More gold jewelry was appended to her as a gift for not having attended her marriage by Atri's wife Anasuya. As she is being abducted, she throws away the jewelry, some part of her jewelry of the body, so that these could be reminders for Rama to trace the path where she is going to get languished. Hanuman, interestingly, one of the Vanaras who collected the jewelry doesn't find those jewelry on her body. For example, a choker. I'm sure this is the land of Amrapali and many other jewelers. So go visit. No woman would want to wear two chokers because it's really going to choke you then. So you wear one. If the choker has been thrown and the choker is not found on her body, that gives one evidence that the jewelry is not repeated. Second, she did not throw the jewelry as is. She tied them up to a silk pallu which she was wearing. So it says, Taddakulang Kamurta, when she was abducted, on the day she was abducted, the sari that she was wearing had the motif of a Hamsa,
tadda kulanka murtau. So when it was torn and thrown, the same Hamsa motif was found on her body. So, Tarkayamasa Siteti, through these indications, he concludes that this must be Sita. And then there are various other statements added. Ekastha Hridayanunam Rameva Anupashyati, says Valmiki. So, he began with the resolve in his mind that he is going to assist Rama. Using his body, he goes there, levitates himself to Lanka. To conclude this is Sita, he sandwiches again with the mind that is applied. And as he returns to Bharata Desham, while he wants to submit himself, Rama says, I have nothing in my hand that can be at par or equal the service that you have rendered, Hanuman. Apara, Paravara, Parikha, Parivrita, Parapura, Parasruta, Davadahana, Javana, Pavana, Bhava, Kapivara, Parishwanga Bhavita, Sarvasvadana. Parishwanga Bhavita, I will give myself to you. So this is the soul connection that they establish. So one Patram called Hanuman beautifully brings the equilibrium that the mind, the body and the soul could be put into a beautiful stakeholder triangle that we all call in our Kotla books. Getting back to the topic again. It says mind, body and soul. I'm okay with mind. I'm okay with the word body. But somehow the word soul doesn't fit the civilizational ethos of this land. In the urge and in the pretext to sound as English as possible, we have attempted to translate every possible word from the civilization into English. And certain words neither make sense nor do they establish, they connect. One such word is soul. Atma, if the word is Atma in our mind and we wish to translate it for the legibility and the understandability of our audience into the word soul, we are making a huge mistake. It's horrendous to say the least. Atma is in soul. I don't know what soul is, but I know for sure that Atma is in soul. What does the word Atma mean? Apnoti iti Atma. That which attains what it wishes to attain is Atma. Paulo Coelho says in The Alchemist, if you aspire to achieve something, the world will try to cooperate with you to achieve that. That concept is what Atma stands for. Brahmavit apnoti param. That which attains what it wishes to attain is Atma. If the Atma desires to be at the feet of Paramatma, it will get, because it resolves to do that. I am not sure if the word soul does justice to this meaning. That is why, interestingly, in Sanatana Dharma, in the parents, if the father has always wanted to achieve something high in his life, and he is not able to achieve it himself because of various constraints, he tries achieving it through his daughter or son. That is why in the civilization that this land has given, the child is referred to as Atmajam. When we refer to Vyasa, we say Vyasam Vasishtha Naptaram Shaktef Pautram Parasharatmajam. Instead of calling him as the son of Parashara, they say that his soul, his Atma, has given rise to another. So Atma is something beyond the word soul, but the topic suggests body, mind, soul. So with the little democratic right that has been bestowed upon me by my constitution, I take the, with all humility and modesty, I would like to convert the topic as body, mind and the Atma. That said, when we talk about the mind and the body, how do they come together to give rise to knowledge? In Sanatana Dharma, we believe in two forms of knowledge. One is that knowledge which is embodied in the Atma. It is called Dharmik Jnanam. The second is the attributive knowledge, which is called dharma bhuta jnanam. For example, the dharmic jnanam that is seasoned in the Atma does only one job. It just keeps telling the word I. Why? Because that shows the existence of Atma. That is why most of the Vedantic speakers have this one example to give. After having a very, very deep sleep in the night, the person who isn't even had the opportunity to dream anything about, he or she wakes up in the morning at about 6 a.m. and somebody asks, "Oh, how did you sleep?" The person doesn't say, "Well." He makes it a complete sentence. He says, "I slept well." The pertinent question, the follow-up question which most Vedantins ask is, if you have slept well, how did you know that the I in you slept well? The I in you slept well. So, while his body slept, the I did not sleep. That is why he says that I slept well, which means I didn't sleep well. Slept well is the body. So this functioning of the Atma that keeps telling I or the I-ness is dharmic jnanam. The second knowledge is dharma bhuta jnanam, which is attributive knowledge. That gets ignited only when one of the senses of the body comes in contact with an object. Well, I am 2 years of age, my grandfather takes me along and says, "This is light." Immediately my eye captures the picture of the light and sends it to my brain, and that gets stored like the pensieve of the Harry Potter. So it gets stored in my brain that these are the features of the light. So while I'm 3 years old, my grandfather doesn't have to remind me again, and then I tell him back, "This is light," because the moment my eye captures that picture and sends it to my brain retrieves from the archives that this is light that you have learned. So this knowledge gets ignited only when we come in contact with the objects. That is why Vedantins say, to a coma patient, dharmic jnanam works. Dharma bhuta jnanam doesn't operate. That is why even after standing in front of the person, even after the eyes of the person captures your photo, it cannot correspond well with the brain to tell you what it is. So both these knowledge, dharmic jnanam, dharma bhuta jnanam, forms a part of our education system. That said, what is its relevance today? This civilization, the civilization of this land, has for very, very long believed that three things have to come together for any activity to fructify or succeed. One is what you think. Second is what you do through your body. And third, whether you have a connection and a resolve in your mind. Karanatraya sarupyam iti saukhya rasayanam. Karanatraya sarupyam. Manasa, vacha and karmana. I'm sure I may have given this example elsewhere. When we enter the flight, I'm going to fly, so I enter the flight. The air hostess there welcomes me with a namaste. Honestly tell me, she opens her mouth and she says namaskaram or namaste. She puts her palms together as a symbol, as a sign of namaste. Because this mudra is called Anjali. I think it was Amalaji who was there in the morning. In one of her movies, she says, "Oru eli, rendali, moonali, naalali, Anjali." So, Anjali, Anjalim Paramamudra Kshipram Deva Prasadini. So this mudra is called Anjali. You know why this is called Anjali? Because Jalayati iti Anjali is the etymology. When I stand in front of a person and I plead in front of him, "Sir, please." It seems, looking at this mudra of my palms coming together, the person standing opposite me will be so moved that tears will start rolling down his or her cheeks. Because this mudra brings tears to the opposite person, it is called jalayati iti anjali. So when I put my palms together, who teaches Anjali Mudra now? WhatsApp. You know, in the last 4 years, emoticons have played a big role in our messaging. So the moment you type thanks, immediately you will have this mudra coming. Everybody across the world, we have become patrons of this Vedic civilization. So Anjali, this is the mudra for namaskaram. So how do you say it? With your mouth you say namaskaram. How do you do it through your body? This. So I said 3 things have to come together. Your mind, your mouth, what you speak, and your body. Manasa, vacha, karmana. So when I enter the flight, the air hostess says namaskaram. But imagine, I'm not sure if she means it from her mind. She may be wondering, she may be praying to her stars that this person doesn't keep pressing the button. Bring me this and bring me that. So probably she's trying to put this as a gesture saying, please don't. So we don't know. So she has said namaskaram from her mouth. She has put it through her body, but the resolve is there or not, we don't know. Let's get back to some of the days. I'm sure some of the people of my generation, generations above me, will remember the days when the intellect in history papers at schools were measured by the length of our answers. And I would be flabbergasted when one of my friends in the first half an hour would say, additional sheet, ma'am. Arre baba, main sheet mein likhne ke liye kuch nahi hai. And then our art of converting active to passive, passive to active. Aurangzeb imprisoned his father. His father was imprisoned by Aurangzeb. So because you have to fill 1,000 words to get 10 marks for that. So, that said, I remember my grandmother telling me, just don't read, study for the sake of studying. Do it with that full involvement. Aurangzeb imprisoned his father, read that with that full emotion. So that was what my grandmother used to say. So what she meant was, do not read it vacha alone, there should be manasa. So all 3 things come together, that activity flourishes. So the shlokam says, Upayukteshu Vaishadyam Trivarga Nirapekshata Karanatraya Sarupyam Iti Saukhya Rasayanam. The poet says, I will give you a panacea, a concoction for a good living. Saukhya Rasayanam, when all 3 of them come together. Next, we have the concept. Now we have spoken a bit about the mind. Next comes to the body. People who generally speak, they say, sir, Sanatana Dharma is so interesting. Now I've taken the Gita and I've started reading. If you start with the Gita, it will become a disaster. Because Bhagavad Gita is the essence of the Upanishads. That is why there is a shlokam called Itihasa Puranabhyam Vedam Samupa Brahmayet Bibheti Alpashrutat Vedat Mamayam Pracharishyati. Without reading the Itihasas and the Puranas, if you go directly to the Vedic scriptures fear that this person will end up misinterpreting me. So Bhagavad Gita is the essence of our scriptures, of our Shastras, but that is like a postdoctoral fellowship. What comes as an elementary, middle school and high school education is the Itihasas and the Puranas. That said, we have time and again when you switch on one of the channels, they'll say Sanatana Dharma believes in Atma, body is not required, Atma is important. Sanatana Dharma refutes it. It says, body is equally important. Atma cannot function by itself. It needs the body. That is why in Varaha Puranam you've got the shloka, Sthite manasi susvasthe sharire satiyo naraha dhatu samye sthite smarta vishwarupam cha mam ajam tatastham riyamanam tu kashtha pashana sannibham Aham smarami madbhaktam nayami paramam gatim. Sthite manasi susvasthe. So, the verse says, in that body which is healthy, where there is a healthy body is where the Atma can also function very well. That is why Ayurveda is extremely important Sanatana Dharma. In of the 14 Vidyasthanams, Ayurveda is very important. And the way allopathy views and Ayurveda views the body is slightly different. I wouldn't get into which is right, which is wrong, which is better, which is not so better. In Ayurveda, we believe that the 5 elements, Akashat, Vayuhu, Vayor, Agnihi, Agner, Apaha, Adbhyat, Prithvi, the 5 elements, those elements get into combination and give rise to 3 doshas called Kapham, Vatam and Pittam. So technically an Ayurvedic person would always give those kind of medicines meant for the right time. So body is equally important. And finally, much could be spoken about the body and the mind. And third, the most important of all, Atma. But remember, Krishna, while he concludes Bhagavad Gita, he says, Atma can neither be crushed, burnt, melted, or destroyed. Avikaraya, Shuddhaya, Nityaya. It remains eternal. Nityo, Nityanam, Chetanas, Chetananam, Eko Bahunam, Sa Vidadhati Kaman. It remains the way it is. But that Atma needs to exit this material body. And the only way it can exit this material body is when the material body functions in tandem with the mind. Else it will keep being born again and again and again. Punarapi jananam, punarapi maranam, punarapi janani, jatare shayanam. Like how we take a SIM card from the previous cell and shift it to a new cell, the contacts are all carried from this SIM card to the other. Similarly, philosophy says the vasanas are carried. That is why, surprisingly, you find many 2-year-old kids recognizing ragas very fast. 3-year-old kids which can do maths very fast, because there will be some amount of carryover of vasanas from the previous janma. But the best way is for the Atma to exit the body, and for that the body has to function in tandem with the mind. Like how in biology we speak about homeostasis, it is very important that the body, mind and the Atma come together. I've had the audacity to convert the topic itself from the word soul to Atma. I hope I'll be forgiven and will be redeemed and will get emancipation for this change. Thank you so much. The time given to me was half an hour. They rang the bell at the 28th minute. So I thought I should be dutifully correct respecting the numbers and the maths. So now comes the conclusion with the 30 minutes. Now let them go to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would now request Mr. Shankar to kindly join us on stage because Mr. Shankar have got the questions on behalf of the crowd present over here.
Great speech, Dushyant. Thank you for everything. I think we have only 10 more minutes. So I have only 2 questions to ask you. So the topic is mind, body and soul. So there are 2 incidents which I would like to take. One from Ramayana and one from Mahabharata. So there was a time when Sita was dropped at the Tamasa river, and she was dropped by Lakshmana, and then Lakshmana didn't turn back, and then we all know that. This was the second incident which happened to her. I don't know if you agree or disagree. You know, she was not, probably not treated well or whatever it is by Lord Sri Ram. And she didn't make a fuss about it. She said, okay, I'm going to be here. And then she continued with her life. Now the second thing what I would like to ask you, there's a very interesting story in Mahabharata. When Ashwatthama comes inside, he kills the children of Draupadi, the Pandavas. And Draupadi fumes. She says that, I can't, I would like to get his head. But then finally when the Pandavas bring Ashwatthama, she either, I don't know if she forgot or she says, let him go. She probably forgave him. So these two incidents when you take, obviously you can't answer on behalf of Sita and Draupadi. How do you handle this, Dushyant? Like for example, when the Agni Pravesha happened for Sita, she could have just left. She could have told him that, listen, dude, I can't live with you. Or likewise, Draupadi was in so much of anger. What happens in most of the times when we face such situations, it's very easy for, I'm sorry to say, you can come give discourses and say that, just stay calm, mind, body and soul. Just give me a perspective of these two characters. What happened? You have 10 minutes.
So, questions were posed about two patrams. One is Sita, a very, very strong, influential patram from Srimad Ramayanam. And second was posed about Draupadi from Sri Mahabharatam. First, with respect to Sita, I've been telling this time and again, Sita doesn't need an advocate. She is a wonderful speaker and she can handle her cases on her own. Even on pro bono, she doesn't need. That said, when Rama was 24 and was just beginning with the 25th year, and Sita was 18, that is when he was ordained to go to the forest for 14 years on an exile. While he conveys his decision of going to the forest, leaving Sita back in Ayodhya, Sita says, I'm not staying here. I will come with you. Rama tries convincing, stating that there are wild beasts and you'll have to live on fruits and tubers, you'll have to go on a complete keto diet and all of that. Sita says, do you think life here is better? I have mothers-in-law here. Not mother, mothers-in-law. So rather I would live with you. She begins. While convincing Rama, she says, Kim tvam anyata vaidehaha pita me mithiladipaha Ramajamataram prapya striyam purusha vigraham. It is a blunder of my father for having gotten me married to a man who is in the disguise of a woman. Striyam purusha vigraham. He says, you can come with me. Very bold. While she was abducted and returned, Rama asks Vibhishana to escort her to the Sabha Mantapam in Lanka, he says, you will have to prove your chastity. Immediately we will fume. See, is this the way? That is why we say we should be talking about such issues. While she was abducted, just before she was abducted, while Lakshmana said, do not worry, nothing would have happened to my brother Rama, she says, despite me telling you to go and assist your brother, if you're not going, I suspect your intent of having served me for 13 years. You have been waiting till your brother leaves this place so that you can enjoy a relationship with me. This comes in Aranya Kanda. Whether you malign the woman or the man, a malignment is the same. So while Rama's love for Sita had not diminished, his sincerity in rescuing her from the clutches of Ravana had not waded away. As an administrator, he was duty bound to punish the person of wrongly maligning another person. Even if it meant his wife was to be punished, so be it. Just because my family is involved in corruption, it doesn't mean corruption can never be questioned. Just because it is Sita who has maligned Lakshmana, it is not that I cannot question. Remember, had Rama done that with the real intent of maligning her, Sita was so strong enough to say that I will go back to Nepal, I don't need to stay with you. She was not a subservient woman. She was a very bold woman who had a mind of her own. Yet she did so. So the first case of Agni Pariksha doesn't feature here at all. That was a reply and a retort to her maligning Lakshmana. Coming to the second part, where she was exiled to the forest while she was in her first trimester, Even many of the traditional acharyas have said Rama could have thought and given this decision. But why was this decision given? Narayana Bhattadri in the 35th Dashaka, last shlokam of Sriman Narayanam, composed in the 16th century, states, Atita attachment to dharma, over attachment to dharma, will also end up making a few errors. In the course of driving well, by putting an indicator and also showing one's hand, will not serve the purpose because the indicator is on. Just to be a stickler to rules doesn't mean you'll have to overdo it. So in the case of Sita being sent on an exile to the forest while she was pregnant, Acharyas have agreed that Rama's over-attachment could have caused this. And they have always sided with Sita, be it Bhavabhuti of Uttara Ramacharitram, be it Vedanta Deshika in Paduka Sahasram, be it Narayana Bhattadri, Narayaniyam at different points in time. Just because we are not cognizant of the language or the scriptures in which it is rendered, it doesn't mean that this is something where Rama has made a mistake. It means that his over-attachment has caused this, so administrators should read the rules properly. This is all. The topic can be concluded. Had Sita taken it in the topsy-turvy manner, she wouldn't have asked her sons to go back to Ayodhya and rule Ayodhya. She was a very strong woman. 1. 2. Coming back to Draupadi. Draupadi's childhood is absent because she emerged from the fire. Kumari chapi panchali vedi madhya samuttita shubhada darshaniyangi vedi madhya manorama shyama padmapala shakshi. So she emerged from the fires. So she didn't have a childhood going to the school and having chat with her girls, nothing of that sort. She was born and her father got her married in 2 days. So she barely had any time to spend with her father's house. That said, she underwent a lot in her life. She was humiliated in the middle of the sabha while she was menstruating. Ekavastra rajasvala. While the menstrual blood was flowing across the floor is when she was brought to the sabha mantapam, says Vyasa. She was humiliated. She was humiliated for no reason. She was pawned wrongly. She was questioned wrongly. Everything that can go wrong with her went. That said, coming to the last stage where the war was fought, one of the main reasons for fighting the war was to restore justice to this humiliated woman. During the last days of the war, in the Sauktantika Parva, Ashwathama, the son of Drona, to impress upon Duryodhana, goes and shoots arrows, assuming that they were the Pancha Pandavas and the 5 sons born to the Pandavas to Draupadi. The next day, they get to see the Times of Hastinapura paper. I think Mojo was asked this question, whether you like TOI or the Hindu. So, when the Times of Hastinapura was Hindu, so he saw that the 5 sons of Draupadi were killed. Draupadi says that whoever has committed this act should be brought to justice. So he was dragged. Ashwathama was dragged. That is when Draupadi says you should not be killing him. Take away his shikha, because in those days it was believed that the shikha, the tuft which is preserved, if taken, if chopped off, means that the person is beheaded. You don't have to behead the person. Even a devout Sikh today believes that you should not be without the turban. So his tuft was taken and it was equivalent to beheading. It was his head was not taken away. And then she says, I cannot punish him because he is your guru's son. We have to follow dharma here. So to your question as to why she was aggressive and ferocious, I always say Mahabharata's Draupadi is very aggressive and ferocious. Srimad Bhagavatam's Draupadi is a lot more seasoned and calm. So we have to see Draupadi in 2 parts, part 1, part 2. This is the land that has given Bahubali 1 and 2, right? So similarly, we have got a part 1 and part 2 to Draupadi. Part 1 of Mahabharata, very aggressive. Part 2 is very, very seasoned that we see. That's why she is forgiven Ashwathama. So I think I've answered your question in about 14 minutes, 4 minutes extra. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dushyant. That was indeed a great session and great questions too. I would now request Dr. Kailash Katkar, the founder and managing director, Quick Hill Technologies Limited, to kindly present the memento to our speaker, Mr. Dushyant Sridhar. Can we have a round of applause? Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And well, I know most of us have many questions running in our minds that we would like to shoot on to Mr. Dushyant, but never mind, we have the time as a constraint. He's always available over here. We can have the question and answer session right from him. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, I have our next moderator for our session is... We have Mr. Vikram Sakuja, the Group CEO, Madison Media and OOH at Madison World. Please put your hands together for our next moderator. Talking about him, Vikram Sakuja is an engineer from IIT Delhi and an MBA from IIM Calcutta. He joined P&G in 1988, where over 8 years he held a position in marketing research and media. He then joined Coca-Cola, where over 5 years he went on to manage the brand marketing portfolio, and he is now specialized with the media planning, media buying, media research, brand marketing, brand activation, branded content, sponsorship, digital strategy, agencies management, and the list goes on. Please put your hands together once again for Mr. Vikram Sakuja on stage.
Very good afternoon to this esteemed audience. The session that I have, and I'm just going to introduce my panelists in a second, it's got to do with actually building brands. Now, right in the beginning, I think when I walked in, Mojo was conducting a session and he was talking about brands, and Apple came up. Amrita, I think, no, Amrita, she talked, I think, about another brand, but there was an Apple that came up. Now, Apple is a $3 trillion valued company. So it's equal to the GDP of in India in that way. And this is just a single brand. So fact is that I use an iPhone, and every time an iPhone 14 or the next series comes up, I'll end up buying it, even though it's 2-3 times the price of a phone with similar features. Now, why is that? Because somewhere along the line, the brand that has been created is somehow giving me the value. Now, the kind of perspective that I have, and at least the passion and the conviction that I have, is the next Apple has to come from India. And the kind of entrepreneurship that you have and the kind of brand building that we have is absolutely amazing out here. And it is in that context I'm going to be having the 3 panelists that I'm going to be calling have all built some brilliant brands, and I want to actually take them through this journey, and I want to also then try to probe what will it take for them to become the next Apple. So it gives me great pleasure to call Dr. Rohit Moryawar, who's the Managing Director of HomeoCare International. A round of applause, please. Thanks. Please, want to take a seat. Mr. Surendra Bhantia of Bhantia Furniture. How do you do, sir? And not the least, Shashank Anumula of Cafe Nilufa. It was good talking yesterday. Okay, I think we have about a half an hour, so let's try to make it as racy as possible. Especially before lunch, exactly. I know you've got, I think, It's between, we are standing between you and lunch. Look, I really want to cover 2-3 areas. You guys have all created some amazing brands out here, and I just want to know that what does it take to create, so just a very brief, tell us your story of how you created the brand. I also want to know, because it's a media and marketing summit, what exactly is the role of marketing in all of this? Because all of you would be very, very conscious about the kind of product that you've actually built, but is there a role of marketing? And as you have to go bigger, and if I have to take the Apple story, how are you going to take it into a mega brand? And if I may add in my own small way, can agencies play a role in that? So, Mr. Bhatia, let's start with you. So why don't you quickly take us through how you created this brand? And I mean, it's a brilliant furniture brand that you've created. And just walk us through how you actually created it.
Thank you very much. Well, there is always a challenge when especially you are starting your own, then from one store, when we had to go to the next store, it was the biggest challenge. Because in one store, you sit down on the cash counter, you collect the cash. You are controlling everything. But once you have a second store, then you have to think about delegation. You have to think about other aspects, whether how the thing would be controlled, inventory control, etc. But once we had the second store, then it was easy. Because it was only replicating the second, whatever systems we had. And with regard to media, I would say, if there is a beautiful girl, and if she's having a wheel, no one will appreciate. So it requires the media to unveil that. So you may have a wonderful product, but unless you present it to the people, unless people know what you have, then only the business can happen. So I personally feel, especially in my line, where I am directly dealing with the consumer, that without media, you cannot survive. It is one of the important aspects of my business, and maybe important expenditure of my business, I would say. And I always request media to consider us, like a homegrown brands, as separate entity. Don't consider us with a multinational brands. You treat us separately, and we are ready to grow with you.
So what's the difference between treating you separately versus multinational? What's the difference? No, but what is the difference that you're asking for? Because I thought media loves local entrepreneurs.
Difference in the sense pricing, everything. Like important is now whether the chicken has come first or the hen. Whether you spend first and then you earn, or you earn and then spend on the media. So this issue has to be cracked. And if the media gives us the support, then it happens. I still remember, I was just quoting someone, that we used to advertise a small size 5x5 in the paper. Only 5x5 size. And I used to be very happy, oh, my advertisement has come in the paper. And I used to tell all my friends, see, did you read my advertisement? They used to say, where? I didn't see. So that was the reaction. Then the media started helping. They said, no, Mr. Bhatia, let us spend a little more. We'll give you some consideration. We said, okay, what we can assure you is consistency. So now, today we are advertising full page, front page, we are having centerfold, everything. So, but again, the media has helped us to grow. From one store, now today we have about 20 stores. From only Hyderabad, now we are in Telangana and Andhra. And I'm sure with their help, we should become a national player also. Thank you.
Fantastic. And Shashank, you started with tea, and now you've built a full chain of cafes which are legendary. And yes, thank you. I noticed it, at the airport, it was right out there. Your tea and your bun maska is legendary. So what has been your story, and how has it become a brand?
Hi, everyone. So my story is a little interesting because even though I was born in a business family, I was never interested in business. Especially, I was never interested in coming into Irani Cafe, definitely. So after completion of my MBA, I have joined this business because there was no option. I wanted to go to US and pursue my MS in electricals. But my dad was so strong that agar jana hai, you can go off from India, but never return back. It was the bold statement from him. Then, as such, I didn't had any career goals. That's the reason I stayed back. Then once I entered the business, it was a small Irani cafe with the 800 SFT. So it was very difficult because being an MBA grad, understanding the local pulse, local language, local taste is little difficult. But I started as a cashier in the cafe. I worked in as a cashier, as a baker. I used to bake breads, cakes, everything. So then, apart from product US, why? Why is it so? So catching the local pulse is very important. So if you want to grow as a brand, first you should satisfy India. Then we realized that we should build, before Nilofer was a convenience brand. Anyone can come, visit, have a 10 rupees chai and go. But we wanted to build a premium brand, an experience brand, which provides the product with experience. That no chai brand is doing it as of now. So this was the, and in top 10 brands in the world, no one has tea. You have coffee, you have burgers, you have pizzas, but no tea. So this is a high scope market. So for which the highest thought process has to go in. If you want to sell bun maska, making bun maska is easy, but how you want to market your bun maska, that is important. Selling 7,000 bun maskas in 3 outlets, how you are doing it? The importance is in making bun maska, your USP is freshness. So for that freshness, your supply chain management has to be strong. Your production management has to be strong. You should implement lean services in your production. That's what. So for marketing one product, many aspects come into the picture. If you have HR, marketing, operations, finance, everything is integrated to marketing. If you know marketing, you can do anything and you can go into the depth of the market. If you don't understand marketing, you can't market your product. That's what Nilofer is all about. We understand the customer. According to the customer, we launch the product. And on that product, we work our backward integration to streamline and to give that consistent product in an experienced atmosphere. That's what is all Nilofer about. And coming into agency and media, I will just quote one example. We have launched our FMCG product, Nilofer Tea. We have launched it with our own in-house designing and all, but somehow it did not work out for a year. After a year, we have adopted an agency where they have done a market research. They have chosen colors for Nilofer, where generally in any of the household, when you say, एक red label लाना है, a red color का डब्बा लाओ, because any of the household you will be sending maids, drivers. For identification, marks are very important. These kind of some of the market research we found it out. We took the best colors, red, green, blue, with the yellow being our brand identity. So this was only possible with the help of the agency. So agency plays a very crucial role in building any of the brands.
This is the ad where the husband brings the tea to his wife who's working on the
Our concept is we want to conceptualize the brand. Anytime you will see a Nilofer ad in terms of video, husband will be making tea for wife.
I thought that was remarkable. Okay, Dr. Moripal, I believe, from what I understand, you're an MD in internal medicine.
Yes.
But you went and after that started HomeoCare, and now this is a wellness, it's a total health and wellness brand. Now, what exactly is the way you have to, what was your thinking while creating this as distinct from some very tangible products like furniture and of course, tea and the entire cafe experience?
So I think for all regional brands, the story is more or less the same. We start with a single store, let it be Bandiaji or it's more or less the same, but it is in different sectors. So HomeoCare was started by my dad. He has his practice in Balanagar where he sees 100 patients per day. So he sees 100 patients, he sees all types of cases and he cures many of them. So which people don't know. diabetes, arthritis without operation, people who are on painkillers, on steroids, for them they have a lot of reactions and all that, side effects. For them, without any problem, dad is curing many patients, hundreds of patients daily. So from there, I thought and he thought that why can't we make it to more people? He alone can, how many he see a patient? A doctor, he being alone, he can see only 100 cases a day. So what he thought, we'll spread our knowledge, he'll spread his knowledge. So he started a brand, Homeocare International, with one clinic in Begumpet. There he appointed 3 doctors. He gave them the training of how he treats, how he has treated patients successfully from the past 30 years, the formulas. And he's taught 3 patients, 3 doctors. Those 3 doctors started seeing daily 30 cases. So like that, he had a idea of making it a brand and saying that he wants to cure more and more people with this wonderful medicine of homeopathy, which doesn't have side effects. He was like, we have to make it a big brand. Then like that, we started with 1 clinic, 2 clinics, 3 clinics, and we have grown over 60 clinics all over South India. I can say I am the number 2 player in India. There's no other brand. Only Dr. Batras is there above us. After that, it is only us who are there at a pan-India level. We have captured each and every district in South India, almost except Kerala.
So, Mr. Bhantia also said, first store was okay, but when you move to the second, that's when the challenge starts, and after that, it becomes like easy. In your case also, you said that you started and now you got 60 and it's all working. Now, do you have a marketing department in your organizations?
So as the second question, media. Media was very important because he alone, what he has done in his clinic for past 20, 30 years, nobody knew. That is when media came in. That is when dad and media people sat down together to discuss how can we know, how can we tell about homeopathy to masses. Then he did TV interviews, a health segment, where he used to sit in half an hour in the studio, the anchor used to ask him questions, then the people used to see half an hour live, okay, oh, homeopathy can treat so many diseases. Like that, he spread about awareness about homeopathy in entire South India. And for that, marketing department is very important because we as doctors, we don't know the pulse of the people. What they see, what they do, what they see regularly, where to market yourself, where to put yourself. Because we can spend money, but if you don't put it in the right place, you don't get the ROI. So that is where marketing agency and marketing people come in. Very important. They say that these are the ones which are running very beautifully. These are the ones people are seeing now regularly. This is the place where we have to do. Then when we put our brand there, then it becomes more popular. So like in V6.
And is there any particular form of media that you prefer? You mentioned TV ads as well as print?
We do all. There's no preference like that because everybody, we target the age group of from 25 to 70. People who have regular back pain to arthritis, severe arthritis. So our age group is spread widely. So every age group has their own preference of media. Younger ones go to social media. The middle-aged people still watch the news, the TV, the print. And the older age people, they read the newspaper, but they read only the articles. They don't read anything else. So we have to be in each and every media. That is what we have learned. And example is V6. We were the sponsor for Teenmar Malana. So there's a segment in V6. It was so famous, we were the brand. So everybody used to say, we saw your brand yesterday in Teenmar, you were the sponsor. So that's how media helps us when we are sponsors and when they tell us that you do in this segment, this is very popular. So that's how media people and media marketing agencies help our brands to grow.
Karan, when you were, Mr. Bhantia, when you were conceiving the entire Bhantia furniture as a brand, do you have a certain brand core philosophy or a brand thought, or is it just that the product itself has sort of, through word of mouth and through other awareness building measures, people come in and discover? Are you able to articulate your brand essence?
My idea was initially to give everyone, consumer, an affordable furniture. That was the basic philosophy, that a consumer should get his money's worth. That was my philosophy, and that we scaled it up. Like when I first launched a dining table glass dining table with 6 chairs for 15,000 rupees, including everything. Everyone is shocked. They said, will you give chairs also with the table? I said, yes, yes, I'll give chairs and the table. So my idea was to make things affordable. That was the first drive. And then the second, I thought that unless you use media to present all your objectives, all your products and the price, then only people are going to come. They are going to appreciate. And my idea has always been to be a little lenient to the customer. If there is an issue with the customer, we'll go extra length and say, okay, let us do it. Let us forget about it. Let the small issue is there, we'll bear the loss and let us close the issue. And media has always been kind to us, and that they have always supported whenever we wanted. Like initially, we never knew when to advertise, whether on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, front page, back page, inside page, which gets the better revenue. And it is the media that helped us. They said that, no, Mr. Bhantia, advertise on Friday, advertise on Saturday, because Saturday is the best time to advertise. Now I see that there is so much of rush on Saturday. Sunday's media is gone. Now, another challenge has come is online media, Facebook, Instagram. As a matter of fact, what happened is I was speaking to one of my friends and I said, we advertise in the newspaper. He said, newspaper? Who reads newspaper? I was shocked. I said, who reads newspaper? So this gentleman was 25 years old. He says, I only read online. So then I realized, yes, that is one big avenue. We are missing it out. So we went on the online advertisement.
So, no, that gives a brilliant segue into the sign of the times. Today in India, about 38% of the entire advertising spend is going behind digital. So 38%. It's actually become higher than TV now, as in 2022. So how are you, now there is so many options. You have, I mean, so many TV, and within that, so many channels. You've got print, you've got digital. Within digital, you can do YouTube advertising, display, social media, influencers. How do you make all these calls in terms of how to allocate your marketing money across so many options?
Yeah. So, coming into media and advertising, to be frank, whatever media has supported us is not through advertisement, but it is through all the articles, because what the good products you make, good products will talk. That's what media has done to Cafe Nilofer. But
that's PR.
That's PR. But coming into advertising as such, recently we entered into FMCG also. As such, what we see is when related to print, when related to broadcasting, when related to digital marketing, what actually is required. For us, definitely, as of now, the width of the market is Hyderabad. If you want to go into depth of the market, definitely first the product placement is very important. After the product placements are done, we started with the print media starting. Then our future goal obviously was broadcasting. Social media, right from the first day we were there, because online sales, e-commerce, we are strong. Because of, thanks to Swiggy and Zomato, because of Swiggy and Zomato, our presence is there from past 7-8 years. So social media is very important. You should work on your performance marketing to get the sales. And to start off, that Nilofer has started their segment in FMCG, we used print media. And when coming into customers getting in emotionally attached with the product, for which, because our trial phase has gone. Now it's the reach what we are looking into. It's the depth what we are looking into. This can come with broadcasting. So that's the reason we are starting our broadcasting. So that's our
You have your own marketing department, or are you the marketing department?
Our employees are all marketing department, whatever front-end service staff, thanks to front-end service staff of Cafe Nilofer. And marketing departments as such, we have marketing manager and brand manager who designs how we communicate, how we conceptualize, what should be the design palette, what should be the design templates, what should be the communication. So for which we have a team, and we have advertising agency as well, which gives the total execution of what we want.
Excellent. Now, just whenever I talk to most marketers these days, and it really the startup economy is sort of defined it, but I find a lot of marketers saying that I will spend money only if I get instant sales or instant returns. Do you believe in that philosophy, or would you say that I don't mind spending money just to build the emotional connect with the brand, even if it doesn't give me the short-term sales? Branding versus performance, where do you stand? Mr. Bhatia?
This is a very interesting question. And especially this is very important for the upcoming companies like us. Whether I should advertise only if I get return, or whether I should advertise to get emotional connect. Well, this is where we have to strike the balance. As an upcoming entrepreneur, I cannot throw away money just to build a brand. But I also have to understand that unless I take an initiative and move further, then only everything will happen. And it has to be 360 degrees. It cannot be just one channel. You have to spend some time. You may get return, you may not get. It may get a social connect, it may get emotional connect. Sometimes you get return for the money. So this is the balance we have to maintain, especially in our cases where we have to control the budget. Dr. Noripar, what did you say?
It's an interesting question, as Surinderji has said. See, so my father has a saying, first when you're growing, you see for the leads. Because when you're growing, you can't do branding. Because आके वो लोग पैसे बांधेंगे तो ही next time करेंगे ना. तो उसके पहले तो करेंगे ही नहीं. So first, when you're growing, we definitely put 80% of our budget, which gives us leads. Because from that only we get new customers. From that only we can give more budget to the media next time. So 80% during the starting phase for us was where we will get the leads. Where will our customers see and walk into our stores or our clinics. So first, in the starting phase, that was our focus. Then slowly, once we started growing, when we were 10 branches, 15 branches, then little more extra budget we have taken out and given only for branding, where our presence is only felt. Passing by, hoardings, where people, they just see our brand occasionally, whenever they come there constantly. Then, when we grow up to 40, 50 branches, now we have given equal budget for lead and branding, where, because the rotation has to be there. Just on branding, we cannot survive. We need people.
50-50 is also a very good balance.
Yes, it's a good balance because we are spread across 3-4 states. So that's why that was the scenario before COVID. Now, post-COVID, we have come back to only leads because the market has changed. So we try every avenue. We do Facebook, we do Instagram, and all medias we try. We try newspaper, outdoor, auto, bus, all news channels. We try, we give each one 2-3 months. We judge the response. If it doesn't work out, we shift to the next media. But in the starting stage, we only focus on leads and for the people to enter. Then only branding. Yes.
Absolutely. Or which side of the bun is mustard. But I think we are reaching towards the end of our allotted time, but I wanted to ask a couple of questions. Do you have ambitions to scale it up to national levels and hopefully international levels and become a global brand? So on Cafe Niloofar, if you have to do that, if that is the ambition, how do you move from the impressive scale that you've built right now to a much, much larger sort of orbit?
Definitely, we want to become the tea of India, tea brand of India. But definitely, with the intention of scaling up, we don't want to lose our values. We don't want to lose our consistencies. Once our consistencies are placed in track, once our SOPs are built in track, even sitting in Hyderabad, we can make the same Niloofar chai in Mumbai. Then only we will be scaling up. Otherwise, we will not scaling up. But definitely, I can make sure whether we scale up or not, in next 10 years, Niloofar will prove the brand of India sitting in Hyderabad. And at least any of the tea brands from India can be seeing Niloofar take the inspiration to go global. Even that's an achievement for us.
No, but what is the step you have to take to get out of your comfort zone because it's obviously in either to the markets that you haven't been to, if you have to make a break there, what did you need to do differently?
For me, according to me, building a Indian brand is little difficult. You can see, you can't find a single Indian brand successful globally in food business. The reason is the demographics of India, preferences and tastes of India are different in each and every taste, in each and every state, for which the operational excellence and research plays a major role. If I want to go to Tamil Nadu, the research and operational excellence, for this you have to allocate a budget. For each and every state you want to go into, you have to allocate a budget. For without being successful in India, you can't be successful abroad. Being a Tamil, let us suppose there is a brand from Tamil Nadu. They can open it in Dubai, they can open it in US, but only limited brand width of the customers they are targeting. If Nilofer wants to open in US, I want to target not Indian customers. I don't want to open in Dallas. I want to target the huge bandwidth of the customers. I want to open for the US customers, for the American customers, not for Indian customers.
Oh, I think Shashank's passion is clear. He is so customer focused and he's saying, I'll understand the customer and then serve him what he or she wants, and that's how I'll build.
Exactly.
But
for all these things, sir, it will take time. This is not easy cup of tea like Nilofer.
But in this entire startup world, everybody wants instant. So in home care, how would you do that? If you want to go global tomorrow, what would you do?
It's a little different for healthcare when you compare it to other FMCG brands, because you will have to follow the local norms and regulations, because we are doctors, we prescribe medicines. So that will be the major challenge. I can open a branch in London, US, Dubai instantly. We have the funds, everything. But understanding the local authorities, their rules, regulation, that is where we are having challenges. Because as Shashank has said, even we need to understand the customer base. We have customers everywhere because patients are there everywhere. So it's not that everyone has some or the other problem. First thing is the local authorities. What are the, not the authorities, but what are the rules which we have to follow going into the area. Second is the staff, because treatment, is very patient specific. Every case is different, everything is different. So we need excellent doctors, which is very difficult. We need to train them for years and years. Then only he can, because as a patient, you would not want to go to a fresher, right? You want to go to experienced doctor. Experience comes only with time. So that is where we, we take time and we expand slowly accordingly. Main is the staff, the doctors. Then second challenge will be the local rules and regulations. But definitely we are focusing on going abroad, because there is a lot of demand for homeopathy because it has no side effects. A lot of European countries follow homeopathy. London, there is a lot of people who use homeopathy. In US also there is there, but mostly it is Indians. The Americans don't have much knowledge about it.
So, Mr. Bhatia, our two speakers are going the cautious route, step by step. Do you have a different view?
I have an entirely different view. I am looking for investors. Today, if I have to grow my own, how? Maybe today I am in Telangana, then Andhra, maybe South India. Whether I will see all India, whether I will see myself as an international brand, very difficult. I am already 65. So I am looking for investors. I am looking for professionals to all join with me. I agree, there is always a challenge for a local taste to be different. As a matter of fact, even in Hyderabad, area-wise, there is a little difference in taste. Like you go to high-tech city, a person wants a different kind of sofa. In a Malakpet area, he wants a little different kind. So 80% of the product will remain same, but the 20% of the product will fine-tune to the area. That we are very clear. And I am sure when we are expanding, I am looking for investors, I am looking for professionals. That will be our strategy. 80% would be our standardized and 20% would be localized, so that we are able to capture the market all over the world. That's my
Fantastic. Okay. I'll forget the last question. I'll ask it anyway. Look, media has got, basically we do three things in media. It's allocation, where to spend money, optimization, how best to spend it to get the best bang for the buck, and attribution, basically what is if I do something, what is the effect or what's the outcome of that? Now, all of this requires data. Now, in your businesses, are you collecting data? Are you being able to harness that data and then actually being able to use it to devastating effect? And is this something that is, because everybody says that the future is going to be that. Where are you on this? Is it something that you still haven't come to grips with, or are you completely on top of this game? Do you collect first-party data of everybody who visits your outlets?
Coming into it was always challenging because data science is the upcoming subject. In 2016, I remember I have hired data science student as an intern. So at that time, my dad was telling, "What is data science? What is that? You are hiring a student of data science." This was way back 7 years ago. So as far as MIS data is concerned, Nilofer is very strong. But coming into it was always a challenging field for us because our billing turnaround time is 3 seconds. We have to punch our bill in 3 seconds. So collecting data in 3 seconds is very difficult. But we have our database for, let us suppose, who are coming and ordering into cakes or any customization orders. From past 7 years data we maintain. Data is very important. Let us suppose when you want to run a scheme or promotional offers, data especially is very important, but as such, we have too many walk-ins. We never used our data, but this data, whatever we are maintaining from 7 years, for our growth is very important, which we will be using in future.
And Mr. Bhantia, you'd be having a D2C, you have the entire e-commerce play also currently in your business, quite apart from your own. I just wanted to know how you're harnessing all that data.
Data is very important in today's life. We have data of right customer walking in because understand, this data, today he is my customer, he has purchased a dining table. Tomorrow I will pitch in for sofa. Day after tomorrow I will pitch in for TV stand, then bedroom set. So we have entire data and today I would say the data is the money maker. So
and you're able to harness it? You're able to use it well?
Yes. Unless, and I have seen that has given us a good growth. And my suggestion to everyone is that today, the next thing is the data.
And I'm sure in the entire wellness game, I mean, that is your oil.
Data. So data is very important for us because if we do something in the media and we get 100 leads, example, everybody is not interested at the same time. They just inquire, kya ye homeopathy? What do you treat? Where do you treat? Do you treat my disease? So they just inquire and half of them don't come up. So again they see a brand again, they listen, they talk to their neighbors, homeopathy kaisa hai, kya hai. Then it stays in back of the mind. Then we call them back after 2 months. Sir, you had inquired about us. That time they might show us interest. So like that data is very important. He might not come to us today, the day he's inquired, but he might come to us little later. So
okay.
The data is very important.
So in a closing words, I'm going to give, when Shankar calls us for his 5th South India Summit next year, what is the one thing that would have changed in your business between today and next year? Just on quick, and we'll all answer the same question.
We would have opened more branches, gone into a different state, try to become more pan-India brand than a South India brand.
More pan-India. Mr. Bhantia.
Maybe next year we all will have a video conference because all of us would be in a different part of the world.
And you'll have an investor also.
Yes, obviously.
Shashank.
Definitely, next year we want to be a brand ourselves first in South India, and hopefully in our next meet we will have a chai mela over here.
Oh, chai mela! I'll drink to that. Thank you. A big round of applause to our wonderful panelists. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vikram Sakuja, for a great moderation. And now I would request you all to kindly join for the picture. I would request our panelist and the moderator to kindly join for the picture. Thank you so much. And now I request Dr. Rajamani Garu from New Generation Media and New Era Media to kindly join us on stage and present the memento to the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for that great session? Thank you so much once again to the panelist and the moderator. I would request you to kindly take your seats. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are quickly breaking for the lunch session, and we would request you to join us back by 2:30. And a small announcement, the moderator and the panelist. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting you all to kindly take your seats as we are about to begin our session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting our session in next 1 minute, so requesting your kind attention. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to V6 Present South India Media Summit Season 4, powered by Vidya Telugu and The Hindu. Thank you so much for your attention. And starting off with our post-lunch session, I know post-lunch sessions sometimes feels little drowsy, but I don't think so. The speakers coming up next would make it that difficult for us. So ladies and gentlemen, here I take the opportunity to introduce our next moderator to take the further proceedings. May I request Mr. Karthik Sharma, the moderator, Group CEO, Omicron Media Group. Please put your hands together for Mr. Karthik Sharma on stage. Talking about him, with 25 years of experience in the world of media, have recently taken up the mantle of the Group Chief Executive Officer at Omicron Media Group, India. And ladies and gentlemen, for the further proceedings, I now submit the mic to Mr. Karthik.
Good afternoon, everyone. Post-lunch sessions are extremely difficult, I know. So I'll try my best, and I'm sure we have a stellar set of panelists. Firstly, a big thank you to 4 Dimension for inviting me and all of us out here. Shankar and Bharat and team have done a stellar job, and I wish them luck in bringing the entire industry together. So if I can hear a big round of applause for Shankar, Bharat and the entire team. Thank you. Let me start by, I have the privilege of, going to speak to 4 stalwarts of the industry, built large multi-billion-dollar businesses. So I know some of them personally. One of them happens to be not a friend, but also my client, and many of them are my friends. So let me first start by introducing Dr. Kailash Katkar. He's the founder and MD of Quickkill Technologies. So if we can have Dr. Katkar on the stage. And I'm inviting Mr. Razak, Managing Director of EKC Group. Could I also invite Mr. G. Vivekanand, Chairman of Visakha Industries. Last but not the least, I would like to invite Mr. Mohan Chalavadi, Senior Vice President Operations, Sai Sales Kalamandir. All of you please settle down. I'll take another 30 seconds and then I'll settle down too. I want to thank Mr. Vikram Sakuja, Mojo, for talking about Apple in a big way. It's a brand that we all love. It's a privilege for me to handle that as a client of our company. It's not easy to build another Apple, we all know, the struggles. It's something that I get to hear in every forum that I go. If I ask a client, which is that one brand that you want to be, invariably in the top 3 names there is an Apple. So thanks for that, mentioning that. I'll settle down. I know we are hard pressed, so and post-lunch sessions, I don't want to keep rambling on, so I'll keep brief. My request to each of the members out here is, I'll go around the table, ask a few questions, and if you can answer in 2 to 3 minutes, that will be wonderful. Mr. Katkar also has a flight to catch, so he's requested me that he has to jump off at 3 o'clock, which we will fully agree with. So at 3 o'clock, wherever the session ends, or even if it is halfway, we will excuse him, and we totally get that. So let me start with Dr. Katkar. Quickkill is a very big name in cyber security. It's been there for multiple years. There's cutthroat competition. And how do you keep your competitive advantage? What are the things that you do? If you can tell us a little bit about that.
First and most important is like our business itself need continuous innovation, because without innovation we can't stay live actually. So from the first version of Quickkill itself, we are into innovation mode, and there is no other choice for me actually. So it is a continuous innovation which keeps on going, and to keep this thing competitive in the market, to make sure that we build the trust of our customers by protecting them from the cyber attacks. And I would say that I would really like to thank my team for that purpose, because they keep on continuously innovating that part of it. When it comes to the reputation part of it, it is there are some of the organizations globally who keep on testing these products, cyber security products, on a bi-monthly basis, and then they keep on ranking that products, and Quickkill is really, feel very proud for the team for that purpose only. As we are passing this test since the beginning, we haven't failed a single test, And for last 3 years, we are ranked as a top ranker in this space actually. So this is a continuous innovation which keeps us, doing all this creativity. That is
Thank
what
you.
I could say.
I think wonderful track record, never failing a test on cybersecurity, ultra competitive market. So that's something I think make in India and really making us all of us proud. So my next question is to you, Mr. Razak. I think you're an extremely popular brand, VKC brand. I would doubt if anybody in this group for sure does not know your brand. They know it. Many of them are users of your brand. Earlier this year you said that this year seems to be a good year for consumers in one of your interviews. That's remarkable because when I speak to a lot of colleagues or friends or other agency folks, we don't seem to have that magical way of knowing how the market is. So what are the things that you look for when you say that the consumers and the market is going in a certain direction? And now that we are almost half the year over, what do you see will pan out for the rest of the year, particularly for your category?
So good afternoon all. Actually, see, it was like during the COVID, almost 2 years, it was going a bit silent. And we expected a lot of new things coming into the market in the coming year. So our people were like background, they were thinking and they were like trying to bring products which is highly price competitive and good quality. So there was a perception that everything from everywhere and every manufacturer will hit the market during that time. And really it has happened. So if you see your neighborhood shops, you can see even in your small shops, so the flashy footwear products are hanging outside the shop than before. Earlier, like you may not have noticed to that extent, but this is a very remarkable change, and that is really the consumers has been benefited like anything. And now the focus is more on the comfort part. The more innovations are going in that direction. So definitely there is a move, and we have also been able to make use of that change or that innovations during what we couldn't launch during the COVID time. So that has definitely made a change in the market.
Thank you. I think very interesting. A lot of consumer insight and observation which is helping you steer your company forward. Dr. Vivekananda, you have over 4 decades of rich experience. You build products which are rock solid, and many of them are working towards sustainability goals. Not so long ago, you also been awarded India's most trusted brand. What is the engine? How do you keep doing this again and again every single day? 4 decades is a very long time. So what are the secret ingredients? What do you do? What can we learn from that?
Good afternoon to everybody. The question you asked is very difficult to answer because there are so many things which goes into it. And as Mr. Katkar said, I think all the credit goes to our team members. Our team members have been very alert. They get feedback from the market, and they are continuously trying to come up with new products which are sustainable, and that's how we could get into these boards where we are using cement, fly ash which is a disposable product, and then some little bit of wood pulp. So when we started off, we never thought we would grow so big. But within 2-3 years, we've become #1 in the country now. And it's a very fast-moving product, the boards which we are currently manufacturing. Then my son actually taken over. He's actually, you should have called him here today. I'm not the right person. He's the guy who actually started the atom roofing where solar cells can be put and you generate electricity along with the roof. That is an innovative product he started, and it's doing really well. Most of our plants are able to, there's a payback period of 3.5 to 4 years in that product. And now recently he also started the electric bike, which is he's selling in under the brand name of Atom. So I think my son has been able to form a good team, and he is able to come up with these new products. And constantly, one of the things he tries to maintain is the quality of the product, which is most important. And along with maintaining the quality, becoming competitive pricing wise is also important in the Indian market scene. Because if you are not competitive on the pricing front, however good product you manufacture and produce, very difficult in India to have a premium product at a very early stage. After long many years, there is an opportunity to get a premium. But if you want to have big mass sales, you have to be competitive. So I think this twin mode of giving a quality product and along with the competitive price, I think Indian market is quite big. And as we see what our Prime Minister has been saying, made in India, you should do. Because I think many people didn't believe that in the last 3 years India could grow so much. But actually if you see all the world economies, everybody has been falling. And India has been able to maintain a GDP growth share of nearly 6.8%, which is really commendable. I think the investments made during the COVID time and the kind of monies they are giving towards the startups and etc. I think right now we are placed under a good regime. There is an opportunity and more entrepreneurs should come up. And I think one of the biggest messages I think like to give is we have to follow good entrepreneurs. If you have to learn from the good entrepreneurs, good working practices, good systems, I think along with having a good team. Well, I've seen when I started business, I had a very good loyal team. Nowadays, very difficult to maintain good people in your organization because everybody is on the prowl and the culture is changing currently. So we need to little gear up to this new culture. And I think if you are able to form a good team, definitely you can achieve success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think from all the three of them, one message is very clear. They all spoke of team, team, team. Thanks. It was great listening to that. And also how Dr. Vivekananda is also giving way to the next generation, his son, and taking some of his steps, his thoughts into the business and giving the new generation more independence. It's wonderful to see that. My question to you, sir, is you're in a very different category. You're from cyber security at one end to let's come to clothing. I think all of us like to wear good clothes. So in that, I think my sense is a lot of changes which have happened from the consumer lens in terms of buying behavior compared to the past to what we are seeing today. So if you can just tell us how the journey, the consumers are seeing it differently, what are the big changes, what has remained maybe same, what has changed? We can throw some light on that.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mohan Chalavadi, and I'm from Sai Silks Kalamandir. And first of all, I would like to thank Shankar and Bharat for doing an amazing job in coordinating this event. Thank you, folks. And getting to the point, first off, wanted to give you a little bit of a background as to where we have come from. So Sai Silks Kalamandir, basically is a 17-year-old company, right? When we first started, it was like a 3,000 square feet with about 54 employees here in Hyderabad. So, over the past 17 years, we have grown to 54 retail outlets across southern part of India, majorly in Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu. And we're still growing. So, this expansion was possible primarily because of 4 factors that we have always believed in. And I guess some of my peers have already mentioned some of those points. One is the price, and number two is the quality, and number three being the range of products that you offer to your customers, and last but not the least, the customer service. So these were the four pillars of our, business growth. And as Karthik had mentioned, so marrying the technology with the fashion industry, right? So it's a very, I guess, a good combination. That's what I would say. So I'm a technocrat myself. I've been in the field of technology for many years, and now I'm in the retail industry, trying to sell the fashion products. So this was really enriching because, there were a lot of things that can be done using the technology, right? So what we have done over the last 17 years, we have leveraged the technology and all the latest technological developments to help ensure that we are delivering the quality products to our customers, right? So especially, what we have seen post-COVID is a major shift in how the customer is spending and the type of products that they're choosing, right? We were able to do all those analytics with the help of technology, and we were able to bring the products that our customers are constantly looking for into the market. So that basically have helped us to, grow and be successful in this market. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohan. I think a fascinating journey of their brand. These days, it's very difficult to miss anything in media or social media or newspaper or TV. 2 letters. Any guesses? AI. Thank you. Someone said that. So my next question is a bunch around technology, because many of them are directly or indirectly using technology in one way. So my first question is to you, Dr. Katkar. We all hear as laymen lots about AI, ChatGPT, and so many new tools literally every day. What is AI actually going to is having or going to have an impact on in your industry?
So nowadays, because of this AI, because it is not only about the businesses, but even the hackers or the bad people, they are also started using AI, to generate more and more attack threats and all these things. So most of the, hackers, they try to exploit vulnerability about the enterprise IT infrastructure part of it to launch their attack actually, And the motto is very simple, is all about, stealing, company information, crucial information, critical information, data, and to cause financial loss or, reputation loss to the company. And that is growing very fast. These things are being developed, and, these attackers have started using AI part of it also. And if you see recently, there are a lot of ransomware attacks are happening actually. And for any organization, they have to really prioritize the cybersecurity part of it, because still most of the entrepreneurs are not looking cybersecurity as their first priority, but they should look at this part of it and try to find out a good solution, security solution for their organization. AI, this AI buzzword have started, we have started listening this word for last 4 to 5 years, but let me tell you, Vikhil was the first to start using machine learning and AI well in advance, like in the years 96, 97, at that given time actually. It was more about a ML, which was a machine learning part of it. Now, top of it, AI has come. Recently, we have developed a deep AI technology, which really does a lot of, deep analysis inside the systems. Also try to identify the behavior analysis, the prospective analysis of the systems and the organization to identify any kind of, like targeted attacks are happening. Because previously it was like machine learning was used for one purpose, that was like, to identify the families of malware and all this part of it. But nowadays, the attacks are personalized attacks, like, the targeted attacks are generated for a particular, any company or any individual to attack on his business, financial attack or a reputation attack. So these attacks you really don't understand, because you don't see that as like a malware or something like this. So here our deep AI technology really does a lot of analysis part of it, behavior and analysis part of it, and through that we identify this is the attack which is targeted to particular enterprise part of it. So this we are doing for last 15 years actually.
That's wonderful. I was not aware of that, and it's both scary at one level, beyond ransom, the new ways of attacking either organizations or individuals, and even companies like yourself. Yeah.
So excuse me, I have a flight to catch, so I would like to leave now.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So,
Sir, I would request, I'm really sorry, sir, to interrupt. I would request you to stay back for a second, sir. We have a memento. Yes. May I request Shankar, sir, or Bharat, sir, to kindly join us on the stage for presenting the memento. We are really sorry to interrupt the session. May I request the memento? Yeah. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time. It's definitely an honor to have you here. Thank you so much. Really sorry for the interruption. I would request you to please continue with your session. Thank you so much, sir.
But before Dr. Katkar left, I think he's touched upon some very interesting aspects of both the potential perils or problems of AI, and even companies like Wikil, what they are doing, and many other companies which are doing that. So my next question is to actually Mr. Mohan. So for those of you who don't know, he's actually an ethical hacker himself and a countermeasure expert. So again, looking the lens of your category, what are the opportunities that you see? Definitely as lay users, we are seeing some of the potential via, using PowerPoint presentations, or even doing some basic art and stuff like that, which we ourselves experience. But your field is a very fascinating field. So how do you think AI can either aid, and if there are any pitfalls, if any, that which all should be aware of?
Okay, that's a very good question, Karthik. So I know that we've been talking a lot about artificial intelligence and machine learning lately, and as my co-panelist just said a little bit ago, the thing about artificial intelligence, the neural networks and machine learning, it's not a new concept. It's been there for decades, but it's just, recently that it's catching upon with a lot of major companies like Amazon, Facebook, Google. So there has been a lot of buzz around this artificial intelligence. Now, that's a good thing, right? So there has been a lot of discussions around how do we control, the proliferation of the artificial intelligence. And there have been a lot of discussions by different government agencies, not only in India, but in many other countries as to, how can they control the proliferation of this technology and make sure that it's used for the good of mankind, right? So with the advantages of AI, there definitely are a lot of disadvantages. It is just that, how we use it, right? Definitely there are a lot of bad actors out there, that would, definitely, leverage this technology to do more harm than good. But that's a fact of life. So now cybersecurity also has been talked about quite a bit lately. I guess it's more because of the fact that now we are more and more of a society where we interconnect with each other, right? Like I still remember back in 1994, 95 time frame, there was not really a big use of internet in the public space. It's more from an academic's perspective. But ever since then, there have been a lot of technological improvements, and now internet has become a mainstream technology. Now, for example, we can't live without our phone or email or WhatsApp for more than an hour, right? So most of us use it, pretty much, every day. So now as world is becoming more and more interconnected, so is the need for cybersecurity, right? So see, with the increased use of artificial intelligence, the cybersecurity has, has been looked at it in a different way. I'll just give you a couple of examples, right? Now, we've been talking about not just the artificial intelligence, we're talking about quantum mechanics, like quantum computing. And we're also talking about, building, supercomputers, based on the quantum computing. Now, that's not too far out. So, but when these machines come into play, there is going to be more and more challenges than what we have today, because they are super fast computers and they can break encryption in no time. But anyway, so that's a whole different area. But so coming back to the field of cybersecurity, now, as the awareness is increasing more and more at the individual level and also at a corporate level, so AI has been used as a tool to kind of, be proactive and to control these threats before they become, a serious issue. So artificial intelligence, helps in doing a lot of proactive monitoring and analytics. So helping the corporations to take all the preventive and the proactive measures to, safeguard their assets.
Okay, thank you so much. Question to Mr. Razak. I think you already implemented a lot of modern technology in your manufacturing system. What are the new technologies that you will be adapting, either in the context of AI coming in or other new technologies which are relevant for your industry?
So as you rightly said, we have been able to apply technology in various phases of manufacturing. The right existence of VKC starts from a simple Hawaii chappal. So if you go back to 40 years before, and the Hawaii chappal, what you got to have a white layer and then it's a blue or beige color. So after a month or 2 months use, what happens is the white layer goes and the color inside that blue color starts coming outside. So when you go to some places or when you go to some function, you feel little ashamed to keep your chappal outside. So that because it is showing the blue color and a worn out piece. So we started off with a technology where that problem is solved. And there's no upper layer. The product itself, you can go till you see the floor or till you see the ground. So that was the product we launched initially. Then later on we added the technologies, and at one point of time, we revolutionized the footwear industry by introducing PU at a very economical price. A product which was sold at $399, we launched at $199. So there was a difference of around half. The next best available product was 150, that available in that market. So 150, the next available was $399. So we made to 199 so that everybody can shift from 150 to 199 very easily. And a machine which was manufacturing maximum of 3,000 pairs a day, we almost took that machine to 9,000 pairs a day production. So you can see that the work study and the things what we applied, and we could take out a production of almost 9,000 pairs, and that now become the standard of our production capacity of that machine company itself. Even they didn't know that this much can be produced out of this machine. So that was the kind of work or technological updation we did on that. And right now, like, see, every time the technology, as you said, it is not only the production, now it has to change. Now what we are trying to do is we are trying to connect the last mile consumer. So we are trying to connect to the consumer and the last mile delivery point. So wherein we need a lot of, we are facing a lot of challenges because the network what we currently use is a very, very traditional network, because we are not much into the current online system. We are mostly into the traditional network. So right now what we are trying to do is we are trying to collect online orders and give delivery from the nearest shop of the customer. So that means suppose somebody in Hyderabad or interior town, if somebody orders, he will get the delivery from his nearby shops. So that is the kind of things we are just now trying, and it is under trial right now. We hope to connect to the customer, and we can make the service much better in coming days.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think we can go on technology. Staying on the topic of technology, my question to Dr. Vivekananda is, your company and your category is is in the eyes of, say, government, various stakeholders in terms of how we can reduce any kind of impact to the environment. It's always been there. So what are the new technologies which you are either deploying or considering, which will help you reduce some of the things on the environmental impact? Any measures that you have taken?
As I told you just now, we use a lot of fly ash in all our products, more than 30%. Earlier, there was no technology to use fly ash. Fly ash was just dumped everywhere. It was an environmental hazard. But today, our industry, the cement industry, everybody used a lot of fly ash. So actually, earlier we used to get fly ash free. But now all fly ash, all electric companies, they are selling fly ash at a premium because so much of consumption of fly ash is taking place. This is one place. I just want to, because this is a media summit, I thought it is relevant to talk something about our media house. We have a media house, V6 News is our channel, and we have a newspaper, Telugu. And in this, as I was telling you, same principle we used, what we used in our building products, of credibility and ensuring that we don't bend to pressure and all. So we have been able to become a strong media house in Telangana. We are #1 channel in Telangana, and we have a lot of pressure. And now with the social and digital media coming, media houses are in real trouble. And as you said, AI is going to transform this industry, both in the media and in the digital segment. AI is going to play a major role because people can create images, people can create speeches of your competitors, they can malign you, there's so many challenges that are going to come in the media business. I hope Shankar is listening, Shankar and Bharat, because it's going to be a challenge for everybody. With the social media coming in, the TV and the newspaper business is taking a hit. But, that's the way the future is going to be. And with the AI coming in, I think getting credible information to the viewers is the most important thing, and getting correct factual information. Because in the social media, anybody gets a thought in the night, they are able to come up with some story in some YouTube channel, and then they spread it in the digital media, and that becomes a news. Unfortunately, the current generation also is like that. They all want to see hot news every day. Every hour they would like to see what are the what is the hot happening in the market. So I think there will be big changes in the media market, media business, and coping up with these changes is going to be a challenge, because number of good people available in this segment are also very, very low. And how they are going to satisfy the new generation will be a big challenge for the media owners. And I think we have to learn as we go forward to see, to maintain, because ultimately I always felt when I started my business, I'm actually a doctor of medicine but got into business. So for me, the simple things of discipline, creating a good quality product, having credibility, these are the things, again, ultimately in any business you do, they again, you need to fall back on these simple guidelines. So I'm sure the media business also will mature over a period of time, where people will start believing true facts and not what's coming on the social media. Because I have to just give my personal experience. I'm currently in the BJP party. In the last 15 days, the social media, same social media, some platform, they said I'm joining Congress. After 3 days, the same media house said he's joining TRS. Then another media said, no, he's getting some post in BJP. So the credibility of the platform is getting threatened. So I think some maturity needs to come, some regulations need to come in this media business. And as the Governor Garu was telling today morning, please try to project this also in a proper way. Because unfortunately, when she was speaking, I was only thinking, unfortunately, the viewers are becoming like that. They want to see the negative part of it. They want to see a different aspect altogether. They don't want to see simple things and simple facts. So I think the media house needs to find a way out on balancing what the viewer needs. Because if there's no viewership, then the channel doesn't work. No ads come. So they have to keep a balance between facts, good news and bad news, and still keep going forward, because people need a lot of information. And as you know, the internet has really revolutionized the knowledge and information. You can get anything on the internet now. And it's, I think, a big boon to most of us to be more knowledgeable and well informed. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a couple of more questions, but I know Shankar is showing his hand. I just want to ask one short question, if each of you, and you can go in any order, since we are here in the southern part of India, what is the unique thing that you're also users, spenders in this part of the world. What is unique for you in the southern media, either as brand users or as owners of various brands? What is unique which stands out for you? Just one or two words for each one of you, can go in whichever order.
You mean that unique about the market?
So, southern media in southern part of India.
No, actually, yes, it has been answered in the morning itself.
What is your experience?
Yeah, it's a separate countries itself in each of these four southern states. So we have to have a separate plan for each this thing. But see, as a customer, it is still the 7,000-year-old customer. When we feel happy, we laugh, and when we feel sad, we will cry. So we will have to touch them through our media. So that is the unique thing that we need to take care.
Okay. Sir. Mohan, sir.
Okay. So can you rephrase it?
I think, so there's media across India. There are nuances which come from different part of India. And what is it that stands out for you? Whether either it could be working for you, it may not be working for you, based on your experience of handling your set of business.
Okay.
Unique about, which stands out top of mind for you for southern media?
So media, I believe, is a very strong platform for our society, right? and especially for a business, right? It helps us a great deal to kind of make us stand out in front of our competition, to kind of talk about ourselves, to kind of let our customers know what we do and what can we do, right? So we do work with a lot of media partners, for our business, and we value that quite a bit. And I think media is definitely the backbone for any society to kind of bring the latest and greatest, out into the market.
Thank you. So, final word, sir.
Actually, I'm a little confused because I'm in this business and I don't know what to answer.
That's why we kept the best.
But one thing
last.
is there.
Yeah.
The new, the business model or whatever it is, there is so much of information to target specific segments. It's easy, supposing you need to be in the textile market, it's easy to target that audience. So also in the footwear market, it's easy to target those. So the tools are helping us in segmentizing these things. And as Mr. Mohan said, the platform of Facebook, the platform of different digital media platforms, there's a lot of reach going on. Actually, I'm surprised and amazed that when V6, when we launched, we were primarily a TV channel. But today, our reach has spread so much. Only on the internet, during these rains, we got a viewership of nearly 95 lakhs on one single day for what we showed off regarding the rains in Hyderabad. And we have been able to go to a reach of 1.4 crores daily reach viewership. So there is the media in the south, and I'm sure many of us are doing the same way. So media has been a very good vehicle for people to sell their products. It's easy for creating a brand for a product through the media, and selling products through the media also it's becoming easy. So media has a critical role to play in propagating and selling our products. So people have to use it more, spend more on ads, and give us more revenue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. There were many questions, but I know in the interest of time, I'm stopping here. I learned a lot from all of you. Thank you. And I'm sure the audience here also learned many new things, right from leadership to technology, some threats of AI, other technologies, and role of media. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Karthik Sharma, for a great moderating session. And thank you so much to all the panelists. I would request you to kindly join for the picture. I would request the panelists to kindly join for the picture. I would now request Mr. S. Divakar Garu, the business head from Olcom Media Private Limited, News First Kannada, to kindly join us on stage for presenting the memento to our panelists. Indeed, if you find this session was interesting, may I request you all to please clap your hands. I would request Mr. Divakar to kindly present the memento to the panelist. Thank you so much, sir. I would request you to kindly take your seats. Can we have the round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Please put your hands together. Thank you so much to the panelist and the moderator on the stage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the icing on the cake is right in front of you as we move towards our next session, that is a fireside chat between. I know the most awaited moment, and before I could actually announce the name, Okay, let me announce the name and then tell you the reason. Okay, it's about Mr. Arnab Goswami, the MD and the editor-in-chief for Republic TV. He couldn't join us here, but he's definitely joining us through the Zoom call. And due to some of his very urgent works, he couldn't be here. And but nonetheless, he's joining us on the Zoom. I guess he's already here. And I would also request Mr. Sashi Sinha. Okay, that skips my heartbeat for the first time looking at the reporter. Okay, Mr. Sashi Sinha, the CEO and the chairman for IPG Media Brand India, Broadcast Audience Research Council of BAC India. Please join us on stage, sir. Mr. Sashi Sinha, please, I would request you on stage. And requesting Mr. Vikram Shakuja, the Group CEO, Madison Media and OH at Madison World. Please put your hands together. On the insides actually, sir. Okay, in order to know that you are all present right over here with full of alert, I would request you all to once again please put your hands together for Mr. Arnab Goswami, Mr. Shashi Sinha and Mr. Vikram Sakuja.
Can you see us, Arnab? Can you see us? Can you hear us?
Hello?
Arnab?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear us and see us? This is like you do to others on the TV show we're doing to you.
Hi Vikram, can you hear me, Vikram?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, I don't think he can hear us. Can you hear us or no?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can see the stage. I mean, I'm not looking at you straight, but I can see the stage. So yeah, it's fine. I can hear you.
Okay. Shall we kick it off? So Arnab, yeah. Okay, Arnab, actually the session was supposed to earlier be called Kal, Aaj or Kal. So in the context of news, you've been reporting now for what, 25 plus years, yeah. So what is, between Kal, Aaj and what will be tomorrow, what has really changed in news reporting? What will remain same and what is going to be the future?
Well, Vikram, I hope you can hear me. I got the audio was a little patchy.
Yeah, we can hear you as loud as we can hear you very well.
If I can get the audio a little.
Vikram, he ran away from your question. He's off. Huh? He'll be back.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Very
okay, great. So I think I got your question. Thank you very much, Shashi, and it's fine. I think I'm okay. So.
Yeah, go on. It's all, we can hear you.
Yeah, so, no, I can't see you because the gentlemen there are putting up the pedestal, but I heard you loud and clear. And first of all, I want to tell you how privileged I feel to be in conversation with both of you, who are not just my friends, but absolute stalwarts of the media industry today. And I think it is exceptional for Shankar to be able to put this together. So I feel very honored to be in conversation with Vikram and Shashi. I must begin by saying that you're both very dear to me and dear to the entire industry. And I also want to begin with a slight introduction, if you don't mind, Vikram. I want to say that I'm very sorry for not being with you in person, but I will make up next time. And to Shankar, thank you for the partnership over the years. And it's a privilege for Republic and for Fourth Dimension Media to be working together for almost 7 years now. So just a round of thank yous to everyone there. In answer to your question, Vikram, you are as much a purveyor of media as I am. And having said that, just to start the conversation, Vikram, I think that when I entered the media in 1995, I started off in print. Print was the dominant medium then. And print was still in a period of evolution. Print was in a period of experimentation. Print was doing new things, and new things were happening on print. So I was overjoyed to be working for the Telegraph at that time. And I remember small changes of design, small changes of copy that we would do would cause a lot of excitement. And there was a battle within print where different groups, and I started in Calcutta, Statesman and Telegraph, vying for editorial space and audience attention. So I think the important thing is 1995 to 2000 still was very much an era of print. When television really took off was around 2002, 2003 with the private channels. When HYBIZ became a private channel, NDTV became NDTV 24/7. Before that, it was Star News. So when 24/7 news really came in, I think there were two phases of 24/7 news. One was when 24/7 news was riding off the platform of government and they were making programs for Doordarshan. Then 2003 onwards, when it became truly independent, when NDTV 24/7 came in, when there was HYBIZ which launched as a channel, and along with that a change of technology, Vikram, when the KU band signals allowed us to beam from live from any location, it was amazing for us to see the possibility of going live without a government infrastructure, to put a small antenna on top of a SUV and drive it around and beam from wherever you are. And I think that was a dramatic change. There were a lot of changes in technology between 2003 and 2009, 2010. I think the third phase of media starts post 2010. When the power of the media really comes up and governments begin to respond, there are scams broken and exposed. The media begins to take a position on issues, and people like it, because for far too long we were told that the media should not have a position, it should just be a hagiography, it should repeat what is being reported without their own opinion. And I think that phase continues even now, in different ways, of course. So 2010 onwards, the media becomes sharper, has an opinion, and television is really ruling the roost at this phase. I am still a firm believer in television. Linearity or otherwise, television will stay. Linear, non-linear, whatever, television will stay, live news will stay. News will always be very, very dominant on television. And I think now we're entering the digital age. I feel in the next 4 or 5 years, there will be a quiet changeover of print. However much print denies it, I think there'll be a shift from print. And I think we're entering into the digital and television age, which is very, very exciting. And I'll end by saying one thing, that the most amazing thing, Vikram, and Shashi, you'll agree with me, is that there is a new democracy that has come into our business in the last 5 or 6 years. And I think that started because of the digitization, which allowed us to not be in a monopolistic situation where a content creator has to pay enormous amounts or more money or less money than someone else, where money can buy you the space. This is the age of content. My content or any news channel's content is the same. I pretty much reach you via DTH or cable on an equivalent platform with equal quality of signal. So I think now content is king, and digital and television are the future. I think digital-led television or video-led digital is the future, and I think this is a very exciting period over the next 5 years that we are looking at.
So, Arnab, thanks for talking about the journey of yours. But if I was to say there are 3 phases, NDTV was one phase, then you were the executive editor at Times Now, and now not only are the editor, but you're also the owner. And what has been the difference between these 3 phases as far as your personal journey is concerned?
Thank you, Shashi. First of all, I want to say this, Shashi, to you and Vikram, that, I came to Bombay in 2005. And when I see people like you, like Vikram, like Sam Balsara, like CBL Srinivas or PK and all working, I think the best thing in my career has been the fact that I became a total realist about the media business after shifting to Mumbai. People asked me earlier, Shashi, that how will you operate out of Mumbai? First of all, there was a physical distance. But the good thing was, Shashi, was that I began to realize how the media business actually works. And it was my good fortune to watch it closely. Somewhere around 2010, Shashi, 2008, 2009, my 13 or 12 odd years in Bennett Coleman, you know, I made a vow to myself to be independent. And to be independent in Bennett Coleman is a big deal for an editor to say. But I learned that if you pay your own bills, nobody will ask you any questions. And I must say, with certain limited amount of pride, that we ran our own ship when we were running Times Now, when I founded Times Now. The journey as an entrepreneur has been totally humbling, totally humbling. I could not have even fathomed, Shashi, what I have been through in terms of learning and experience in the last 7 years when I launched Republic. Being an entrepreneur in India is not easy. Being a news entrepreneur and trying to play the big game from scratch is not easy. Launching 1 channel, 2 channel, 3 channel, now we are doing digital, we are going into it, it's not easy. But it gives me immense joy, Shashi. I feel I'm blessed. I'm the only journalist today who's been able to build up a news organization of this scale. Today we're employing over 1,500 people and we are playing among the big boys out there. We continue to expand. I think as long as I continue to learn, Shashi, I will grow. And Shashi and Vikram, I am very excited about digital. In the next 2 to 3 months, we are going through major expansion at Republic. I've shared this with you. If I had not been an entrepreneur, Shashi, not being philosophical about it, I don't think I would have been able to choose my own destiny. In fact, I must say on a lighter note, I think I had become unemployable by the time I quit Times. Either I would have been sacked or I would have resigned. So I think I did Vinitjan a great favor at that point of time by resigning myself and setting up my venture. But I think I've learned a lot. I've become a realist. I'm very excited. And I'm doing things creatively which I don't have to seek anyone's approval for. So I'm in a way master of my destiny, Shashi. So that's a very gratifying part of this. I think I've shared this with you personally. So it's good, for all the pain and hardship, it's good. Very, very exciting.
Now, if I may take a certain liberty, I'll ask you a question. For some of us who know you personally, I mean, you're the nicest human being that one could ever meet. And then there's a huge transformation that happens when you get onto the TV and behind your programs. And even that polarizes. I've seen, I remember a few years back when you were in Goa Fest, you got a rock star welcome from the entire fraternity. But at the same time, there are a lot of armchair guys and a lot of people who will sort of absolutely they have a problem with your kind of journalism. What is your observation? What is your self-introspection? And what would you have to say to both your fans and to your naysayers?
So first thing I'll tell you that, what you said, personally, I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy on TV also, actually. But, I do believe, Vikram, that I believe in debate. I believe in debate. I believe that conflict, what you call tension within the studio, solves things, does not worsen things. I believe in free-flowing debate. I believe in sharp debate. And I know that debate is natural, and trying to have a sort of a consensual discussion on things is artificial. I don't believe in an artificial consensus. I did that earlier, but I got fed up of it. So I believe in the power of debate. Secondly, Vikram, I believe that my debates have contributed somewhere to issues in our country. Vikram, if I had not made a big deal of things, a lot of things in this country would not have happened. We had made corruption a normal thing. We normalized corruption to an extent. It would have been an impediment in the growth of our country, the level of corruption that we saw in the early 2010s. So I believe somewhere, whether it is that or whether it's our position with Pakistan, we could not have achieved what we have wanted to as a country had we hyphenated ourselves with Pakistan anymore, as happened during Sharm el-Sheikh. We would not have progressed as much as a country if we had tolerated the kind of terrorism that happened during 26/11, and even after that gone and started shaking hands with Pakistan. So somewhere on security policy, on politics, on the fight against corruption, or even on movements which are seen to be radical, like the right to pray of women in Sabrimala and Shani Shignapur and Haji Ali, where I went against the tide. I think I have contributed through debate. And I think when the postscript will be written of this period in our country, I think we will find a mention. The kind of journalism I have done will find a mention. On the second part, Vikram, I don't have an ego. You know me well enough, Vikram. I have built an organization. I could not have done it with ego. I don't have any ego at a personal level. At your point about whether people agree or disagree with me, you know, I speak my mind. I am not here to please anyone. I have taken positions on issues. I have, some people believe my line, is more commensurate with that of a political party. I think they're looking at it superficially. They're not looking at my career in entirety. I'll only give you one aspect of it as part of my defense. You know, in 2000, Vikram, I spent 6 months odd at the University of Cambridge, and I wrote a book on the laws against terrorism. I've always wanted to be a bit of an academic, and my book was a very hardline book at that time. I argued for the strongest laws against terrorism. There was no, it was not done with a political intent. I was not running a channel. So I'm trying to say that I'm always been right of center on economic and security related issues. I always have been. Well before 2014. So people who are trying to construct me and say, oh, you know, I take a line that suits the government on certain issues should look back at my position on 1999. I've always been right of center, and I think right of center is legitimate. I'm equally socially progressive on other issues. I've been a proponent, I've been a warrior for LGBT rights. So I think it's difficult to bracket me. And what happens, Vikram, is I find on the contrary that in today's extremely polarized world, where you're either this side or that, you know, people benchmark you on which side you belong to. I belong to my side. I belong to nation first. I belong to the ideology that I believe whatever is good for the country, good for the future of the country should be part of our journalism. And I know people don't like it, but I have said before that you have to be a nationalist to be a journalist. For some people, nationalism is a bad word, but Subhash Chandra Bose was also a nationalist. Swami Vivekananda was also a nationalist. And all the leftists, so-called leftists who say that nationalism is bad should realize that Lenin was the biggest nationalist. Lenin was the biggest nationalist. When in difficulty, Stalin invoked nationalism. So I think people are looking at it in superficial terms, Vikram, by saying you're this way or that. I'm very open to ideas. I'm open to suggestions. I don't have a fixed point of view. I try to make up my own mind, but when I speak, I don't speak with any intent. Vikram, I'll tell you one thing. I don't carry a script between 9 and 11. Those who know me, who come to my small studio, I don't carry a script. So whatever is in my mind, I speak. And I believe that if you've got truth on your side, if you believe in what you're doing, then it's okay. And sometimes, I get into the wrong side of people also, but that's part of the job. So I know a long answer to your pretty simple question. But one day I was taking a flight, and there was Sharad Pawar who was sitting to my left. This is about 3 or 4 years back. So he kept quiet and I kept quiet. I think we both decided we didn't want to speak to each other. And because I have not been very nice to him, and so he continued to work as the plane was landing. He looked at me and he said, "You're Arnab Goswami." I said, "Yes, I am." He said, "Oh, I was surprised because you're very quiet. You're quiet through the entire flight." So I told him, "What did you expect?" So, people have these assumptions of how I should behave. People expect me to walk into a place screaming and shouting, but debate is like that, Vikram. When you're in a debate, when you're in full flow of a debate, I have been like this in class 7. The only thing I've done well in my life is debating. I've sort of done decently well in everything else. So I've always, in a debate, we were told that you need to come to your point from the start. You need to be passionate about it, and you don't need to try and seek a consensus. Even if people don't like you, you give your point of view. So that's what I believed in since I was sort of 11 or 12 years old. And it's the way it is.
Touché. Fantastic. So, of all the many stories which you've done, what is the few ones which you're very proud of? What is that will stay with you if you do write your memoirs?
I missed out the last part, Shashi.
I say if you do write your memoir, what are the stories which will stay with you and what will you say about yourself? What are, of all the stories which you've done, which is the one you like the most? Which is, of all the breaking stories and of all the coverage you've done?
Of all the coverage I've done, yeah. So, okay, so, biggest learning was 2611. When we did 2611, there was a time when there were, we were running a small channel that we were based in Bombay. So I think the one thing that I really think I did right, I don't know if I should be saying it in the presence of so many people in the advertising industry, but I dropped all ad breaks during the coverage of 2611. And for 3 days, and let me tell you, Shashi, that was in Times of India group editor decides no ads for 3 days, your maximum viewership. But I just thought it would not be inappropriate to carry any ads. So I just went on and on. I remember I anchored for about 70 to 80, maybe 90 hours at a stretch at that time. And I used to take 1 hour, half an hour naps in between. Because I had sent all my other anchors on the ground and I was the only anchor in the studio. And I was not on air, sort of the pictures were playing, I was just the voice. So I sort of went with the flow of whatever we did. And somewhere I think it connected very strongly. It was about 90% reporting and 10% opinion at that point of time, because, but the reporting was very, very intense and it was non-stop. I'm happy at one trend I started then, Shashi. I began to believe that if this story is really important, drop everything else. And it seems a simple thing to say, but before 2008, Shashi, a TV would be like a paper. You would cover 100 stories. And you'd give 100 stories, 1 minute each. After 2008, channels started saying, I'll cover one story, I'll give it 40% of it. And after 2010, we began to say that if a story is really important, drop everything else. This should become the national priority. So when we did Commonwealth Games camp, it was the only story. When we did 2611, it was the only story. That is what people started saying is sensationalist. So I started getting accused 2011, 12, 13, 14, even till today. I am accused of being a sensationalist. And my argument to the contrary is that if I don't give disproportionate amount of time to one story, how do I know that when Shashi Sinha comes home or Vikram Sakuja comes home, they will watch my story, because I don't know when they will be watching television. My only way of getting their attention is giving a disproportionate amount of time. To which the argument started. How do you decide what is important? That is what we go by gut instinct. So I think my 2611 coverage, the dropping of ads was very, very significant. I think that, Lalit Gate was very important. In 2016, the Modi government was in of Rajasthan, Sushma Swaraj, the roost. We did a story called of that. And I remember with particular delight, the cat and mouse game I played with Lalu Prasad Yadav. So what had happened was, when we launched Republic, we'd done a lot of exclusives. And one of the stories we had was a tape recording of Lalu Prasad Yadav speaking to Shahabuddin. Rabri Devi was Chief Minister of Bihar. Shahabuddin was a mafia don who was in jail. And he called Lalu Prasad Yadav and literally shouted at him. Lalu Prasad is leader of the RJD ruling party in Bihar. And he tells him, how dare you send the police to trouble my people? If there's a little bit of a riot, do your police have to go and intervene? And Lalu Prasad is asking him, almost saying sorry to him, I'm really sorry, where did it happen, Mr. Shahabuddin? This conversation between a politician in power and a mafia don giving instructions to a politician in power. Shashi, people have never seen these kind of tapes put out before. Shashi, these are tapes which are there with many journalists. Most people don't put it out. But what gave me satisfaction was that we were launching on May 6th, 2017. And between May 2nd and May 6th, I don't know how Lalu Prasad got to know that I have a story that is to do with him. But he didn't know what it was about. And he made every conceivable attempt to reach out to me. To a point to which I had to fly down my Bihar bureau chief, bring him here, cut off all the phones. And so, just make sure. The backstory of the Rahul Gandhi interview is that I was never even asking for the interview. I was literally called in, told that whether I would like a Rahul Gandhi interview. And I remember a meeting and there was Priyanka and Rahul and all in the room before the interview actually happened. And I had asked them clearly, do you have any red lines? And they said, absolutely not. I said, I'll do an interview if there are no red lines. And they agreed. So we went ahead with the interview. And I actually, I like to have an intense interview, Shashi. Like, I like to make the other person uncomfortable. I like if the person pushes back a little bit, that I can push back a little bit. I go to an interview armed with lots of facts, counter questions, counter facts, details of everything. And this is an interview I had worked hard. And I actually was disappointed by the time the interview ended, because there was no intellectual challenge for me at all. I mean, here was a person with absolutely no experience, and he told me he asked me in the makeup room, when I was in the makeup room, I remember he asked me, how old are you? So I said, I'm 40 years old. So he said, oh, you're much younger to me. I said, yeah, I'm much younger, but I have 19 years of work experience. Rahul, I've been working since I've been 20. So I don't think he got it. And I realized in the makeup room that he's not getting it. So I said, okay, maybe he'll open up during the interview. But during the interview, there was no intellectual challenge. And that absence of an intellectual challenge, I felt little like the interview was dragging. After half an hour, he got into this loop of repeating himself after half an hour. And he started sweating, he started sitting back, he was uncomfortable, but he was also dragging the interview. So I said, okay, let it carry on, And so I didn't quite think much of the interview when it happened. I just kept telling myself, what a disappointment. Because I have interviewed Benazir Bhutto, however corrupt she may have been, she was an intellectual challenge. I have interviewed, Julian Assange. I had interviewed Narendra Modi. And you like some back and forth flow. There was no back and forth flow in the interview with Rahul at all. So, yeah.
That's a cue to us. Yeah. Okay, but I'll still risk it. Okay, Arnab, this is a question on language. Look, we all know that if you have to look at viewership numbers and all, a huge preponderance, maybe 90% plus of the news is watched by consumers in regional or Hindi or the local languages, not so much English. But when it comes to decision makers, influential people, whether it's in business, executive, judiciary, the entire government, what is the role of English? What is your sense of balance? Because you must be getting a lot, because you've seen Hindi anchors, and you, of course, you are at the pinnacle of the entire English anchor business. What do you think is the power of English when it comes to decision makers in news?
Sorry, last, did you mention English at the end?
Yes, English. So, English. Because, yeah.
So I'll respond to your point on English first. Thank you for asking the question. Because I think English is a unifier, and English is an underrated language in our country. It's an underrated language in our country. Vikram, no offense meant to bark, but you know that among the people who matter, among the influencers, English is the go-to language, and it will remain the go-to language for eternity. Second point, and I felt it more strongly in the context of Manipur recently, I feel that English is a language which unites the country. Where you are right now, entire South, East, Bengal, Northeast, where I am from, English is the one language that unites the country. So both geographically and in terms of demographic importance, English and English news is very, 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 very significant in this country. It is through English news that some of the biggest stories have been broken. It is through English news that we have set the agenda. And my answer to you is I'll give you a very specific answer to your question. Vikram, Hindi news from 2004 to 2010 had lost the plot. What was Hindi news? They were doing things like Saas, Bahu, Sajish, they still do. They were doing Antakshari, they were doing Match Ka Mujrim, and what some people felt was increasing the size of Hindi news. You see, Vikram, a news channel is not Star Plus. People were taking GC formats and throwing it into English news, Hindi news, and calling it ingenuity. There was a phenomenal amount of astrology and everything except news. In fact, at one point of time, 60% of the FPC, the fixed point chart, of a Hindi news channel was not news. But they used to say, oh, we are getting a lot of viewership. So they got into complacency. English news shook up Hindi news in 2010. I was running an English news channel, Vikram. When all these people, the India TV is this, that, whatever, I won't name others, they were all lost the plot. And they were doing Andhvishwas, Kal Dunya Khatam Hone Wala Hai, snakes and ladders. But English news, when it started breaking the scam, CWG, 2G, Devas ISRO, Kargil for Profit, Adarsh, then all these scams, when they broke from May 2010 up to February 2011, forcing Manmohan Singh to do a press conference in February or March 2011, Hindi started realizing, my God, we've lost the agenda. So Hindi news would never have woken up had an English news channel not woken it up. So it is important, very important, Vikram, and to everyone I would say, to support English news, because English news has the deepest impact among the influencers. And somewhere Hindi news and no regional news channel would also like to lose that. So I think English is very, very, very significant, and that's why we work very hard to innovating on Republic TV from our side.
So Arnab, looking at the future, the first one is immediate future, 2024 elections coming up. News will have a critical role to play in setting the agenda, in any way shaping sentiment. What's your view? How do you see the next 12 months or 10, 11 months shaping up?
12 months in terms of what are you saying, Shashi?
In terms of news content and the way news
content, yeah. So, I think that news channels have realized that they need to innovate. I can't say what news channels should do, but I'll tell you what mistakes they have made and what I think they will improve. News channels will have to realize that distribution is important, but not the game changer. We also have excellent importance of distribution. We are a free-to-air channel, etc., etc. But news channels have to realize that content is the game. And to get the faith back of both the consumer and the advertiser, as I have myself admitted, the more you innovate on content, the more the consumer will like you and the advertiser will appreciate you, because the advertiser at the end of the day is also a consumer, and you can't fool the advertiser. That is one, very, very important. So I think starting around October, I see a lot of formats, etc. coming in. I think that some channels will really try to change their format altogether. Since I don't have knowledge, I'll tell you what we are going to do, and 3 or 4 things. One, we are doing lots on digital. We'll have to go in for digital-led television, Shashi. This election will be a digital-led television election, not a print election. So in a way, it's a total and fundamental shift. Those who don't have strong digital games going will have to do it. Those who have digital games going but who are print and who are building on legacy will face a stiff challenge from players like us. Because, for example, Shashi, I see no reason why I should not be bigger than Hindustan Times or Times of India on which, I mean, they have nothing which distinguishes them anymore. Earlier, it was the distribution of the guy bringing your paper at home, but today I can beat HP and TOI if I put my mind to it, which I will. So I think digital-led stuff, lots of content changes, lots of innovations. And I personally hope higher quality of pre-election debates this time. And I think we are, this time all political parties have so much at stake. They will send their best spokespersons to take part in these pre-election debates. That will be very, very significant. And lastly, I think that networks will be the key, Shashi, because general election is across the country. So, you know, if I had a choice between, if an advertiser or a consumer, I think this is the time to grow, and so it's important to be available in different demographies. So networks will get an advantage over individual channels this time. This is my sort of broad reading of things right now. But very interesting in terms of news. It's already getting quite hot these days.
Yeah.
Arnab, would you like to take a couple of audiences from the questions from the audience?
Yeah, I'm okay with anything, no problem. But having said that, I wish to say that I'd like to make some kind of a sense of an announcement. I am very keen to come into the South, and I thought before I throw up to questions, because this is a South India media conclave, I have a question to the audience and to all of you. Would you like Republic to come to the South? Do I have your support if we come to the South? We are very popular today in Hindi. In Bengal, we are the #1 channel. Would you like Republic to be available in South Indian languages?
They're all raising their hands on
it. If I have your support, we'll make an announcement very soon. Thank you.
He doesn't want to take this. He doesn't want to take
And yeah.
Arnab, Shankar here, you have 5 minutes to answer.
Yeah, no problem.
Just one question. 5 minutes is enough for you? No.
No, whatever, I mean, please, that is, stop pulling my leg like that, Shankar.
Any question? One question.
We have somebody raising the hand right from the behind. Yeah.
Oh, that's Raghav. Arnab, there's a question.
Sir, thank you very much, Arnab sir. And also the one before putting a question to you, I need to say thank you for the 4th dimensions and local TV V6 and all the team. No, well, thank you very much. And I have been very, very sorry that you have been not over here in Hyderabad in person. Go back to the one 2013 onwards. I've been very impressed upon you, the way you have been took the T bill is upon the upper house of the Lok Sabha and getting the final moments of the bill passed, and you know the live telecast, I saw the one, how you have been telecast, how you have been commenting on that incidents till date. But no, I welcome you with my whole heartedly to come to the Hyderabad, the South India and the Republic TV, and I wish you all the best for the entire team, and also the next time, not to be forget that you want to be the one with the family of yours. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. I want to only say that if you really like me and if you support me, then go to the 2 people on the stage, Shashi Sinha and Vikram, and tell them that Arnab launches a channel in the South, you support you. Because you see, we are entrepreneurs, we don't have much money. Wherever we go, it's because of the love of the people. Wherever we go, we believe there are people who like us. Hate us, like us, but will support us in some way. So I am telling you, I am assuring you, first of all, thank you for your support. I would love to come into Telugu, I would love to come into Kannada, I would love to come into Tamil, I would love to come into Malayalam, but it will take time and investment. But I am promising one thing today. In the next few weeks, or maybe very, very soon, we will at least enter the South. And once we enter, we will, wherever it is, I can tell you, Republic is like a storm. We never enter to just participate, we enter to dominate. And we believe there are nationalists in every state and who will support us. So we hope to come to the South very, very soon, very soon. So Shankar, you better, you should tell Shankar also to support us when we come to the South.
Yeah, Arnab, one last question.
Hi Arnab, Divya here from HYBIZ. A major fan. I've been your supporter.
I can't hear you very well.
Yeah, my name is Divya. And I'm not just a supporter, I'm a major fan. I've been supporting you since your Republic days. I just want to take this back to that very unfortunate arrest that happened. And I remember there was a major furore all over social media. I think it was the largest trending, I wouldn't say campaign because it was completely organic. Obviously, it was not paid, which was all about justice for Arnab, get him out, all of that. So do you sense that social media has had a pivotal role to play in terms of getting justice or from a standpoint of social activism? And also with regards to the upcoming elections, they say influencers are going to play a major role in terms of influencing votes. Like if the last election was done in terms of social media, I think this time around it's going to be all about influencers. So what's your take on that? And again, yes, please come to the South. We love you here. And yes, again, I'm a major fan.
Yes. So I got the drift of your question, not the exact words always, but social media was very, very supportive at the time when I was put into jail by the Maharashtra government for 2 weeks, and social media allowed people to congregate not just in India but across the world to clamor for my release. So I'm very, very connected to people who supported us on social media at that point of time to put pressure. Influencers are very important. Television personalities are also influencers. Influencers will have a dramatic say in the 2024 election, and every political party is already beginning to realize that. And that is why we are also putting together a 250-member team on digital, on digital television, video, video on demand, live streaming, and we are branching off digital as a completely separate business. So I think digital is the future. Personally, I'm not on social media because I can't disrespect the response of so many people, but I keep a phone. I keep a phone with me on which I follow the tweets, I read out the tweets every time. So yeah, we are going to get better and better at social media, and that's the future, very much.
With that, a big, big thanks to you, Arnab. As always, absolutely stimulating.
Thank you to you, thank you to Shankar, and of course, thank you very much to Vikram and Shashi. Thank you Vikram, thank you Shashi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arnab, for joining with us, and we were awaiting for your presence over here, but nevertheless, you are all here with our digital presence. Thank you so much once again joining with us. I would request Mr. Shashi Sinha to kindly stay back on stage, Mr. Vikram Shakuja to kindly stay back on stage, and I would request Mr. Shankar from 4th Dimension Media to kindly join us on stage and present the memento to Mr. Shashi and Mr. Vikram. And also Mr. Arnab. Yes. Well, I have a dream that I've been asking Mr. Shankar sir also, that nation wants to know, why are you not here? Mama, Dada, I did this. Arnab sir, we are clicking a picture, so we would request you to smile. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining. I guess we need that energy. We just had the powerhouse. Please put your hands together. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I know the most amazing session that we had. It's time for another breathtaking session, because this is a panel discussion on effective sport marketing, and I know most of you here are also waiting for this session to start. And for moderating this session, may I now request Ms. Deepthi Bopaya, the CEO, Go Sports Foundation, on stage. Please put your hands together for Ms. Deepthi, and as I take the privilege to introduce her. She's an athlete turned banker turned sport administrator, and she worked as a wealth advisor at HSBC for 6 years before deciding to chase her passion to support our nation's most talented athletes and develop Indian sports. Over the last decade, Deepthi has passionately led the Go Sport Foundation under the advisory of our board members Rahul Dravid and Dalila Gopichan to new heights. Achieving Gurukul Fellow from the University of Oxford, Deepthi's leadership has seen the foundation grow in impact and play a role in the journey of nearly 50 Olympics. And she was felicitated by NISU in the inaugural edition of India-UK Achievers Honours 75 at 75 in January 2023. Please put your hands together for Ms. Deepthi Bopaya on stage. I would now request you to kindly take the further proceedings. Thank you so much, Ms. Deepthi.
Thank you. So after that session, it's going to be really difficult to try and get all your attention and energy, but I'm going to do my best because we have a fantastic panel. And we keep talking about sport, and given that this is an audience of media, you all play an extremely pivotal role in an athlete's journey and in helping brands look at athletes. Whenever we say athletes, we constantly think of cricketers. The attempt of this session is really going to be to see if we can slowly shift that thought process through our panelists. So I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome Mr. Abhishek Reddy. He's the principal owner of Hyderabad Blackhawks and owner of Telugu Talents. Thank you, Abhishek. we have Mr. Chandrasekhar Reddy. He is the Senior Vice President, Sales and Marketing of Gemini Edibles and Fats, India Private Limited. Is Sir here? Okay. Mr. R. Venkata Subramanian from Others Media India. I think we need a big round of applause for him. He's going to also talk to us about the very, very interesting concepts that are happening within the organization. We have Mr. Raghavanand, the General Manager Marketing for Bambino Pasta Industries Limited. And we have Mr. Sharat Mohan, who's the business head of Ferrin Steel and also a former Taekwondo athlete in his younger days. So we also have a sports person in the midst. May I request you all to please take your seat. We don't have an order, but I'd also like to take this opportunity to, thank both Dimension Media, Shankar and Bharat. You have done such a fantastic setup here. To have these conversations is so important, and I'm really excited that I'm getting this opportunity to moderate this very exciting session. So before I start, I just wanted to read a quick excerpt from this book, which we kind of put together. And this will aim to set context of why we all are here. So this is from, yeah, all right. Oops, I lost a page, 1 moment. Yeah. So this is actually from the book called Go, India Sporting Transformation. So when Go Sports turned 10, we wanted to actually celebrate how far sport has come in India. Because every time we speak about sport, we're always thinking we're not there. We're not there. So it's very interesting to see Mr. Santosh Desai, who's also a very, very prominent person in the advertising and media world, who has written this. Brands need celebrities, for they are guaranteed attention magnets. As brands strive to get noticed in an increasingly competitive space, as entertainment options multiply, they need the help of celebrities of all kinds to associate with. So before we get into all the conversations, I would love to ask each one of you, if you could choose one person as the brand ambassador of your company, anyone in India, who would it be and why?
I support Dhoni. Okay, so whenever we talk about sports personality, I think Dhoni is a team player actually. Okay, an organization requires a brand doesn't evolve of its own. It's all because of the team collaboration, right from the production to the end consumer. There should be a complete network aligned thought process. So I think Dhoni is a very big inspiration for I think all of us. So I would recommend Dhoni.
To reiterate what you just said, how many of you are from Hyderabad and probably know Hyderabad Blackhawks? Oh, that's quite a few actually. And how many of you know Vijay Devarkonda? That's a lot of them. So right there is the answer to your question, which is, do we need celebrities? Absolutely yes. Because we already have Vijay Devarkonda on board, I'll try and go for another one. We're going to have India's, in the world of motorsport, India doesn't have a team yet. The motorsport has been around for about 70 years now, but FIM, none of the MotoGP or anything has any Indian team, and we're going to be changing that this year. Starting next year, we're going to be having an Indian team, and obviously we're going to be looking for brand ambassadors, and sorry for the long-winded answer, we'll probably reach out to John Abraham or Dhoni, who actually has a lot of bikes as well. So yeah, thank you.
Undoubtedly sport personality, no doubt. Because the sports personality is always, they are all positive and they put a lot of effort to win. On the journey they may lose, but the sports personality always wanted to win, right? So I'll always recommend sports personality. Especially the thing is, I always push our clients right now. So let me come to that point. So always I push any of our brand also to own one sport. Basically, see example, judo is a game, or table tennis is a game. Own a game. When they are winning, basically give them a lot of infrastructure and facilities, everything to them. When they win, the brand can get the mileage out of it. For example, Odisha government, what they have done, they have supported hockey, right? When the Commonwealth game, when the hockey team won silver, the Odisha government took entire credit out of it. Basically, they have helped them. So they got the credit. So always I prefer to give what the sports is not doing well because of the infrastructure, because of support. We support those games and make them a brand ambassador. When they are winning, the brand automatically go up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. My TG is SEC, BC, you gave me option of any.
You can choose anyone based on your company.
So I would rather choose a 20 years younger Amitabh Bachchan. So
Why?
that would be my preference because he has connect across the nation, across the TGs, across the territories, geographical territories. It is not so effective right now. He is not so effective right now.
So what about you?
Yeah, the audience should know that I work for an edible oil company. My brand is Freedom. Okay, if you ask me a personal choice, I can say something, yes, of my choice, but in marketing, personal choices doesn't matter. What matters is where is my audience, what is my customer, where are my consumers, whether consumers are connected to this category, whether that particular personality that I choose. So being an edible oil company, it is much more than health. If you talk about a sports person, it all talks about the fitness and health. But when it comes to cooking and food, it is much more than a health, fun, emotional connect. So we somehow have been refining it, connecting with the sports. But there are some limitations. Why? Because when it comes to a sports person, they are connected to the entire country. Although we are the regional brand, we are in the 7-8 states, we are the largest selling brand even though. But when it comes to, film actors, you connect to that local, that Telugu means Telugu actor, Kannada actor, you connect them well. So personally, yes, I do like Dhoni. But yes, officially when it comes to my brand, sports is a misfit, I feel so.
No, that's very interesting, and I think a large part of our conversation today is to understand what is the thought process for organizations and brands in choosing their brand ambassador. And I think the role of the media here is very critical because a lot of you are recommending or suggesting names. So if I could actually come back to you, sir. So what is that thought process when you say, film actors, and majority of you said a sportsman or a film actor, right? Or a cricketer, and I would say cricketer, sportsman, and then a film actor. So what is the thought process from your marketing side? Obviously, we spoke about data in the morning, we spoke about leads, we spoke about regional requirements. There's a whole bunch of discussions, but for you specifically, driving this.
Edible oil penetration is 100%. Every home requires edible oil. At least 98% of the homes require. But the occasion at which they buy is different. Poor people buy probably when they have money. Rich people, maybe normal man buys every time. So when it comes to, then again we are in the Freedom, sunflower oil which is largest. It is used in South India, it is 70% of the homes are using sunflower oil. So the penetration is there in the villages, even in the towns, even in the cities like Hyderabad. Okay. So here, the question is, can you repeat the question again? I forgot.
No, so how do you as an organization go about choosing that strategy?
Yeah, so celebrity is not that we have to choose celebrity. So we have been we have not been working with celebrity at least for 7-8 years. But when the situation comes, today when companies enter, they just enter with the sales and later migrate to distribution and marketing and thereon. Then once everybody is onto marketing, then the next comes how do we influence, who can influence my consumer better? So it is not the celebrity alone, which the story that we communicate, the narrative that we communicate, it matters the most than the celebrity alone.
Absolutely. Thank you.
stars that they can look up to, not just Dhoni, Kohli, and, you know, just a couple of names, right? So that's my personal journey.
Is actually a real performance. So that would really add a lot of value to us, except that, as he said, you know, a couple of players like MS Dhoni or Virat Kohli, not many would recognize other sports personalities across the, you know, common strata, you know. So that is the stumbling block. But going forward, we would definitely consider sports personality, because we can also, you know, put their faces on the packs to, you know,
Absolutely. I think our objective has been met.
yeah, that is my objective.
I hope you're recording this, because I'm going to go knock on his door tomorrow.
Yeah. Except that it has to cut across the, you know.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So just to share some statistics, India is actually sending our largest contingent to the Asian Games. We're actually close to 800 athletes this time, and we have 3 team games that are also going. And today when you talk about a Neeraj Chopra, he has become a household name today, a PV Sindhu, a Saina Nehwal. You have Chirag Satwik from Hyderabad itself, who's world number 2. So I think it's important that media and brands can also approach it in that manner, because journeys of athletes take 8 to 10 years to develop, just like how brands take time. So I'm just leaving that. And coming to our play, can you walk us through the thought process in terms of how do you convince brands to look at sports people or sports leagues in your negotiations? Because I'm sure there's a lot of pushback that comes.
Yeah.
So how do you, you know, talk them through this?
Well, like, you know, this is normal. Whenever we go to any client meeting, the first point the client asks about cricket, right? Cricket cut across all markets, all TG. Cricket is mass, right? So it's like, you know, we always tell, if you have money, be in cricket, right? Yes, cricket delivers also. ROI also it delivers. It's not that it's mass, it delivers, right? We can't compare cricket versus other emerging sports, as simple as that. Keep cricket side, and today if you can see all the emerging sports in India, right? From Pro Kabaddi League, ISL, this is soccer, volleyball, table tennis, Kho-Kho, and handball, this series started. Like all the emerging sports are doing very well. If you know, PKL is they already finished 9th season, and ISL also finished 9th season. So, like, you know, the way what it means to us, it means both sports are doing very well year on year. They started with 8 teams, today PKL is 12 teams. ISL, they started 8 teams, today they are 11 teams, right? So the sports is growing year on year. Just I'll put the numbers in place. IPL, like, you know, viewed in TV, 500 plus million people watched IPL, right? Comparatively, when I'm putting PKL, we have reached 260 million people were through PKL. ISL has reached 180 million. The volleyball last year has delivered 200 plus million people watched volleyball also, right? Other sports like handball or Kho-Kho or new sports they started recently. But when you are comparing these sports, right, that emerging sports is doing year on year is very well, okay? It's not all about TVR. It's not all about GRP or CPRP. It's all about, these sports is all about impact. It's all about association. It's all about engagement. It's all about activation. It's all about markets, right? What kind of market which you are going to target? For example, if the client says, I want to target East or South, we always suggest them to take ISL or volleyball. These sports definitely delivers there. Whenever we speak to the client, it's not all about, that's what I mentioned, TVR or something. What kind of meaningful association which we can create? That engagement audience, right? That is very important. Whenever it's not putting a logo on the jersey, it's not enough. How we are going to activate the brand. That's what we go and tell the client in a lesser cost. When you are comparing with cricket, these emerging sports definitely delivers. For example, like Nestle or MasterCard or gaming clients, PNB, those brands already started taking non-cricket as well as a brand ambassador. What it shows, these are the powerful of emerging sports in India. Very soon, emerging sports will grow, but the cricket is going to be the king. There's a mass, no doubt about it. But at the same time, emerging sports is also growing in India. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Again, very heartening to hear the statistics and viewership and engagement that has really come out of it. Sharath, I'm going to come to you as somebody who's played sport, somebody who's tried to make it to the top, and I'm sure everyone here has a sports story, either from school or college. How much of what you learned from sport do you apply into your decision making in your company? And I have a follow-up question. You have other brands like, say, Ambuja Cements and all of them where they've used Great Kali already as a brand ambassador. So in discussions internally, how do you make those decisions of whether to go with, an athlete or not go with an athlete?
Before answering to your question, first I would like to raise one point. Two things Great Britain has left India, but they left two things. One is English, another one is cricket. Okay. First, we all should understand cricket has been part of our DNA now. But being a martial artist, 20 years back I'm talking about, I was a martial artist. Okay, I was one of the youngest black belt in India. There was no absolute scope for being a martial artist. This is what I'm sharing. This is a pain which I had. I just want to share. Everybody was, even today we are talking about cricket. There are so many tradition sports. For example, kabaddi, kalari, that is all Kerala-based sport. Silambam, Tamil Nadu-based sport. These are all been slowly killed. Now there is a shift in the thought process again. Lot of new masters have been evolved in recent times. Not everybody can become a sports person, okay? And not everybody can become a Dhoni. But sports like badminton, whether you have no, till late 50s you can play badminton, okay? Till you die you can practice martial arts. So there are certain sports which has been overpowered by a bigger sport like cricket. So, and cricket, coming back, why are we all sticking to cricket is, though I may be a supporting Dhoni, doesn't mean I like cricket. Okay, that both having a different perspective. So cricket as a sport has been developed by corporates like us, owners like these gentlemen, okay. So once during the independence time, a lot of money was spent on cricket because it was the game of lords. Okay, we just adapted ourselves to cricket. Otherwise, coming back now, lot of, as a friend rightly said, lot of new sports, not new sports, our traditional sports has been coming up. The awareness has been increased now. So I think being a marketing guy, I feel I would personally try to develop regional-based sport. Okay, we are not a national brand. I represent a brand. I come from a building material background. I've worked with cement, national players like Ultratech, and now I'm into regional players. Okay, regional players, and every 200 kilometers, your food habit changes. Okay, likewise, your consumer behavior also changes. Okay, so it doesn't mean everything will be, one brand ambassador cannot satisfy the, I mean, we cannot have a brand ambassador across the nation. So, what was that question you were asking me? Tell me back.
Yeah, I think the question was, how do you decide which athlete or brand will you pick when you make strategies? Especially as a regional brand, regional company, the choices are very limited.
Regional companies do not have a very big budget, first of all. Let us be very honest. Okay, we may talk, we may debate. Okay, we'll enjoy discussing about brand ambassador, but literally speaking, a lot of regional brands, you take, for example, Saruna stores. The brand ambassador is the owner. Okay, that is how the brand is evolved. But no jokes apart. You see 20 years back, a regional brand like Saruna stores. Okay, now you see the experience you get in the store now. I see a lot of BMW, all top segment cars is being parked in the in the store. Earlier, I'm talking about the shift thought process of a regional brand. Okay, 20 years back is different. Today is different. They are giving tough fight to the big players like Reliance. Okay, so
I'm going to take that as a segue and get Mr. Reddy into this conversation, because he spoke about rural sports, bringing back, old sports. If you actually look at the company affairs CSR mandate, the mandate under Schedule 7 says training towards Olympic, Paralympic and rural sports. And today, majority of corporates, at least, for organizations like us, are looking at Olympics and Paralympics. But rural sports has still not got that kind of attention from CSR. So, as a company that has also got audiences, when you mentioned, film stars and thing, is rural sport and CSR an opportunity to really take the sport marketing side in some sense for you?
Okay. From the company point of view, we are limited our CSR spends as of now to women empowerment, women education, women safety, because at the core, women is a consumer. But yes, some organization came to us. We have been sponsored. I mean, for 16 months, we sponsored for a table tennis coaches. We do that. But if some interesting thing, yes, which can make a difference to society, which can promote this rural sports, yes, we'll be there.
Great. So I'm going to come to Mr. Anand. How do you, in terms of your company strategies, how do you choose your brand ambassador strategy from a perspective of timelines? I think sometimes we go with whoever's the most famous person, right? But I'm sure there's a lot of data around how you, what are the timelines when you pick a brand ambassador? Whether it's a, actor or whether it's anybody, it will be interesting to share with the media personnel here. What are the timelines that you'll look at? Or are there any objectives that you'll set in place first?
Yeah. Basically, we have certain objectives with which we do campaigns itself. Every campaign, every new TVC, every new celebrity is actually chosen basing on certain criteria. You want to talk generally?
So could there be multiple ambassadors for multiple campaigns running at the same time?
Yes.
Is there an example you would like to share with us that comes on the top of your mind?
See, basically, I have Mahesh Babu for Vermicelli, and I had Rashi Khanna for Atta. So I had different objectives for each of them. Now, when it comes to sports, we really wanted to take along, many sports achievers, like personalities. But the problem with the sports personality is the moment they win a couple of tournaments, some sports management company comes and takes them into their wings and price them out of the market. Unlike a film celebrity, unless you are top 4, the rest of them are very amenable as far as pricing is concerned. I mean, you can take a recognizable face for less than 5 lakhs. Whereas it is not the case with sports personality, because the sports management companies project them as though they are the ultimate deliverers. And half of the audience do not even recognize who is the person. See, basically those are the considerations. The target audience, will they recognize? Will they see them as the achievers? Will they listen to the message being delivered by the celebrity. These are the conditions under which we select the celebrities.
And I think this is all, gold for people who are planning, right? Because sometimes the assumption is that, oh, you keep seeing the same celebrity in every possible product. But this is an interesting strategy to go
Okay,
through.
I'll share one more nugget. I chose Mahesh Babu because I wanted to attract younger housewives to buy. Because my TG is 40 plus, but the younger audiences, the younger female, buyers are not. So I chose Mahesh Babu.
Okay.
I have one advice for all these sports, celebrity managers, that they should be, very amenable as far as the pricing is concerned, so that those sports celebrities will also get funding from companies like us, and they'll become famous otherwise. I know that would be a secondary good avenue for lifelong.
Absolutely. Just one point I wanted to make here is, actually India is the only country in the world that rewards athletes after the medal happens.
Yeah.
Nowhere else in the world do they give crores of rupees after you win the medal. The money comes in the stage of junior level.
Yeah.
So my request to brands, to media and everyone here is to maybe start small with state level, national level, because they're also
Absolutely.
regional names. And sometimes you're part of those journeys for a longer period. And, when they win, they'll be the most grateful that you've been part of their journeys. So that's just, a request, from somebody on the other side. Abhishek, I'd love to come to you because you're building, properties in non-cricket sports. How important is the role of a fan? And what are the fan engagement strategies that you look at from a branding side as well?
I think our world revolves around fans. I think, really, I think in India we don't treat our fans well. I would love to say that because the experience of a fan when he goes into a cricket stadium is pathetic. I'm sorry, the game is beautiful, but you're checked 1,000 times. You can't, I once took my cap to a game and they didn't let my cap, and it was my favorite cap. So I had to leave it down there and go, and never, of course, got it back. But long story short, I think our effort now is to build the sport around the fan first. And the fan might not necessarily be in the stadium. It could be, in front of a television. So if you look at how we built volleyball was not taking the traditional volleyball and then bringing it to India and then, follow the same path that the Europeans do right now. The reason you quoted a number, which is 205 million. That's a real number in the second year, which is a humongous number, good enough to make us the largest or the most watched volleyball league in the world. In year 2.
I think that deserves a big round of
this is in year 2, which is, we are competing against the Italians who's been doing it for 70 years and, against the best of the world. But the reason it is different is because, again, we put fan first. When you say fan first, we created the game around what keeps the audience glued to the television during that period. It's not just volleyball. We introduced new things such as super point, super serve, which makes it interesting and which makes it worthwhile for you to sit down there and watch it for an hour and a half. We believe somebody giving us that hour and a half of their time is extremely valuable, and we got to take account of the fact that that we have to do what they deserve. Yeah, justice, exactly. Justice to the fans. So we are approaching all the sport that way. Everything I'm getting into now is not just take away the fan from cricket, which is not the idea, but let him watch cricket. But then, create that experience for an hour and a half beyond, just because there's so many competing stuff for that period. Now, in stadium, if you look at one thing I can proudly tell you, I'm quite proud of the fact that after season 2, once our game was done, outside the stadium, the fans didn't want to leave. We quickly set up a DJ, and there were 1,000 people dancing for almost half an hour after the game. And that's sort of an experience that connects to the fans, right? So I want to continue to do that. And I think media is playing, I would like to thank the media as well, because, a lot of, I don't know if, I can't really see who is there, but lot of media actually helped push this message. When we're talking about cricket and all of that, that's fine. every time you open a paper now, you see golf. You see, I mean, how many people really read golf? But it is there, the presence is there. You see boxing, you see badminton, you see handball. Media is doing a phenomenal job of it, I would say.
Absolutely. We are becoming a multi-sport nation.
Absolutely.
Slowly but surely, I think a multi-sport
Yeah, and the push is coming from the media, which is a big deal. It's not just enough to just throw something out there and expect people to watch. I think media is doing the push. So.
Absolutely. I'm going to kind of move back to you, Venkat, in terms of, you spoke about activation, and he just mentioned about fans. So how integral is the fan in your strategies on activation?
So, well, whenever we are speaking to any brand, what I really mentioned to you, emerging sports are not all about numbers. It's all about activation, right? So what we'll do, we choose the TG, and what he's also mentioned on this, for example, we should know about the sports very well, right? In Pro Kabaddi, it's called do or die, super tackle or super 10. What is this all about? So we'll take these kind of, the game on this. Then we speak to the client what they can do associate, so that we can create a meaningful association with the sports. It's not that, it's not, that's what I said, it's not all about numbers. We know the sports very well, right? We watch the sports, we know the rules, then we go to the client and talk about how we can associate. It's a meaningful association which you can create, so that the fan can get a chance to go and, watch the match and create a content out of it. The journey, we create a content, then put it on social media. That's what we told the client to take it in those emerging sports.
Great, thank you. Mr. Reddy, I think since you don't, at this stage, use too much of sport in the strategy, it would be interesting for the audience to understand, how do you all go about, choosing an overall strategy for your edible oils? Because you spoke about health, you spoke about 98% penetration. So how is this entire strategy put in place from a media standpoint, on media spends, on media activation? He mentioned about campaigns in that sense. But in your experience, what do you feel is one of the best ways you've seen that has really helped?
So it is about, first of all, understanding the competition, and where is the gap. For us, when Freedom is launched 13 years ago, everybody was talking about health, and sunflower oil means health. So we didn't want to talk about health, but we wanted to talk about fun from the health, which is freedom to eat, freedom to enjoy. So from that, it is in that, although the brand positioning is like that, but we came with a creative hook called cook more with the less oil. It's not that it consumes less, but then we advise, an advisory kind of thing, use a moderate. So it's about what is that creative gap and brand positioning gap which is available, and what can interest when the consumers are day in out, day in hearing to so many ads, and especially oils and other categories. I should make a difference in their minds. So exactly finding the gap is what is the strategy comes from.
Fantastic, thank you. I know we are running short of time. Can I open it to one question to the audience, if that's okay?
Yeah.
We have a great set of panelists here, and I'm sure we'd like to pick their brains on any question that you may have. Okay, I can't see if anyone's raising their hand. Okay, let me ask the question then. Any parting words? This discussion has been really helpful to understand the opportunities in choosing your brand ambassador. So what would be one key takeaway that you'd leave with from this forum and whatever discussion we've had?
Support local sports, okay. That's what I would like to share. I would say the same thing, support local teams.
Okay.
Yeah, I am also agree with him. Local emerging sports players, we should make them as a brand ambassador, not cricket.
Okay.
We'll try to identify the local sports celebrities and try to associate a little more.
Should make relevance. Whether it is this celebrity or that celebrity, sports or cinema, it's all one thing. It should make relevance to consumers. So if it is sports, yes, sports. If it is Bollywood, Bollywood, Tollywood, Tollywood, or maybe a politician, why not? So it should make relevance to consumers.
Yeah, and with that very, very important parting note, thank you so much. It was, when Shankar told me to moderate the session, he's like, we should at least sow the seeds of looking at non-cricket. So I think, we have to some extent been able to do that. So thank you so much for sharing your experiences and your journeys with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Deepthi. I would now request the panelist and the moderator to kindly join for the picture. I would now request Mr. Balakrishna from Fourth Dimension Media to kindly join us on stage and present the memento to the panelist. Requesting Mr. Balakrishna to kindly present the memento. Can we actually have a round of applause? Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir, for that insightful session. Thank you so much, Ms. Deepthi, for moderating this session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here we have the next session to relax you. Right after an insightful and knowledgeable session, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to soothe your ears with some instrumental music. And I take a privilege to call upon stage and introduce the band Moksha. It's a dynamic 8-members band launched on August 2021, hails from Hyderabad. This powerhouse group, known for their electrifying live performances and killer sound, has making waves in the music scene ever since. Their live shows are high energy and infectious, with Satvik shredding on the guitar, Vinod with his powerful vocals, Akhil blowing away the power of the low end with his bass, and Thiru keeping the rhythm locked in his drums, and Swaroop swooping the crowd with the magical flute, and Pranay whose finger dance across the keys, and Kushal ensuring every note, every beat and every word is heard with the clarity and power as sound engineer, and Kirti Sindhuri leads the team as a manager. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the band Moksha on stage. After the band Moksha, we have another session coming in, so I would request
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and all the dignitaries of the days. We are Moksha the band, as mentioned earlier. It feels like a privilege to address the fourth estate and the fourth pillar of the democracy. And we thank Fourth Dimension for this opportunity and Mr. Chitra as well. Thank you so much. So it's an absolute pleasure. So addressing all the beauty in music, we'd like to start off with an A.R. Rahman piece. You must have heard of, you see this instrument, you think of this piece. Let's see what the piece is. I hope you'll enjoy.
corporate communication and marketing is absolutely different, and it's 100x if I have to just think of the sheer amount of work. But I think I managed to do it for two reasons. One is the immense amount of support and flexibility I got from my ex-boss, I mean, who gave me the break to join into corporate communication, and even my current boss. I want to say something, and I'm not being self-indulgent here, or I'm not trying to brag. I'm India's only advertising network CMO. I run an all-girls team, and I don't have a manual, or I don't have a playbook or a role model from where I can learn. We are building something from scratch, and I'm able to do that only because I work in a very supporting environment with a great boss. And I'll, of course, as a network, as an organization, we have tremendous impactful initiatives for women. I have Mr. Mohit Joshi, who's CEO of Havas Media, sitting here, and he's also an integral part of our gender ratio, which we are constantly trying to improve. And we have various initiatives like maternity bounce back program and all that. But I want to tell you a little incident. So when I first joined Havas, we were still under the lockdown, and we were launching a report, and we were doing it with Economic Times, and we were putting together a virtual event. And it was on customer experience, something that is absolutely not up my alley. But obviously, as the marketing head, I was putting the event together. When everything got done and there was a panel discussion, my boss called me and said, "It's an all men's panel discussion. I cannot allow it." And it was, very late, and I just had a couple of days, and I said that it's very difficult to get an expert in this field who will join this panel last minute. He said, "You go, you participate." I said, "I know nothing about customer experience." He said, "I don't care." I remember we had two clients in that panel, and we had an expert in-house. I mugged the answers. And I went, and it's just from that filter of inclusion, diversity, and that was such a big learning lesson. Even now, when I put together a press kit or a communication kit, I put in that filter that what is the gender representation that I'm going to put out in a picture, through a picture, or through my press release. Is there a female quote? If there is a photo shoot that I'm doing, I always, figure out that how many women are there in that picture. So these are very small initiatives which goes on to make a huge impact. So that's all I have to say about that.
Both of your exceptions is what I will say, and we need more of this, and not just anecdotes and stories, but becoming okay. This is in every organization we do this, right? Okay, that brings me to the second question that we talked about: women in leadership role and higher management. We call it breaking the glass ceiling, right? And one would assume by the time a person comes, okay, not everybody is as young as you are, Shasta, but when someone breaks the glass ceiling, is an MD or CEO, it's somewhere in her 40s or so, which means motherhood is behind her, and all those attendant, from the till middle management level, all those problems that beset the challenges are behind her. So the question again, I want to start with you, Shasta, is does that baggage of the past still carry on, or there is absolutely new and separate sets of hindrances which come into being? I want to quote two studies, and they're really startling. One was by Credit Suisse, and it says 25% of women in decision-making roles had a 4% higher average return on investment, and companies with 50% women in senior leadership have a 10% higher cash flow return on investment. And Ernst & Young research also found that profitability improved in companies with a greater percentage of women in leadership roles. Despite these benefits, and let's not just look at India, Only 10% of Fortune 500 companies have women. And for India, I found the India number, which is the NSE number. There are 2,041 NSE listed companies, out of which only 100 have CEOs or MDs which are women, which is less than 5%. So everybody knows, research after research, decade after decade, we read and say that when women are there, productivity increases, there is better collaboration, there is fairness, better culture. Even then, you don't have so many MDs and CEOs. Why is that?
I don't think the baggages are left behind, Moshmi, to be very honest. You have children, honestly, that age is never end. Whether, and you've heard Indra Nui speak of it many times, whether you're a CEO or you're head of a function, or you're a founder, co-founder, it could be a unicorn organization, it could be anything. Once you enter the doors of your house, there are completely different expectations from you. So working late hours and managing the child's homework and so on and so forth, those continue to be barriers. Having said that, yes, there are some challenges that I'll really talk about. To be very honest, as women, years and years and years go by where we hear things like, to succeed in a man's world, behave like a man. I mean, someone please tell me what that means, because I would like to do quite the opposite. But having said that, that then plays in women's minds at some point in time in their professional lives. You know, it does, it's true.
You're absolutely right. You know, I wanted to be one of the men, and I felt damn good, you know, when you said, you know, you're not like the other girls, you're just like us. And I used to love it. And then they said, hey, why do I have to be like them? I have to be like me.
Absolutely. And that needs to be encouraged. Even for myself, I remember early on, I became a co-founder at a very young age. And at that point, to say, okay, how are the men in the team going to respond to me, right? Oh, no, maybe I should talk like a man. Maybe I should dress like a man. Maybe, how would a man solve this situation? I mean, I don't think that's needed. It took me a while to realize that's not needed. So this whole concept of, you know, being a man in a man's world needs to change. The other is you have to also realize that since decades, men socializing with each other post office hours, backslapping, getting work done, "Arey yaar, ye kar dena," you know, women can't do that. And if they can, it's today that they can probably get a little more comfortable with doing that. So they have those challenges. And if there are more men in your organization, then, you know, this and this, yaar, kar le yaar, you know, doesn't work. It just doesn't. Also, you have to realize that because there have been more men in the workforce, there are many more networks of male leaders, right? And so men in the workforce have role models. Men in the workforce have networks to really dip into from an advice standpoint, from an aspiration standpoint, from inspiration standpoint. There aren't so many networks for women. There's a dearth of women leaders, and I think that needs to change. It's also important for organizations to choose who they make the heroes in the organization. Diversity is an organization agenda. It cannot be driven through politics and personal agendas. Regardless of the person who's sitting on top, that has to continue to be an organization agenda. And that's what they say, the person on top creates the culture. And you can make as many strategies as you want about, oh, this is the metrics that we should achieve, but culture eats strategy for breakfast, and we've all heard that. So if you don't have the right person on top and the right culture really trickling down, it impacts your strategies and your metrics. So that.
Thank you. Chanchal, is that a 5-minute or a 10-minute? 3 minutes. So I really do not have time to ask the next 2 questions, but I will ask the most important question, and that is, okay, this is a quote which is, again, I love this quote, so I put it, and this is something when Pritha said, and you said, both of you, and so this is by this Asian American psychologist, Zhou Lo Chin. She proclaimed in one of this is a very famous TED Talks in 2016, getting a seat at the table is not enough. It's time for women and diverse leaders to be at the head of the table in leadership roles if we are going to have a future moving forward together. If this is the case, and I'm sorry, Larry, I had to take the time away because, okay, it's 3 minutes. You are women of influence. If you could change two things for women in India, what would it be? So listen to me very carefully. The first question I'm asking each of you is, one change you want to see, and who do you think that will bring about the change? It could be your boss, it could be Modi ji, it could be your municipality commissioner, something that is not in your hand, but you want to see that change. And the other change is one change that you want to bring about yourself, which means you will lead the change. So just give me those two answers. Yes?
So there is always, I keep saying it, most of the people don't accept it. Equality is like giving equal opportunity without discrimination. But on the other hand, equity matters more for me than equality. Equity focuses fairness to every individual according to their need. So there should be a fine equity in the company or any other decisions. So for me, equity is more than equality, which I like to bring in any other sector, starting from every organization. For example, in my organization, I have various policies framed and various processes, which is based upon equity. So many people question me, where is the equality between men and women? But women have so much to handle on the societal pressure than the men. Women are into when targeted or a traditional gender roles. For example, in my life.
So is this the answer to
one.
A? Okay.
For first one, I will say there should be equity more than equality, and this should start from every other organization and also from the government side. There are various schemes which are not reaching actually rural women, so that should be there. From the government as well as from the organization, it should be more of equity than equality.
And the second question?
For the second question, I myself trying my best to bring the gender fluidity. As I was discussing with everybody, I don't know how many people agree it. Gender fluidity is something which is very much needed, where now we have all past a decade come out of having not being racist or not discriminating people on color, body shaming or etc. The same way, the gender fluidity is very much important to foster a better inclusive work culture that will give every individual to have their own authentic self to be declared without any bias or without any discrimination or without judgment. So as an organization or as a women leader, it's very much important to have gender fluidity. So that is
Well
one
said.
change.
Well
I'm
said.
trying to bring it. I'm trying for past a year.
Would you like to go next?
Yes. There's a very famous story that the day Indira Nooyi was promoted as the president of PepsiCo, she went home early and she wanted to share the news with her family. As she entered the house, even before she could give the news, her mother said, "Please go and buy milk." And she said, and she was very angry, and she went out, she got the milk, and she came back and she said, how can you do this? And her mother said, "Leave your crown outside." My question is why? Why should we leave the crown outside? So while everybody is talking and working towards women empowerment, who is preparing the families, especially the men and the organization, for these empowered women? So that is one big change that needs to come. And on a personal level, I'm a mother of an 11-year-old son. So, many times I have to make these choices between tough choices, can I go home and work from home, or should I just stay back a little late, finish and then go? And then I think to myself that if he doesn't see me and learn, how will he learn to respect women later on in his life? And how will he be supportive of whether, towards his female colleagues or his life partner? So that's one thing that I am trying to do at a personal level.
Lovely. What about you?
I'd agree with Pritha. I think the one change that I want to see for women is, of course, more training for women to help them break this glass ceiling and to lead the way they would, feel is the right way to lead. But I would also like to see men being trained around what is the role that they play in enabling diversity, in ensuring that there is respect equally for men and women in the organization, and for, the kind of role that they play in creating the culture in the organization. And I think, like I said earlier, these are organizational agendas. So, you know, it's for the organizations to make this change, but extremely important for men to go through the training as well and not just women. At a personal level, something that we do as a firm, it is our firm level agenda to see more women in leadership roles, and we ensure that the work that we do, you see, you have to realize the lists that we give to our clients choose from that. So it's our responsibility to ensure that we give a diverse pool of candidates to organizations. And that's what we kind of focus on with every role that we do. And you'd be surprised to know that there are clients who say time after time, I don't want to see a male candidate. I don't want to see a male candidate. Those are the
Thank you so much. Indeed, Mr. Shankar just gave the word saying that we'll have a one full day session for us. Thank you.
Saram University, AP. And last but not least, Mr. Amit Bantia, who is the Executive Director of Bantia Furniture. It's a very interesting mix of panelists that Shankar has put together. You know, if you see, we have a mix of media owners, media buyers, brand custodians, consultants. And for some strange reason, he's kept me as the moderator for this panel, but I'll try to do my best. My first question is to you, Amit. It's very interesting to see and learn about the legacy of your business. It's a 60-plus-year-old business. You're a third-generation entrepreneur. How have you, kept the legacy of your business alive, and how has the communication around your brand evolved over the years? Because what it started and where you have come, it's like, pulled far apart, right? So how do you keep innovating, and how do you use content as well to keep the brand's legacy alive and the brand story?
So in about 96, when Mr. P.V. Narasimha Rao had opened the economy, before that, all the furniture was only made in India. Right. Everything was teak wood, everything had to be made in India itself. But after 1996, when the economy opened up, then you were allowed to import anything and everything from part of the world which you would like. So we were among the first few people to venture out and start import of furniture. So import of furniture we started introducing new stylings, new designs which are probably never seen in the Indian market. Because of course, a carpenter can do only up to a certain amount of finish. But after that, you require a machine-made finish which will help the product to look better. And it's not always just about just polishing it. It's all about the styling, designing, paper, and glass, metal, steel, wood combinations, which otherwise is not possible for a regular carpenter to do it. So the industry also has changed. For the first 2 generations, we were only selling furniture made in India. Now it is furniture which is designed in one part of the world, made in another part of the world, and sold in the third world. So rather than furniture which was being passed from, suppose your father had bought the furniture, he was expecting that your grandson would continue to use the furniture. But now it has just become a fashion statement. Every 5 years, the people want to just change the furniture. Okay, 2 party ho gaya mere paas, ab party. Abhi, lot of people have seen the furniture, now I want to change it. Just becoming more like a clothing industry. Next time I cannot wear this jacket again. Right. So this is how the industry is evolving. And we have to now keep on updating the styling, designing very, very fast compared to what we used to do before.
Right. I'd move on to Uday, because you come from the agency space and you work with a lot of brands. What is the one key advice that you would give brand owners like Amit and media buyers like Mr. Pankaj here when it comes to content marketing and keeping it real? Because we see a lot of brands trying to be who they are not, something else. And while we want to keep it interesting, it should also be real. So what is the key advice that you give to the brands that you work with in this space?
So I think two parts to this. One is, content marketing is still being treated like an add-on kind of a thing, right? I mean, it's got bits and pieces of everything. So I think it's very, very important to treat it like an absolutely independent entity, but which works within the brand framework. So I think that's very important. So in terms of ensuring that whatever the brand stands for, whatever the brand guidelines are, whatever the brand thoughts are, that's kind of integrated into the content marketing piece. So second bit is in terms of ensuring that what we are doing in terms of content and ensuring that it is the right platform has the right set of content, right? Because each platform has its own advantages, its own merits, its own unique phase. How do we kind of ensure that, it's not a one size which fits all. It needs to be customized. Right. So I think that's very, very important. So, and also in terms of taking into account, the regional preferences, I mean, the content needs to kind of adapt themselves while at the same time maintaining its, I would say, the brand identity and the brand tonality. I mean, just to give you an example, for example, I mean, if there is an automobile manufacturer who has a national presence, right? But there is a specific issue in terms of sales in South, right? So while the overall brand tonality might remain the same, but in terms of, the kind of content pieces to kind of take care of this specific issue. For example, if it's about sales, do we use, say, a local celebrity or a local influencer? I mean, the kind of language which is used. So I think it's very, very important to kind of customize and not treat it like just as an add-on. And I think what we have done at Havas is tried to kind of, we have just launched Havas Play, which kind of integrates sports, content and entertainment into one domain. And what we have is a team of specialists who work with the brand team, and they're specialists across all domains, right? I mean, it's not like just one or two persons developing some forms of content. There's a creative team, there's a specialist team, there are influencers, there are people who understand brand, and that's how they kind of develop the content.
Right. That's fairly interesting. In fact, I did meet Rajika earlier in the day, and it is really interesting to see the kind of work that's being done in this space via Havas. And you mentioned, different content for different people, which brings me to a question for Mr. Pankaj here. Sir, you deal with, you're in the education space. So, you are speaking to students, you're speaking to their parents, and in a way, recruiters are also your target audience, right? So how do you kind of, while keeping the brand identity alive, speak to these different set of target groups, and, what are the things that you take care of while creating a content strategy for your brand?
Yeah, so, I'm from SRM University, AP, and I take care of the communication there. So as you rightly asked, that we have got different target audience, which is student, which is parents, and parents are also decision maker in giving a choice for which university, which course son should go for, and recruiter, because ultimately the outcome is that, the placement should happen. So the content strategy changes as per the target audience. It is not only as per the target audience, it also changes as per the media platform that we are using. And it also changes as per the market that where I'm communicating to. And I would say another parameter of content strategy is the language in which the content is going. So we have to take, all these factors in mind while creating a content strategy. So if you look at the students, today the education, unlike in our age when the education was there was a very specific purpose of education. Today the purpose of education has become very diverse. Somebody joins educational institution for the purpose of knowledge. It's supposed to be knowledge-driven education. The other factor of the purpose of education is that it is outcome-driven education. For some of the parents, it is ROI-driven education, that I'm paying such a high fees in a private university, what is the ROI that I'm going to go? And there are certain target audience where the purpose of education is entrepreneurship-driven, that I do not want placement, I want to become an entrepreneur. So therefore, how do you develop a student, provide environment for startups, for developing startups? So while the university like ours have got all this aspect taken care of, we take care of the placement, we take care of the knowledge, of course that's a very important part, we take care of the entrepreneurship, we have got the incubation center, Hatch Lab, so therefore we take care of all this aspect in the communication. And there is another very critical aspect, while a student is of course looking at the outcome or looking at the entrepreneurship, he's also very particular about how is going to be my life at the campus where he's going to spend 3 years or 4 years in UG. So when I'm communicating to the student as an audience, we also describe the campus life, that when you come here, it is not only books, and library. There are a lot of sports, there are a lot of activities, there's a lot of engagement, there's a lot of fun which is also involved. And with the parents, when I'm talking, it is, we talk about more of an outcome and more of an ROI. So therefore, it is the average placement which is going to be given. There is an entrepreneurship which is giving. And then I will just touch upon the aspect of various markets. In India is a very diverse country, and we have students from all over the country. The diversity is very high. So there are certain markets which is very entrepreneurship-driven market. For example, I'd say Gujarat. Most of the students want to become businessmen. So therefore, they look at the facilities which is there in terms of starting a startup or entrepreneurship. So we highlight that in that market. There are certain market which is very knowledge-driven market. They look at the knowledge aspect. So we highlight that in the communication of that. There are certain market which is large markets are very placement-driven markets. So we highlight that in that placement. So keeping that in mind, we develop a storytelling aspect, giving very informative, very credible information and very engaging information to all set of audience. And we look at, when we do subsequent discussion, we'll do how do we choose media for different communication. Thank you.
Right. So One thing that we have always been asked when we pitch content solutions to our clients is, or concerns that our clients bring about is, there's very little innovation that media owners bring onto the table at times beyond the standard, advertising. And the second concern is, how do we measure the efficacy of content? So my next question is to both you, Divakar and Anil, as media owners, running successful channels. What are the kind of innovations that you bring onto the table for your clients like Amit and others who are here on this panel?
Yeah, hi. Recently we have launched meta-human anchor called AI Maya, which has been trending currently. So, amazing response. People are liking it. It's already interacting with the audience. And so it's been interacting with the audience, and it's been response. We are also getting it emotions to the AI anchor. So we are merging ML and AI together now. So that's the next. And we're also getting a lot of response from the advertising asking to do integrations with AI Maya.
Right. How about you, Anil?
I represent Reporter TV in Kerala, Malayalam. We recently launched channel just 30 days back only, on July 1st. Apparently, this is the first AR, VR, XR studio in Asia. Asia's first new studio as such. We do a lot of news in terms of AR and VR, where we represent news in a narrative way, so that viewer can understand it very easily. They can follow it very visually. So this is a new experience for viewer to get understand in a new format. So today technology is changing. So like entertainment is changing with so much, like news also changing. But we are not, what happens in India is not, we are not experimenting this in networks. Everybody wants in debates, 4 window, 5 window, 10 window debates. But in Europe and US and other things, so much of new technologies that are happening that can be executed here. So there are a lot, if you, I think there's a video there, if you can play that video. Shankarji, can you play that video a little bit so they can understand what I can say? Yeah, fine. And I just have a video there, you will understand what it is. We recently did one for Chandrayaan, AR technology-based video presentation, and Kargil also. So these are kind of technology needed for the viewer right now. And advertisers also responding. Today, see, my network is only, I told you, it's the third bar rating came, yet the fourth is yet to come. But almost 65% of our inventory is filled in 30 days. So people respond to no experiments. That's what I experienced.
That's great. So Sampati, Divakar mentioned about AI and the use of AI in news. My question to you is that you come from the consultancy space. How do you stay ahead of the curve when everybody feels that they are an expert in their own right, thanks to the Googles and ChatGPTs of the world?
I'm representing 10 to 100. It's a consultancy firm. It's a 17-year-old company. We would have handled around 170 clients, varying from FMCG to building material, that is steel, cements companies. But 3 days back, we are also very new to this ChatGPT, all these things, It's like a English film. Without knowing anything, we go and see, we think that, okay, we know, all these things is okay. But yes, is it a curse or boon? If you ask me personally, it's a boon only. It's a technology is going to help us. But because of that, every day, there are very respectable media people are there. Every day when we see paper or anything, 30K employees has been reduced in US. 45,000 employees reduced in UK. All these things, it's giving some kind of fear to the entrepreneurs as well as professionals that whether this AI is going to be a biggest challenge for the professionals as well as the employers. See, basically, let it come. My only thing, let it get matured. Let the river come. Then we will think about that. Now what we need to do, we need, if it a product or service, you need a good product. You need to have a good pricing, good packaging, good placement, and good promotion. That we will focus on that initially. Let AI come, let ChatGPT come. We will use that and get, because we would have seen lot of challenges. We would have seen lot of things. We would have come over. This is going to help us only. If you ask me personally, this AI is going to develop our business, and we are going to use our professionals in much, much better level. Much, much better level. So, this is my humble thing.
So when I was speaking to Sampath yesterday, he made a very interesting comment that, whatever the technology that may come, at the end of the day, business owners and his clients will always ask him, sale kitna hai or profit kitna hai?
Sales kya hai, aaj ka profit kya hai? That's a simple thing. Whatever, maybe promoters, 170 promoters personally I have handled means, I would have seen minimum of 600, 700 people in my career. I would have had one-on-one discussion with them. After talking everything, whatever big funda I say, they'll say very, very interesting, excellent. That investment, yes, we will do. Finally, what is that? By the end of the day, you need a result of putting is eating.
Right.
That is the thing. Aaj ka sales kya hai? Aaj ka? Because to be honest with you, one Shomashekar is my colleague. Then he moved on to Reliance Postpaid. Now there is no Postpaid. I was discussing with him in an evening session. I said I would have worked with small clients, 200 crore, 300 crore. You have an opportunity to work with Ambani. What is this, your experience? What was your experience? He said, Aaj ka sales kya hai? Aaj ka, the same thing I told him. Same thing in a different level he will ask me. That's all. So this is not to offend anybody. At the end of the day, business has to fetch us results.
Right. So basically, it's all about the ability to execute ideas, not ideas in itself. So, Pankaj, which gets me to the next question, which you're best placed to answer. With the ease of access to information and especially, generative AI, do you think that the ability for critical thinking, especially for the next generation and students, is reducing? Or do you think that it will be helpful for them in the future?
Yeah, so, the technology advancement always comes with ease and, better things to happen, and also brings challenges, which has always been there. Whether it was, arrival of internet or arrival of Google, it has always given benefits to the society, and it also given challenges to the society. So one has to utilize the benefits to the best and look at the challenges that it poses. We have never heard of cyber crime earlier. Today, look at the size of the cyber crime business. It is huge. So that is the challenge which the internet and online payment and cybersecurity is facing. So those challenges will always be associated with advancement of technology. So let's touch base on the AI and the challenges which the student community or the education industry faces. So the advantages of the AI is that it gives you a lot of information with a click of a button in seconds. So one of the biggest advantages is that you get information overload. You have abundance of information available without searching to the books and searching to the journals and other things. So all this information is available to you. The disadvantage is that if you are just copying this information and pasting it and claiming it to be yours and wanting to secure a degree, which is the challenge. So therefore, that has to be stopped. So we call it developing 21st century skills. And in education industry, there is something called a new education policy, which is implemented, which says that you need to develop a lot of 21st century skills, where critical thinking is one of the big aspects which has been there. Creativity is a very important aspect of the NEP. Compassion is a very important aspect of the creativity. So therefore, the educationist and our industry and our faculty has to ensure that while the information is available online through AI, we need to have a plagiarism check of the information. That person is looking at it. However, they are just copying and pasting it. So he's filtering the information, is learning from it, applying his own mind, and then putting his own content
to the information. So that's the check that we need to do. And of course, checking with the students without having access to internet and mobile phone. If you are interacting with the person, you get to know the reality of the person, how much depth he has without looking at the phone and without looking at the AI, how much of this thing it is giving. So I'm saying challenges will come. We have not yet faced the challenge. It has just come in. So we'll have to have, we are only visualizing that these are the challenges, but we are prepared to take care of the challenges.
But do you think that the students kind of are losing the ability to think critically? You know, for example, before mobile phones, small example, we all used to remember phone numbers. Today we don't.
Correct.
Right? Do you think that the ease of access to information is limiting the thinking capabilities, or more likely, you know,
to
the
some
critical
extent,
thinking?
yes. It is to some extent, yes. I've seen many of the people, there is a temptation that moment a topic is given to you, a moment is a written thing is given to you, you first go to, you know, the internet and go to ChatGPT and download this. So to some extent, 100% you're right. It is yes. So I'm saying, you know, we need to look at, find a way out to counter this. You need to be aware of this, which we are aware. In fact, we published an article from our faculty stating that challenges in education industry after the implementation of AI. So we have looked at the various aspects and we will formulate. For example, today, if you do an online exam, which happened during the COVID time, the complete year was online and the exams were online. Today, how do you know that exam, you know, I could finish the exam in 10 minutes. Right. We can write complete exam paper in less than 10 minutes and 3 hours given to you. So today we'll have to be very careful in taking an online exam. There has to be personally present to see one is copying. So I'm saying this is one of the aspects, and many such aspects has to be kept in mind to take care of this.
Somebody, my next question is to you. When we talk about content marketing, there's always this debate about the ethics of content marketing, because, you know, a lot of times what we do as well in terms of native advertising, brands don't always disclose that this is a paid promotion. So what do you advise?
Come back again.
There is always a lot of debate around the ethics of content marketing, right? A lot of times, you know, brands or media owners may not disclose that this is promotional content. So what is your advice to your clients when you talk to them about content marketing solutions?
See, basically, being FMCG, I can tell. FMCG, basically, if you ask me, you know, they go straight only. They don't go around everything. It's only, you know, advertising in 30 seconds. You have to tell something with more of thing, you know. In our advertising thing, you know, we don't say more than everything, you know. It has to be exactly this content marketing. More than anything, I say to our client, we say, no, it should be 360-degree approach. 360-degree approach, it has to be, you have to cover everything in process, not only one point of thing. And but in our trade, no, thing, we don't feel much problem in that content thing. We are okay with that.
What about you there? Same question. I mean,
so I think it's the responsibility of the content creator and whether it's the agency or whosoever is creating the content to kind of understand the, you know, the brand guidelines, the brand thought, and create content around that. And obviously, not go into areas which can be, you know, at times one tries to be humorous and then tries and becomes, you know, it gets into a controversial domain kind of a thing. So I think that's something, it's a very, very gray area because, you know, while on one hand you cannot restrict creativity because then content is about creativity, but at the same time you need to have that overall framework in mind. So that responsibility does remain with the content creator or the agency. So that's it.
We'll just pause a bit for a video to be played. I think, Anil, it's the video you had requested.
I think, if they play, can you please?
Okay, sure. Okay, so I mean, you do a lot of campaigns for your brands and you know, regionally as well as otherwise. Okay, the video.
the one you see is AR and VR, what you see here. Earlier, we are not able to project it like this. Now, the packet, what you're showing is a product. So it is developed in less than 1 day. So this kind of technology now, if you want to build it, you invest a lot of money in thing structure and everything. This we have almost 240,000 square feet of studio, which is fully virtual. You don't have anything else there, just the reader only. Okay, can stop that. Like that, what I'm trying to say is that a lot of content can be curated in a better way. Sure. That can reach to the audience in an engaging way. So rather than imitating, when you do something, you should do with your partners. The quality product, whatever you deliver, let it be content, let it be advertisement, whatever. See, you should do something innovative. Now you have digital everything else. We talk about Netflix, we talk about Amazon. Why not such products which is not coming from India? So we depend everything from outside now. So there are possibilities that we can develop these kind of things from India itself.
Yeah, we have Amit doing a lot of great work for marketplaces right now. So I'd like to just check with you on, amongst the many campaigns that you do regionally and nationally as well. Is there something that you'd like to share that really stood out, and maybe you also there amongst the so many campaigns within ours and otherwise as well, if you could share some anecdotes about something that's really stood out for you guys?
So I will tell you, this is a very interesting story about just before COVID. There was a particular type of sofa set which became very, very popular. We had some influencers using it, then we had some celebrities using it. And the name of the sofa set was Bantia Super. So what happened is, the design style became so popular, and then there was so much people started writing about that sofa set that there was one point of time where you go to any other furniture store also, they were selling a copy of that, and the model number was Bantia Super. So it became such a coincidence. You go to your store and then he's selling you a Bantia Super copy. So if your content is right and it is reaching the target audience, then it can do real wonders for you.
Were you flattered, or did you put a copyright violation?
No, we were very happy because every time even the computer used to generate a bill, he used to write Bantia Super Sofa. And we were like, oh wow, this is very good.
That's great. How about you there?
Yeah. So we have created a lot of content pieces across our clients, across Hyundai, Kia, Voltas, across mediums, right from TV, print, radio, digital. But I think one campaign which really stands out, and it's a very interesting category, not one of the most, I would say, glamorous categories, because it's for Tata Motors, and we work for the trucks division. This is for Tata Motors trucks division. So, we wanted to kind of reach out to the connect with the truck drivers as a community, and and as you're aware, the truck drivers go from one point to another. They are driving through and one thing which they have is the mobile phone, right? Mobile phone and WhatsApp is something which everyone has access to. So, it was a very, very simple contest that we ran, where the truck drivers who are driving from, from up north to down south would, what they were asked to do was just click interesting scenic pictures, of the landscape that they see, and post it on a WhatsApp group which was made up of the truck drivers and the company. And then based on and we got a lot of responses, almost close to 50,000 pictures, out of which, we kind of created a, studio, we created a gallery and kind of rewarded. So it was a very, very, I would say, engaging piece of content where we were able to, and it was very, very simple to do. I mean, it was nothing, a phone and a WhatsApp everyone had. So, and it kind of really was a very, very talked about content piece.
Do we have time for one more question? No. Or questions from the audiences? No. Okay. I think we need to let them get to the after party. So we'll just cut our discussion a little short. I had a couple of more questions for some of you guys, but Unfortunately, we seem to have run out of time. So,
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shankar.
We're really sorry, but thank you so much, Mr. Deepak. I would now request the panelist and the moderator to kindly join for the picture. Now may I request Mr. Bharat Vishwanathan from 4th Dimension Media to kindly join us on stage and present the memento to the panelist and the moderator. Can we once again have a round of applause for this amazing session by the gentleman on the stage? Thank you so much. I would now request you to kindly take back your seats. So ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of our session, the Media Summit Meet Season 4, and I hope it was a very knowledge-filled session throughout the day, and I hope you had a great insight to take away from the day. But nevertheless, ending our day with the national anthem, so I would request all our guests over here to kindly raise up for the national anthem.